Hello, everybody. I'm Sunaina Ganguly, and we are kicking off our events for the Global Climate Change Week. It is my great pleasure to welcome you guys here, and we have an amazing set of panelists who are going to be presenting. The first event on our series is actually slated as student and alumni presentations. The idea of doing this was really to give center stage and to pay tribute in a way to the kind of work that young people are doing around climate change. I'm thinking also recently of the 9-year-old Manipuri girl who was detained by the Delhi police for highlighting the climate crisis. And I think, although perhaps we had not articulated it to ourselves as well, we wanted to create a safe space for students and alumni of APU who we know are doing some amazing work to showcase their work and really speak to you guys about what's going on and what kind of work young people are doing. So without any further ado, I just want to welcome everybody. I hope you will use the space to dialogue and engage and collaborate perhaps. And I want to introduce our first two panelists who will be talking about terrace gardening in Bangalore. Tejaswini was an alumni from the Law and Development course. Shivani is still a student of ours in our Policy and Governance course. And both of them had done what we call a hub project on terrace gardening in Bangalore. And I think you all will be interested as well to see what the outputs of that are. And after that, maybe we'll get into a little bit of conversation with Shivani and Tejaswini, asking them the experience of the project, what kind of things they got involved in, what kind of people they spoke to, what were their real takeaways from doing this project hands-on, and I'm going to turn it over to them now. So welcome, everybody. I'm really looking forward to this discussion in the day ahead. Over to you guys.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to everybody. If we're ready to begin, I think without further ado, we can start with our PPT. Shashwat sir, if that can just be pulled up on the screen. Right, okay. So as you see, as ma'am gave an introduction, it was a hub project and we did it along with a couple of other classmates, batchmates, as you would say. And today it's just Shivani and I who will be presenting, however, and we did it under the guidance of Sunaina ma'am. And the title of our project is Terrace Gardening and How It Relates to Climate Action and Sustainability in Bangalore. So I would just like to start off by, if Shashwat sir, we can just go to the next slide. Is it visible? Because it's not visible to me yet.
Is it not?
No. All right. If it is visible to everybody, I think we can still go on. Okay, yeah, just came on, right. Okay, so we just want to start off by remembering Dr. B.N. Vishwanath, who is essentially the pioneer. To put it very simply, he's the pioneer of terrace gardening in Bangalore, the whole revolution as if it can be called a revolution, and the whole trend at least of terrace gardening starts and kind of ends with Vishwanath sir. Sadly, Vishwanath sir is not with us today, and he passed away in August, but anywhere you go in Bangalore, you talk to terrace gardeners, the conversation starts with Vishwanath sir, and the legacy he leaves behind. He was a dynamic person and he had a lot of things to contribute, but his legacy really lives on through all these amazing terrace gardens you see, the terrace gardeners you see who continue to be inspired and inspire various others. So as you can see here, his motto is so very important to remember, because though terrace gardening through the project and through processes and analysis seems quite complex in their relationship to sustainability and climate action, it essentially starts with his motto and is centered around his motto, which is grow what you eat and eat what you grow. And you see this, you hear this being repeated by so many other gardeners we spoke with and other stakeholders as well. So I'll just keep giving you insights of this as we move on. But yes, I think it's good to start with just remembering Dr. Vishnath's legacy. Yes, Shashwat sir, the next slide, please. Yeah, so the context for why look into terrace gardening, why talk about its relationship with climate change or sustainability, is it stems from the growth of urbanization in Bangalore and the rampant trend at which land use is being changed, where growing cities can have the understanding that growing cities can have profound positive or negative impacts on their surroundings, especially surrounding food producing areas, and how rapid urbanization in the city has fostered unsustainable production practices as well as unsustainable consumption practices. What do we mean by unsustainable production practices? Referring to land use change, where open green spaces, natural green spaces, or agricultural lands are, or even watershed areas, etc., have been converted into just urban sprawl or just built up area, and therefore therefore further extending the distance between the consumers in the context of food production and consumption, extending this gap between the consumers and the production centers, right? And what do we mean by unsustainable consumptive practices? Referring directly to resource intensive consumption, mainly popularly probably by the wealthy and upper middle class, rather than anybody else, buying from supermarkets, and rather than a need-based kind of consumption practice, which is probably want-based and reliance on packaged food stuff, and almost complete ignorance or awareness about food waste or the benefits you can get from food waste, right? So essentially, that's the first point. It kind of summarizes the impact as we see of rapid urbanization leading to unsustainable production and consumption practices. And the literature to substantiate this is very vast. The literature to substantiate that where does your food come from in Bangalore? It definitely does not come from very close by. And the city limits, as they're being extended every day, it further pushes of these production centers away from the city centers. What do I mean by the second point, where another impact of rapid urbanization is through decreased nature connectedness and need to foster pro-environmental behavior? If you don't know where your food is coming from, you think it's coming from the supermarket. If you're not involved in the process of how the food is grown and what is the process, the complex process that takes place, and where your food finally goes, you lose that connection from nature, which is very evidently the only source of our food. And there is a need here because of this gap between nature and humanity very generally, but urban city dwellers and nature. There is a gap in how we interact with nature, and therefore there is a need felt because of urbanization, if one may make that very meta connection. There is a need felt for some pro-environmental behaviors. What do we mean by pro-environmental behavior? There's a need to reconnect with nature through our attitudes, through our values, and finally through our actions, which can go a long way in completely destabilizing the kind of systems we have with respect to our interrelationship with nature. So just that's the context behind the broad context behind our project here. And what are the immediate environmental and climate change impacts through this unsustainable production or consumption practices? Is that you have quite a lot of literature substantiating that Bangalore, because of this urban sprawl, because of the increase in built up area, etc., and this rampant change in land use, is leading to this urban heat island effect, where the city centers experience far different temperatures than the outskirts. And this adds to the age-old woe of Bangalore. If you're a Bangalorean, you know that there is a lot of water stress in the city. We still rely not on our, we don't rely on any rivers, which we used to rely on before. And even the water comes from a far away place. and more than half of the city is also dependent on groundwater. So you have impacts directly on the water supply, you have impact on the temperatures on the city, and there is also this menace of poor waste management. So depending on how waste is segregated, how does residential waste get treated, finally where do they go? Again, here there is a lack of policy or even concern to a great extent. So another impact is on poor waste management and generally the carbon intensive food system. What do I mean by that? As I was saying, as you go on, as the urban sprawl increases, the distance between the consumer and the producer of agriculture produce is here. Quite gets extended and gets increased, right? So, and because of land use change, there is decreasing vegetation, etc. So all of these are very tangible, proven, substantiated, direct impacts you see on the environment and climate change because of rapid urbanization that Bangalore has seen over time. And the motivation here is to probably question whether terrace gardening can be a multifunctional solution to all of these problems. It's looking at terrace gardening as a Ramabana, if I may say it, to kind of address all of these impacts, to kind of address all of these negative implications of urbanization and our consumption practices. And we'll see how we do that through understanding how terrace gardening is engaged in with individuals, civil society organizations, private actors, and and the government also to a relative extent. So why do I mention these four actors? Yes, sir, if we may go on to the next slide. Yes. So at the outset, we identify certain key actors in the field of terrace gardening. The community, by community we mean individuals forming a community of OTGNs, as they're called, organic terrace gardeners who form this community. So the community of OTGNs, civil society, with the leading civil societies being Dr. Vishwanath's brainchild and later his protege, Dr. Rajendra Hegde's brainchild, Garden City Farmers, and a couple of other civil society organizations. And the private sector, which is now dominated by only a couple of actors. And again, the government. By government, we mean the horticulture department, the BBMP, and generally the state government as well. So we identify them to be the key stakeholders or the key actors around terrace gardening. And what did we want to understand by their practice of terrace gardening? Essentially, we wanted to look into four things importantly, and our research question even was formulated around these four things. Firstly, what is the motive behind OTGNs practicing terrace gardening? What is the motive behind the government probably having certain policies in place for this? What is the motive behind civil society organizations being established for the sole purpose of improving or developing terrace gardening in the city? And again, the same questions applying to the private sector. What is the motive behind a commercial practice of terrace gardening? And how did we study this? Yes, so just before we go on to that, if I may just briefly explain the other aspects as well. After understanding the motives, we wanted to also know the scale of actions, because understanding the scale helps us understand another one of our questions, that is the impact level, the impact that this practice of terrace gardening has, or finally on sustainability and climate change. So the scale of actions again was centered around these key actors. And when we're in the future slides, I'll explain that in greater detail. What is another important question, and to be honest, was my personally my favorite question to ask to these actors, were how was the network link between these actors? What was the networking between the say the community of OTGNs, organic terrace gardeners, the community of OTGNs with civil society, say with private sectors or the government? So the interlinkage or the networking between these actors was also an interesting question, an important question to ask, to see how strong the practice of terrace gardening is and what their impact will be on climate change and sustainability. So at the impact level, talking about sustainability, we looked at sustainability in the traditional way that it is understood, looking into its economic, social, and environmental aspects, and how it is affecting climate change mitigation as well, be it through reducing temperature, be it through using water runoff, or be it even through just providing for an alternative food system in the society, in the city of Bangalore, right? So these are the broad questions we looked into when we were interacting with all these four key stakeholders or actors. We did this through mainly questionnaires, which had questions around these four broad research questions. So we had multiple questions around these broad research questions of motive, scale of action, network links, and impact level. Yes, sir. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this generally just gives you a pictorial understanding of how our project in interacting with all these four key stakeholders, just plotted on the map here of the city. It just took us to the north, the south, east, and west zones of the city. So you see terrace gardening in some capacity, in some form or way, being practiced in almost all areas of the city. Just a pictorial representation there. Yes, sir, next slide. So we'll start seeing in detail what did we find about these questions we had. If I may just quickly remind you, the first question we had was about motivations. What is the motive behind starting this practice for the individuals, for civil society, private sector, and government? And we find that the most varied response and probably the most time spent on these actors were the individuals and the community OTGNs. And we got responses which were as varied as they can come. Primarily, but also on an average, most people say that their motive for starting terrace gardening is because they did not want to continue eating food that they know is being produced on pesticides and insecticides, and they wanted to eat food that is good for their health. Very simply put, that's good for their health and that's good for their families. And they had very interesting anecdotes to even say about how the practice of terrace gardening has led to significant tangible health benefits in their families who were probably suffering from many conditions. So one important one was definitely the health. One important motive was the health. And couple of others were that sustainable lifestyle, that they desired a sustainable lifestyle in terms of in the context of various aspects. That is, they wanted to eat locally grown food, they wanted to eat organic food, they wanted to use the waste that was being produced in their household within their household itself. So you see through our questions talking about sustainable practices, all the water that was produced in their kitchen and all the grey water that can probably be reused, they were being reused. And where their gardens were far bigger and larger, it was supplemented by rainwater harvesting. And they had all these unique DIY kind of solutions to ensure that they were not wasting waste, right? So another motive was definitely to lead a sustainable lifestyle and to promote ecological stewardship within their family, within themselves. What do we mean by ecological stewardship? Just the responsible use of resources, the responsible use and protection of natural environment that is very immediate to them. And it ties back to a sustainable lifestyle. And one other point we have on the slide here is green protest. We had a couple of people where their motives, funnily enough and very interestingly enough, was not about health or not even the probably a narrow understanding of leading sustainable lifestyles, but it was as a protest where they are questioning the definition of cities itself. They're questioning where nature has to occupy its place within cities, and where they found that they could use their gardens as a protest against these ideas or understanding of where nature exists in city itself, right? We had couple of them like that, so that's also included here. And just to talk about where do these motives come from, especially with respect to ecological stewardship, These really came from stories of their childhoods, from the practices in their own households, their parents, their ancestry, and they even spoke about a spiritual connection to nature that they developed over time into their adulthood. So you see various different sources of motives for individual practitioners or community OTGNs. And another was, it was also interesting to note that the community of OTGNs being quite a tight community, and I'll dwell on this a little bit later. It was a tight community, and they even do it out of just passion or hobby. So depending on what plants they want to grow, it becomes evident that it's either it's just pursued as a hobby or passion, and not really to provide for an alternative food system perhaps. But also they have a very competitive spirit, because everybody in the community knows everybody else, and they just want to be better than, but in a very healthy way, they want to be better than the others. So I dwelt for quite a bit on the motives of individuals. So just to move on quickly to civil societies, mainly as I mentioned before, it was urban garden city farmers, started by Dr. Vishwanath sir, and this is the stronghold of terrace gardening in Bangalore is found through this organization, where they conduct monthly, once in 2 months or 3 months, they conduct this workshop. They conduct workshops, they conduct training sessions, then they also provide a platform for exchanging knowledge, for sharing seeds, etc., all these kind of activities. So the intention behind doing this very broadly is to greenify the city, as they say. You find this again and again recurring in their interviews. To greenify the city, they're just sick and tired of dealing with concretization, and they just want to bring in some kind of vegetation in any way. And one of the ways is through the terrace gardens. And as you saw, a couple of the motives of the individuals or community OTGNs with respect to leading sustainable lifestyles and even stewardship, etc., find reflection even within the civil society organizations. To quickly move on to private sectors, we have a couple of actors here. And what do they intend? They intend to profit or maximize profit within the sphere of providing support and capacity building with respect to terrace gardening. So essentially, that's their primary motive. And they also have the underlying motives that civil society and individuals share, because these private enterprises are started by passionate people as well, again to promote stewardship and to promote ecologically conscious values. And another thing, interestingly, is also to provide employment to those migrating from rural areas into Bangalore, and instead of forcing them to find occupation in a field of expertise they don't have yet, like construction, etc., they find that these farmers can be kind of subsumed and kind of included within this family of OTGNs here, right? So these farmers even provide training, etc., for individuals that want to start off their practice. So you have the private sector motivations there. So very, it's in black. And the government, what is the motive for the government? The few individuals from the government we spoke to, we didn't really find there to be any motives for starting terrace gardening, as we saw in the cases of these other three actors. And the government has a very haphazard kind of a policy right now, which Shivani will be taking over after. And you'll find why we have said that the government seems to not have any kind of motivation to really continue this practice at a large scale. Right, so if I may just quickly move on to scale. Next slide, sir, please. Yes, we just looked at what scale are the individual community OTGNs doing this terrace gardening, and mostly it's out of their terraces, or very rarely out of their balconies. But this is the average we found, 750 square feet. And with respect to how they're connected, the scale or the way that they're connected, mostly through informal ways, through social media, mostly WhatsApp, and they have informal group meetings, which they actually take quite seriously. So it seems quite formal. And what is the scale of the government's involvement in this? they are supposed to have, according to some policies which are probably not effectively followed, they're supposed to have an annual training, but we see no evidence of any kind of record being kept about whether these trainings are taking place or whether it's being followed up, etc. What is the scale at which the private sector is aiding or capacity building with respect to terrace gardening? They have trainings and workshops as well, and they supply all these ancillary materials, etc., that are needed for terrace gardening. And civil society, uta from your tota, roughly translating to food from your fields, if I may say. Uta from your tota is a regular event. You see it attracts the largest number of terrace gardeners in Bangalore. Everybody knows about Uta from your tota. It was started by Garden City farmers, and it is the most strongest way that individuals get into terrace gardening. Yes, sir, if we may just move on to the next slide. Yes, so another question, if we recall, was about the network. And as I've been speaking to you, it becomes evident that the strongest network we found is amongst the individual OTGNs, forming a community that almost everybody knows everyone within the community. They have groups. You have area-specific groups. So you have groups, say, in Uttarali, you have one in Jayanagar, you have in Alsur, etc. So they're very well connected within each other. They share seeds, they share their saplings, and they essentially don't need to buy anything from outside. They don't depend so much on the private sector once they've started off their practice, because they have this habit, and they have this informal ways in which they share their seeds, their knowledge, and even their manure, etc. So these communities and these groups also conduct their own workshops, bringing in resource persons from other groups, and they have a lot of fun activities like this. And they meet really regularly. They have around at least their WhatsApp or Facebook group will have around 500 to 600 individuals. And I'm speaking about one specific group, say in the South or the North Zone. And amongst those, you'll have very regular members. So that's how they're very well connected. They're also connected quite strongly with the community, the civil society organization. Very obviously, most of them have been trained by Dr. Vishnath or Rajendra Hegde sir, who is his protege, as I had mentioned. So again, you see through their similarities in their practices itself and their sustainable practices, the way that they are taking care of their gardens and the way that they go about it shows that they're all of the same family. So there's a strong bond even between civil society organizations and individuals. The same kind of ancillary supplies are even provided by civil society organizations as well. And again, somewhat of a strong connection between individuals, civil society, and individuals and private sector, because as a startup kit for those who want to start off newly, they rely on some certain of these private enterprises, and thereafter they sustain that practice by themselves. Right? Yes. What do I mean by some dominating the market than other? We see mainly three actors in the private end: Urban Mali, My Dream Garden, and Happy Gardeners. My Dream Garden is a little more commercialized, a little more big business, and mostly it's these three actors who are providing all kinds of private support to individuals who want to start off terrace gardening. And what about this network between the government and the individuals, government and private sector, government and civil society organizations? It's almost non-existent at the department level or at the department level. By that, I mean at the department level of, say, solid waste management, at the level of horticulture department, or even the BBMP. You see that some of the government officials have taken own initiatives and who are trying to bring in change now. Are very connected with their civil society organizations and even some of these OTGN groups. But at the scale at which you're looking into the government's involvement, there is no real network between the government and private sector, civil society organizations or individuals. Right, that's like very, I hope that gave you an idea of networking between these actors. We'll quickly move on to impacts. Yes, sir? Yes. Great. So Again, this refers back to our final question. We are looking at sustainability, and we are understanding it through the indicators, through the economic, social, and environmental indicators, and then separately the climate change indicators. As I said, as you can see from the motivations, the idea is to not waste any waste, and by reusing materials, it has a positive impact on the environment. So your uh, rainwater is reused and your kitchen waste is reused, solid waste and wastewater from kitchen is reused. And they another important thing, actually, sustainable practice wise, is that all of them compost, and they have sub compost groups also. So composting is taken very seriously and is understood to be as a sine qua non if you want to do terrace gardening, right? So it has very positive environmental effects. We'll move on to climate change and then come to the economic and social indicators. Another way that climate change mitigation is being done through terrace gardening is firstly by reducing the food miles. And but otherwise, though we did not empirically measure this, we got evidence from the interviews that the temperature has definitely lowered since they started their terrace gardening. The temperature in their house, the internal temperature as opposed to the external temperature, has definitely been reduced. And interestingly, these practitioners, having a lot of knowledge in what they're doing, they design and plan their terrace gardens in a way to support a lot of biodiversity. So you find a lot of gardens teeming with insects, and they even grow native species so that to make their small gardens more resilient, and therefore you find them to even be sites of biodiversity. Another one thing I may mention is a couple of the private sector actors as well have biodiversity parks, which are which also kind of imbue all of these benefits. And lastly, again, coming back to this, another impact we found was that through the practice of terrace gardening over the years, they have grown closer to nature. They have a stronger connection with nature, and therefore you see the learnings from terrace gardening being it's spilling over to their other aspects of their life. So they're making better choices with respect to not only food, but what they wear and how they dispose of everything that they're using. That's a very good and important impact also, I feel. And what about the social economic indicators and impacts? Social impacts, we have included health benefits, a direct correlation with their motives, direct correlation with their sustainable practice. Another social impact is that they have very strong network. Therefore, you see that there is active community participation. You feel that they belong to a community. They have that. They feel that they're a member and have a way to make choices about what they're growing, what they're eating, etc. And aesthetic value of course, just looks pretty. And another anecdote is where they say that if you look at Bangalore from an aerial view, they want the city to look green. They want all of the terraces to look green. So yes, and what are the economic impacts? Mainly at the community in OTGN's level, you save on food, you save on fuel because you're reducing your food miles, but also from the perspective of the private sector, like I mentioned, that they hire gardeners and they convert them into trainers by giving them training. So even employment opportunities are increased over here. So essentially, that's where my bit ends, and I hope I've not taken too much time. But I'll hand it over to Shivani, who will tell us about what is the existing policy around terrace gardening a little bit, and also about how it can be mainstreamed through the tool of cost benefit analysis. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, Tejaswini. Am I audible?
Yes, Shivani.
Okay. We know now by now that terrace gardening is a clearly beneficial practice for government, for private sector, for community. But we wanted to have some kind of solid support to the argument, so we conducted a rough but yet legit cost benefit analysis by listing out the tangible and intangible cost and benefit associated with the practice. Uh, as we can see, there are tangible costs such as installation, monthly maintenance and reform of the terrace garden, time spent, and water bills. Because we are talking about Bangalore, where water is scarce and as a resource, and we need additional water supply to maintain a terrace garden. So we have considered such tangible costs. And for tangible benefits, we took carbon credits that is based on how particular plants are contributing to absorption of CO2, and what are the emission credits for that particular slot of credit. Electricity, because of temperature lowering, people are using 2 or 3 hours of AC, lesser in than previous usage. And the provision of food, solid waste management, and healthcare expenses. So these are the tangible benefits and costs which we took into the consideration for the cost benefit analysis. And there are other intangible costs and intangible benefits that we already discussed in the impact part. So we conducted two CBAs with the professional help and without the professional help. So, certain community in the Bangalore are conducting the practice of terrace gardening with professional help for installation and monthly maintenance. So we for that particular cost, you can see the difference in 0 year with and without. If you can see the cursor on the 0 year, we have huge difference in the initial cost. So that is basically because of the installation amount which is spent on the terrace gardening. And overall, the benefit to cost ratio is 1.193 for with help, professional help, which is doubled without the professional help, uh, where we are eliminating the installation cost. And people are very I mean, people are very open to the idea of taking care of their own terrace gardening. So they actually do not need professional help, but still, if they need, then also the cost benefit to cost ratio is quite high for the particular practice. So, moving on to policy gaps in the existing policy. So, we studied the Karnataka state policy for around the terrace gardening, and they are promoting terrace gardening, and they are conducting the monthly or 6 monthly training sessions, which are not very regular. They do not follow up on the beneficiaries, and the goals of the particular policy are very generic. They are not comprehensive with other sustainable policies or practices, such as composting and water harvesting at the household level. So what we are suggesting them is, why not composting uh, uh, to be a mandate in particular policy, that if you are practicing the terrace gardening with the support of government, you should have composting as one of the component which is mandated. The second thing is, why not include the rainwater harvesting is in this particular practice, or promote the recycled water use for the uh, terrace garden. The interdepartmental connectivity, as we discussed, solid waste department and water department can work with the horticulture department to have a comprehensive policy around the terrace gardening. The further thing is, community gardens can be promoted through the particular policy, because there are certain places in Bangalore, such as barren lands where high tension line is passing. So this particular land cannot be used for any other use for development purpose. So such lands can be used as a part of terrace gardening or a community gardening, where surrounding community can drop off their solid waste, which is wet waste, and take advantage of that particular community garden and work for in a sustainable community way. The other thing, which is very ambitious in a nature, but we can have mig housing designed in certain way that the feasibility of terrace gardening is more in that particular residential areas, and rental properties also should be allowed for that particular uh, practice, because in Bangalore, lot of migrants come, and they are in certain socio-economical class where they do not have their own building or residential uh, setup, so they can be allowed to use that particular rental property for such practices. So as we discussed, broad recommendation is, why can't we have solid waste management, water, food security, and all these policies tied up in one huge umbrella, which can be comprehensive in nature and more sustainable. The second point is ideal government land, as we discussed that if the land is not usable for any other kind of development purpose, we can always promote the community gardening. And the third is bottom up approach. So we saw here that people are practicing terrace gardening vigorously, but the support from the government is not so much. So here we are proposing that, okay, community can come together, preach their ideas, and it can go from bottom to up approach. So the policies can be designed as per the convenience of the community, because at the end they are the part of the action and the end practitioners. The third is the further point is how wastewater can be treated at the household level by using the recycled water in the terrace gardening practices. So it lowers so much load on the I mean ULBs for the treatment purpose. Same for this solid waste management. Around 60% of the solid waste at the household level is wet waste on daily basis. So imagine the lowering of the load on the solid waste management system of the particular city. So how do we mainstream this particular practice in the urban setup? So in the revised master plan for Bangalore, we have improving green cover as a component. So but that particular point is very generic in the nature, and as it is mentioned in the master plan. So here we are suggesting them that here is the particular practice which is conducted at the ground level. You just need to provide some support from the government side, which is falling under the particular policy, which is already designed in the revised master plan for Bangalore. That is one. The smart city proposal of Bangalore also is in line with improving green cover, and they are also talking about very generically how to improve green cover. So here also we can propose that community is already working on particular action, and we can just mainstream it. The climate smart city assessment framework is a brainchild of NIUA, and it is a multi-sectoral attempt to cope up with climate change in the smart city network. So in that particular framework, they are talking about energy green building, urban planning, green cover and biodiversity, mobility and air quality, water resource management, and waste management. So all these five sectors are somewhat touching the practice of terrace gardening that we can see here. So in the green boxes they have they are already talking about water harvesting and solid waste management. In this particular policy we are introducing terrace gardening, which is going hand in hand with these two policies, and how these three policies together can address all five of the sectors which are mentioned in the climate smart city framework assessment. And that particular assessment is spread over countrywide. So we are proposing that as a indicator where you are talking about increasing green cover and urban planning. We can introduce terrace gardening as a practice which will be replicated in the other smart cities as well. So in the next phase of my semester I had a chance to work with NIUA as part of my internship, and we actually promoted this particular practice under that particular indicator, and now it is suggested towards the to the all the 100 cities through their information and knowledge reservoir. So in a way we are a step closer that the terrace gardening is introduced at the national level to be mainstreamed as a urban sustainable practice. Yeah. So that's how we'll be able to mainstream the particular practice. That's all. So basically we all know that urban terrace gardening is a very sustainable practice and very beneficiary on individual, community, and government level, and it has many economic benefits as well. So the whole point where we are lacking is how to mainstream it and how to attract community as well as government to be part of this particular practice, and that was the whole attempt of our group to show a tentative roadmap how can it be applied. Thank you. Yeah, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a fascinating insight into terrace gardening, and I'm so happy to know that you have taken it forward and are mainstreaming it as well. I actually wanted to ask you guys. I know through the course of the project, this actually had some influence in your personal practices as well. So, could you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure, ma'am. So if I remove my curtain, you'll see leaves now. So I we already have solar roof panel on our terrace, so it was not feasible to have terrace gardening as well. Directly. So we started growing vegetables such as small chilies, tomatoes. We are attempting tomatoes because I live in Baroda, and it is not that. Suitable for such vegetables, but we started with the greens. And as we know from the practitioners, greens are very easy to grow. So if anybody is inspired to start with greens, because it will motivate you, because you'll see instant results. And yeah, my mom is also involved now for this particular practice, and it is actually very fulfilling way of living. Tejas.
What about you, Tejas?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So I have a very small garden. I wouldn't call it just mine or anything like that. Definitely, the whole family is on board. I even took my mom along with me to a couple of the other OFIT events that happened. But also, very interestingly, another one of our teammates, Surabhi, she has done a very good job with her garden. It's a big garden she has now. So one of the things that I think was a definite personal takeaway was that talking to these practitioners broke a lot of myths we have around terrace gardening. that you can't have it on your terraces because of water seepage, and what if they're old buildings, you don't have foundations secure, and also how much time does it take. So many of these myths were broken for us, and that's why I think it was easier to go forward with it. But yes, being part of such a community really equips you to do it very easily.
And do you feel now that you are part of this community? Is it something that you are engaged with still in some ways? Are you in touch with the people that you were working with?
Yes, actually, not how much we were. I can speak for myself, not how much I was when we were talking to them. But yes, we still get those forwards for all their events. We see them post all their stuff, and I ask questions sometimes because they tell us, all they have all kinds of homemade solutions for pests and rodents, etc. So this way, I do have some connection, some interaction with them still.
What about you, Shivani?
I was in contact with Noor Fatima ma'am. So she is very good with the herbs, and she almost cured her asthma because of the herbs that she only grew in the particular in her terrace garden. And I consulted her for my mother's health issues, and she suggested some of the herbs which I can grow at household level. And yeah, so somewhat on personal level, yes, we are still connected, and we see their outputs on the social medias. Like they are very enthusiastic about what they grow, so they always post it.
Yeah, so even with the situation we have now, earlier when with COVID-19 and everything, it was quite envious to see that the terrace gardeners were just not affected with respect to going out or getting their produce, and that was really a good testament, I think, right after doing this project to see it happen like that. They seemed very
That
chill, still growing their own food. Yeah,
that kind of resilience and self-reliance, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah, sure.
Did you guys find any challenges while you got into terrace gardening? Any kind of bottlenecks, any kind of maybe knowledge gaps?
I would say time is still a thing, which was one of the challenges. Even they mentioned it. Not that you have to not have a job and you have to spend the whole day, but it takes a lot of planning, and it takes some amount of your time if you want it to be a success. But I don't think it's a real bottleneck or a challenge, because only because we waste our time on so many other things. And it's just one of those things policymakers probably say to dismiss terrace gardening. It's definitely not a real challenge, but yeah, time and planning is a little bit of a thing to get used to.
Do you think amongst young people it is something that is growing as a practice?
Shivani, you want?
Yeah, so one of our individual consultant, to whom we consulted, so she started with terrace gardening, and then they bought land for their own food supply, and their kids wants to be now farmer. How often do we hear that particular comment that okay, I want to be farmer when I grow up? So definitely it is affecting the upcoming generation that okay, this is something we can do for living, and which is very refreshing to hear. Yeah, that's what I observed personally.
And what
Yeah,
do you think? Sorry, continue.
just just to add to that, but it's very important that somebody in your house it has been doing it, and they get inspired by their parents, and that's what we saw even with these individual OTGNs. Yeah.
Okay, so that was actually kind of my next question in the sense if you have to make recommendations to young people, what or about how to get more young people involved in this, what would you guys say? Like why should people get involved in it?
Shivani wants to.
Okay, so first of all, it's very relaxing activity. It looks like a lot of work, but when you get to it, it's actually fun activity to do. And in the in the phase where we are right now, like stressful life, or I mean date where you do not connect to nature at all, or to yourself at all, this particular hour per day or 45 minutes per day will give you that particular time. That is what I feel, which is very important right now. And it has added benefits like health and sustainability is also there. If they are not actually going for sustainable thing and just going for selfish reason also, it is very beneficial, and you will be adding social benefit to uh, I mean a tremendous social benefits. Yeah.
Yeah. So just to add to that, after we were completely fascinated with the things we saw growing on the terraces, and I mean, if you're not motivated just by learning a new skill, at least it just makes no sense not to be growing our own food, considering the price fluctuations we've seen, a lot of these government policies of late. It just absolutely makes no sense anymore not to be growing your own food, at least the very basic ones. And for me, the biggest takeaway really was that and I mentioned it, was that how this practice kind of spilled over to their other lifestyle choices as well. So you have a small garden, you're so connected with it, and it really opens up your mind.
Hi, thank you, Tejaswini and Shivani. That was an interesting and insightful, presentation, and I'm sure a lot of people have taken a lot more about the whole process of gardening and the importance of it, especially as you mentioned that in the COVID times it has come as a lifesaver of sorts for many people. It was a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Now we will have, we can transition you. If there's any questions or comments, we'll share it with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Next up, we have Nirmala Shekhar. She will be talking to us about waste collection and the informal sector in Bangalore. I'll just ask Nirmala to come online. Yeah.
Thank you, Shashwat.
Thank you so much.
Uh,
The stage
yeah.
is yours, as we say, Nirmala. I'll move to the
Thank you.
process.
Thank you. Thank you. So to begin with, so I've been working with Hasridara from past 5 years, and we have been closely working with the community. We are right now. I mean, we have been very closely working with this waste picker community. And as you know, Hasridara works for these informal people of waste pickers. So we have been working in different projects where we can engage the waste pickers and which helps in their livelihood sector. So I would like to share the screen and uh,
Can you share the screen? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah.
yeah, are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
I'm sorry, technical things.
No, that's okay. That's it.
Okay, the share option I have given sharing. Okay, I have given the share screen actually.
Share screen
Uh,
application.
application window,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
This is it. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you able to see now?
Yes. Just a minute. I'll just add it to screen. So we have Sunaina on board. Just a minute. Yeah. We are just getting it online. Just a minute.
I'm just putting this out here so that I can read out your introduction. Hi, Nirmala.
Hi, Sunaina. Hi, Sunaina. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mm.
Thank you for joining us here. I know that your colleague couldn't be here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're live, though.
I'm live actually.
Let me just check. Okay. Hi. So, hi, everyone. I want to extend a really warm welcome to Nirmala, who has been working for the past 5 years with Hasirudallah, who's a very important waste management group working in Bangalore. She's a project manager and coordinator in different verticals like gardening, creating adult training programs, and training on different kinds of subjects around waste. The what she says is that her experience and experiential learnings have really broadened her insights and allowed her to understand the various ways in which livelihood and informal work intersect. And she has been also working on the Zero Waste City project. So I'm really looking forward to hearing everything that she has to share with us today. Thank you for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you, Sunena, for that long introduction. Uh, I first of all, I would like to apologize for Inda for not being here. She is an alumni also of APU, and should have loved to be here and talk to the students over here. But unfortunately, there was a call on the work front, and she had to be at one of our centers. So let me start. Let me give a very brief introduction about the waste picker community with whom we are associated and working with. I hope you are able to see my screen. Sunaina, are you able to see
I'm
my
not
screen?
actually at the moment. Shashwat, maybe you can help. Let me just figure with him.
Yeah. So Nirmala, you'll have to just do the share screen below and application. It should happen.
Yeah, I think I had shared it earlier. Are you able to see now?
No, we are not able to see because it should show up here and then I'll
I
add.
can't see it yet.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, share screen. Okay.
We should we should see some sort of a PPT downstairs on our staging link.
My PPT is open actually. Yeah, it's come now, but it's kind of uh, yeah, sorry. Is it coming now?
No, I still don't see it. Yeah, I think now there's some kind of movement happening on the screen.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I think it's shared. It's shared now. Yeah, sorry for the technical thing.
No problem. Yeah.
So, as you all know, Hasudala works with the waste picker community, and it's a trust and works on the principles of member-based organization of waste pickers and other informal waste collectors. So, our main objectives of Hasudala is integration of waste pickers in our solid waste management activities and our livelihood and their livelihood, and social protection for all the waste pickers, whether it's informal waste collectors or formal waste pickers and their families as well, and promotes decentralized segregation of waste collection, processing, and aggregation of waste. And coming to the number of waste pickers that are there in Bangalore, there are around 35,000 waste pickers in Bangalore allowed, where we have identified around 15,000 from past. So we actually started our work in the year 2010, and we kind of registered in 2013. So right from the inception, we have been working with this community where we have recognized around 35, where we have been working with 15,000 waste pickers. So we made there was a study on the kind of recycled waste that is the recycled waste that comes every day, and we did a study where these informal people, literally these waste pickers who pick the waste on the roads, they were able to recycle around 1,050 tons of waste every day. So we call them silent environmentalists. They were not integrated by the BBMP or any other ULB at that time in the year 2010 or 2013. Then there are 49% of this 35,000 waste speakers are women, where they earn around 250 to 300 rupees per day if they work for 10 hours. And more than 3,400 tons of plastic per day is recycled in Bangalore today. And due to the door-to-door collection by the BBMP, it is difficult for them to get the value waste. So they're kind of out of work also, most of them. And coming to the legal framework of what we worked with the waste speakers, we try to get them the BBMP card so that they're kind of registered and they could avail certain benefits from this card. And presently, we have given around 9,000 identity cards to the waste pickers. And there is an High Court order also during the 2016 that waste pickers should be integrated by the solid waste management, in the solid waste management activities. And the waste pickers happens to be usually working in the dry waste collection centers or as scrap dealers who are enumerated by the BBMP system. So we also demonstrated in the year 2016 how we can work with the decentralized dry waste collection, where the waste pickers were engaged in the dry waste collection, door-to-door collection, and the processing, the first level of processing, where they sorted and graded the dry waste. And in 2017, they have sent around 13,460 tons recycled and 1,134 tons to be the co-processing, diverting it from the landfill. So in Bangalore alone, from the 21 centers. So we have engaged a lot of women waste speakers as operators from the DWCC. We have right now 14 DWCC where there are women operators. I think I'll stop sharing the screen and I'd like to open another file for now. So this is about the introduction about the waste picker community whom we work with. As I told you, they're all silent environmentalists, and they create an impact on the environment by picking the waste and sending it to the recycling units. See, they not only pick the waste, but they see that they send it to the recycling units. So next, the topic what I was about to talk today was actually the zero waste, which we kind of piloted in the Ward 177. So first of all, we have to understand what is zero waste. So zero waste is not essentially a visual cleanliness; it is a much more than that. So zero waste happens to be to initiate the best waste management practices of the city in terms of collection, transportation, and processing. So according to the one of the studies by the Innovative Energy and Research in Bangalore, about 55 to 60% of our waste comprises of biodegradable waste, and recyclable materials would comprise 16 to 25%, and the rest 15% would comprise of the inert waste materials which should go to the landfill. So by taking up this project, the main objective was to divert the waste going to the landfill and promote reduction, reuse, and recycling of the waste. So I would like to just show you one film clipping of Mandur. You will understand how the waste is going to this landfill and how the people near the how we are sending the waste to a landfill which is nearby these villages, and how the people are suffering around, and how is polluting the entire environment.
Nirmala, we can't listen to the audio.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, you're not able to show that. Shall I continue?
yeah, you can continue. We couldn't listen to the. We could see the video, but not the audio.
Audio part, is it?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, then I think should I continue this or shall I stop the video and continue?
yeah. Stop the video. You'll have to reshare the PPT again.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry for the technical disruption there. So this I was trying to show the Mandoor video where we had created a landfill some time back. Now, of course, it is closed. So it is not just the story of Mandoor where we are polluting the entire area, the village area in and around the village, where we are actually polluting the groundwater, the air, everything around the land also. So the villagers are pretty much not able to grow anything in the surrounding areas, and it is they're finding it difficult to eat their food because of the existence of mosquitoes and so many other viruses around. So it's been pretty tough for them. So this is the plight of the people where actually we are putting. I mean, we are actually dumping our waste in the landfill. So this is about the story of Mandul. There are several other landfill areas also where it is actually causing a big, huge problem for these villages. So coming back to the zero waste model, this is just for you to give an idea how we are going and dumping our waste in other people's doorstep. So coming back to the zero waste model, ideally the zero waste model should be something like that where it all converges, where there is 100% resource recovery of waste, behavioral change and sustainable consumption, and extended producer responsibility, 100% recycling of waste, and proper legislation of from our ULBs. So I am going one by one on this. Yeah, we're talking about the next is how difficult it is to achieve the zero waste in countries in a developing countries like India. So firstly, the substantial growth of population in urban areas, lot of migrations which happens, it is pretty difficult for us to do this, go on with the zero waste. And as I've told you, the lack of legislation and policies for realistic and long-term planning. So they have to be, the government has to be more stringent on this, and they have to come up with more like rules and regulations. Of course, they are doing it now, but the problem is in the implementation level and inadequate storage and limited collection. So when it comes to the urban areas, there is an urban poor where they find it difficult to dispose their waste, where the proper collection doesn't happen. There is another sector visit there is another section of the society where that is about the higher group, the rich people, where the residential area, where the collection happens in a proper way. So there is a difference in the collection process also in these two. There is a lot of gap in these two collection system, and lack of proper disposal. Of course, this is what I was talking about, the disposal, where I showed you the video of Mandu. And less expertise and exposure in urban city of municipal solid waste adopting the modern techniques and best practices. So usually we see is there is a lot of corruption from the ULB and happening, and the best practices are not carried out as per their rules and regulations, which we normally see, and we see rudimentary experts who are actually planning the whole process. So, but now the presently, I'll be talking about the present system at the end, and the lack of technical and trained manpower. So usually the manpower, they know how to do it, but it is not actually implemented. They are not trained at some level, so they need a lot of training. In fact, we people know more about the system than the actual employees who are working in a BBMP or any other ULB. So lack of community involvement. That is, we need a lot of citizens involvement. So why is because they are the ones who are generating the waste. So we need more and more of the community involvement, and low budgetary provision from the ULB. So this is also one of the aspect where, of course, without a knowledge, we will be having this kind of a budget in the ULB, but we are not aware of it, and it is not utilized properly. That we are understanding right now. And the main objectives of Zero Waste Ward 177, what we went through, this was piloted in the month of August 2019 in JP Nagar area. And the main objective of the zero waste was increase segregation as source with two bin one bag concept, and increase the wet waste collection by the BBMP, help BBMP to process more of a wet waste, encourage people to segregate waste and do the composting, and basically changing basically bringing about the behavioral change in the people, and awareness of environmental waste issues and behavior change on those issues, and setting up the decentralized dry waste collection center or any other aggregation center. The secondly, encourage people to avoid waste and reuse, reduce, focus more on the reuse, reduce, and recycling of the waste as well. Thirdly, to keep the environment clean and avoid pollution and safeguard the health of the citizens. So these were the main objectives which we try to work on the zero waste project of 177. So coming back to the behavioral change, what I mentioned earlier. So usually the citizens have this NIMBY attitude, which we call NIMBY is basically not in my backyard. They're okay to dispose. They say, okay, so long as the waste is disposed, they're fine. They don't want the waste to be held at home. So once we finish the work, we should let it go out of the house, and they don't care where it goes exactly. So I think people should also be aware that they have to sensibly dispose it, and they should know where their waste is transferred or where it is going, how it is processed. So this NIMBY attitude is, is more prevalent in our citizens, which we try to work through that by giving them awareness. First of all, we have to know your waste. What are the different types of waste? That is, municipal solid waste is what we are generating at home is called as municipal solid waste. So we have to understand the kind of waste what we are generating. So we are all aware of it. I may not go in detail about two bin one bag. Probably everybody is aware of the two bin one bag, the kind of segregation that we need to make. So basically, we have to make three types of segregation. That is, one is organic waste, dry waste, and the reject waste. So the different components which go inside the three streams of waste: the organic waste, the food particle, the leaves, the garden waste, and eggshells or some of the non-veg material goes into it, and the recyclable waste, paper, glass, the bottles, so cardboards, so all of this go to the recyclable waste. And the reject waste, of course, the sanitary waste and blades and all that paints or hazardous waste, all this will go into the reject waste. So these are the three streams which we need to understand, and pretty much people also know about it, but they are not making, because we have to bring about that behavioral change in the people for them to actually segregate and sensibly dispose their waste. Coming back to the 137, so I'm just trying to briefly brief you about how we actually started in JP Nagar area about the zero waste project. So initially, we had a meeting with the elected representatives, that is MLA Ms. Soumya Reddy, and she had already identified this group of women who were already working in the waste management, and she introduced this group of women who were working in their lane with 70 houses, where they were actually segregating and disposing, or some of them were also doing in situ composting. So, but they were not able to leverage beyond this. So we kind of supported them to, actually scale it up to other blocks as well, to whole of the JP Nagar area. So we have these all about the ward information we are able to get in the public portal. So we try to initially, we collected all the information from the public portal. We need to understand the area of the JP Nagar and the population, the number of households in terms, and the road, everything we had to know. So we went into the public portal. So this is all available there. All this information, anybody can get this information. And we also try to work with the health inspector of that particular area to understand more about it. And the principles that follow the where which we use to implement the zero waste are: the firstly, implementation of the micro plan by the BBMP. The BBMP has a very well designed micro plan in terms of bifurcation of the ward. As you all know, there are 198 wards in Bangalore city, so each ward is further bifurcated into blocks. 177 has 17 blocks. So in these 17 blocks, there is a micro plan where which suggests how many tipper, how the wet waste collection should happen, dry waste collection, how it should happen, and how the street, what is the duty of the street sweepers, what is the duty of the officials, so their responsibilities, and all of that is mentioned in this micro plan. So we didn't come up with our own rules, or we didn't come up with our own plan. We try to implement the existing micro plan in a most efficient way. And the second thing was the three level segregation. That segregation had to be at the source. It should not be in such a way. Many people were giving mixed waste, and the karmikas used to segregate the waste. So that should not be the thing. It should come as a segregated waste, and it should go to proper destination. That was the intention. And collection of all streams of waste in two different vehicles, that is the decentralized collection. We were aiming at decentralized collection. Facilitate or create decentralized waste management infrastructure for wet waste, like lane composting, leaves litter composting. So all this we were able to do in 177. Promote in situ composting at home. So initially, so there are different types of composting. One is at the micro level, people should be able to do home composting. The next level is the community composting, where they're able to compost like 70, 80 houses coming together are composting, or the BBMP taking the responsibility of composting of a particular block, something like that. So that is around for the community composting. Efficient management of dry waste. The dry waste, after reaching the dry waste collection center, it has to be sorted, graded, and sent to the next cycle of recyclers. And integration of waste pickers. As I told earlier, we have worked a lot in the integration of the waste pickers in our ULB, that's a urban local body, where they are operators of the dry waste collection centers. And lastly, the citizen engagement, which is very important. because we citizens, as I told you, are the generators of waste, and we have to create a lot of awareness in the minds of the citizens in terms of giving away the waste, sensibly disposing the waste. So the brief components and strategies adopted and worked in the ward at the residential area is mapping the whole area. So mapping was done, but we also did a lot of survey by having two staffs on the ground and reaching every lane and mapping the whole area, and block level mobilization of citizens for action. This was a very important part. The citizens, as I said, they are the generators, so they have to be aware of where their waste was going. So their mobilization, and also they need to inform us in the sense about the loopholes. For example, if the auto tipper doesn't come, we never know that the auto tipper didn't reach that particular lane. So all of this information we were able to get by the citizens by mobilizing through the WhatsApp groups. And the setting citizen vigilance, as I told you earlier, we set up the citizen vigilance also through the WhatsApp groups, where they informed us that the particular vehicle was not coming, or if even if they are coming, they are not properly collected, they are taking it as mixed waste. So all of this happened through the mobilization of the citizens. Understanding the roles and responsibilities of the officials, workers, and advocating with them to stabilize the operations further with the citizens groups and volunteers. So it is necessary, whoever the volunteers who are very working on the ground, closely working with us, the city, basically they are the residents. They had to understand the roles and responsibilities of the officials. Not everyone, not each and every citizen need not to understand, but at least those people who are closely working on this is very important for them to understand the roles and responsibilities, which we kind of empowered them with this. And all the citizens had to understand was the how they had to dispose their waste. They had to dispose the waste separately. For example, there is dry waste, there's wet waste. There is a tipper vehicle which is coming every day and they collect the wet waste. The dry waste comes twice a week and at a particular stipulated time. So this they had to know, and what are the vehicles that are coming to collect all of this waste. So that information was kind of given to the citizens, and which they were not knowing it earlier because they were mostly disposing it as mixed waste. Upgradation and building of the decentralized waste processing infrastructure. So this is the dry waste collection is the actually the decentralized waste processing center, where we had to we have been trying push BBMP to upgrade this center also. Street campaigns for awareness. So a lot of awareness we created, like street campaigns or sensitizing the residents. We used to go with the tipper vehicle early in the morning around 6:30, reach every household and tell them. So it was kind of educating both in the sense educating the karmikas also that they have to pick up the segregated waste, educating the residents also there that they need to give us the waste separately. And the next thing was the training of the Paura Karmikas. So, as I told you earlier, that this was lacking, though they knew it was not actually practiced. The Paura Karmikas knew that they had to pick up the segregated waste and the timing part, everything. But we made a timetable of everything and we told them this is how you need to pick up the waste. So I'll be showing these images later. I won't bore you with all my just talking. I'll just show some of the images for how we have worked. So working on the slum waste management was a most challenging part, which comprised of a population of 2,000 people in two different slums. So we tried to do it, but we were not very successful. We are still trying to work on this issue by doing the night collection. So the resources available. So this was more of a collaborative effort where there were BBMP elected representatives like the MLA, corporator. There were citizens and the residents, and all the beneficiaries were the stakeholders in the collaborative work. So let me run through some of the actual participation work from the citizens, BBMP officials, and the elected representative. How it all happened. So through the help of the images, which will probably will be able to understand better. So initially we started with the survey of all the. To tell you, initially we concentrated only on the residential area. That is because they are the ones who generate the waste. They are living there, so they can understand better, and going further they can contribute with us. So we did a survey of the entire. We tried to do block wise, but it was overwhelming for us. So we had to hire two people and put them on the field, and we got it done through them. So our figures were pretty much closer to the BBMP figure also. They had done this survey in 2017. After that, they were kind of just increasing it by the 5%, but recently it was not done. So we did it last year, and the figures were pretty much near the BBMP figures also. So there were 12,700 households in JP Nagar with a population of 45,000 and odd. So the first thing what we did was we took the citizens to Kalika Kendra in HSR layout. Many of you might have heard of Kalika Kendra. This is a huge park which they have converted into a school of learning for the composting, for the processing of the biodegradable waste. They have every type of equipment, right from the micro level of composting to a bigger composter and all that. And they have a small garden as well where they use this compost to grow some vegetables. It is a complete circular economy. The whole circular economy will be able to find it in this park. So I suggest you people also, whoever is watching this, to visit the Kalika Kendra. We can also facilitate your visit. So the citizens were quite impressed by this, and they thought, okay, we'll go back and do the same thing in 177. That is a very positive, on a very positive note, they started this project. We had a number of meetings with our corporators, with our elected representatives. We cannot work without our elected representatives. They are the part of this. They look into the ward activities. They'll be managing and monitoring the whole process, everything. So they are the stakeholders. They are the collaborators of this. So secondly, we try to work, at the commercial areas, going with the help, supporting a health inspector and telling them about the plastic ban, and the health inspector in turn finding these commercial sectors. So at the ground level in the residential area, as I said, we had two of our staff were working diligently on the field, where they came back and told us this is how it is happening in this lane. They started giving details of each and every lane. For example, there are, as I told you, there are 17 blocks. So we bifurcated into two two parts, where one block was managed by one supervisor, like 1 to 9 was managed by one supervisor, and 10 to 17 was managed by another. So we again, there were like each block we used to do a study every day. This is to happen every day, and today also this is happening, where initially they did a study of each block and see how the waste management is actually happening. See, there are different types. Each ward is different in that way. For example, in 177, there are 12,000 households, whereas in a ward like 99, where I'm staying, there are like 80% of the ward comprises of residential area. So geographically and socio-economic part of the citizens and all of it, the entire, each ward will be different. So there was this dry waste collection center which was in a very bad state. It had become, actually a black spot area. So this group of women who are working on the waste management needed a lot of support from us to convert this into a proper place where the dry waste comes in and sorted and gone. So we literally appointed a watchman where he would be in the odd hours. So people tend to dispose the waste in this black spots during the odd hours itself, like late evening around 11 o'clock at night, or early hours in the morning, like 4 o'clock to like 6 o'clock, when there is a dark. They usually come and dispose the waste at these black spots. So the watchman was there for 1 month, and he worked on it, and this area was completely cleared, and the citizens worked with ugly Indians to beautify the area. So as you can see in the picture, it is all beautified. It's been painted. The whole DWCC is painted, and it's all become clean now because this DWCC is in the residential area, in the middle of the residential area, and the residents wanted to keep it very clean. So nextly, we try to work with the supervisors along with the citizens. So citizens, at every point, I'm talking about citizens. Their involvement is very much necessary in the waste management activity. And of course, in every ward, you see like 4 to 5 active citizens and other citizens contributing to some percentage of contribution happening from other citizens as well. So we try to identify with the officials in the park area for the composting, and the citizens also were empowered. They in turn came back and started giving awareness to the karmikas, like how they should pick up the waste from these houses, from the individual houses. So we did several meetings with that. This was kind of a reinforcement, where several meetings happened with the Paura Karmikas. And initially, it was very challenging because they were not listening to us, obviously. Because to tell you very frankly, the residents were not aware of the kind of system that was existing. So they thought the karmikas, the Paura karmikas happens to be a street sweepers. So their job is to sweep the street and make heaps of it and keep. And the driver and the helper would come and pick up the waste. But actually, the street sweepers, what they used to do, they used to go and collect the waste from the houses. They only come and dump the waste at some corner, take the value waste from it, and leave the other waste as it is. So they were only creating these black spots, which we learned from our initial work what we did. So we again used to come back and tell them, this is what your duty is. Your duty is only to street the sweep, and along with the officials. This we worked along with the marshals, health inspectors, with the supervisors. So the citizens themselves came and trained the karmikas. That is how they should be picking up the waste from these individual houses. And lot of awareness programs happened with the integration of citizens, of course, where we used to go with the wet waste vehicle literally every day in the early hours around 7 o'clock, 6:30. We used to be there on the spot, and we used to reach each and every household, educating them how it should be. If they if they're not complying with that, we told them that the health inspector would come and fine them for that. So a lot of meetings happened with the residents, with the officials, and awareness at slums, a low income group. So usually the slums have very narrow roads where usually the tipper vehicle will not able to go inside that. So in those areas, these push carts are used. So the push carts, whoever was this Paura Karmika was using the push carts, some were taking the segregated waste, some were taking the mixed waste. So we try to work with them also, simultaneously, saying that this is how we should pick up the waste. We went to each and every slum and worked with them. So this is one community where we worked with one of the citizens, that is Mrs. Divya Rohit, who was trying from past 2 years to remove this black spot. So this is an area which comprises of 200 low-income group people, where they were not listening and they were just coming and dumping their waste early hours in the morning. So she needed a lot of support, and we, with other citizens officials, entered this area and we tried to give them awareness. We reached each and every house and told them, this is so, 2 vehicles will come every day. Every day the wet waste vehicle will come, and twice a week the dry waste vehicle will come. So you'll have to give the waste to them. So we came back again and again, reinforced the same thing, and we also had ground level people who were monitoring this process. So within a span of 1 month, the whole black spot was cleared. And we again, going further, we experimented in the same area by giving them this bag where they could put their dry waste and give it to the dry waste collector. This actually worked well, and they started putting the dry waste in this bag and started gave it to the dry waste collector. So, and as an event, as a part of the October 2nd event last year, we did this cleanup drive. This was one of the huge black spot which was lying near the in low income group area, and we reached this. We did a cleanup drive, and at the same time gave awareness to the people who are living in this slum also. So we have to work. It is not just cleaning up the area. It is we have to work on the sustainability part. So once we clean up, what they're going to do the next day? Are they coming and disposing in the same areas, or are they going to give it to the karmika? So we had to work on that part also. So parallelly, we worked on both. We cleaned up the area, and we were giving awareness to the people that the vehicles will come every day and they have to dispose their waste to the vehicles. Ward committee meeting is something which is planned by the government, which is supposed to happen every first Saturday of the month, which was not happening actually. So, the actual process of the ward committee is there are ward committee members who happens to be the citizens of that ward, and they come up with certain plans and procedures for the ward, some developmental work for the ward, which is kind of minuted and the resolution is passed. Once the resolution is passed, the files are put up on this and it is moved to the next level. So ward committee meetings were not happening. So we pushed BBMP to make this happen. So this was the first ward committee that happened in the month of October or November, I think. So the corporator, the officials, the citizens, everybody came together. They started talking about not only about the waste, other civic communities as well. And of course, we say that the minute should be minuted and it should be put on the public portal. But this was the most challenging thing. It was never put on the public portal. I think hopefully going further, this will also strengthen. And we attended a lot of conferences at an international level on the zero waste to understand how it is happening in other countries. So the next positive thing that happened after empowering the citizens about the waste management activity, about the collection part, about the roles and responsibilities of the officials, that the citizens themselves, went to the next level and pushed BBMP for the new set of vehicles. Because at that point, so according to the micro plan, so each block should have one dedicated tipper vehicle, that is a wet waste vehicle, which religiously goes to each and every doorstep and collects the wet waste. But this was not happening. So what the contractor, so this comes under the contracting system, and as you all know how it used to be earlier. So this I'm talking about 1 year, 2 years back. Now, of course, they're changing the whole system and trying to strengthen all those loopholes and all that, tighten those loopholes. So at that time when we started, so there were 17 blocks. So essentially there has to be 17 vehicles, but there were only 14 vehicles. So what they used to do, same vehicle they used to send to 2 3 blocks and save that money. So citizens push BBMP to provide good, I mean, there were also old vehicles which were succumbed to breakdown and all of that, and the citizens pushed BBMP to get new set of vehicles. So new set of vehicles, a new contractor came on board, and the citizens themselves actually took the initiative of numbering the vehicles. So numbering in the sense, the vehicle which is dedicated to number 5 should go to number 5 block only. They should not be going to other blocks. So we also parallelly had the citizens vigilance system on the WhatsApp groups, where the block 5 resident would come back and say the 5 vehicle is not coming, the 6 is coming here. So like everybody like knew it. Even the karmikas were wondering how people are coming to know about it. So that kind of empowerment we were able to give to the residents, along with the champion volunteers with whom we worked with. So then during that period when we started, the marshals also came on board. So marshal was really helpful for us to locate these black spots and locate the residents, the people who are coming and disposing at the black spots, and further fining them. And we used to have regular meetings with the volunteers whom we are working with, and also the technical people who were helping us with this project. The first time when the marshals came on board, we had a meeting. We attended those meeting to understand the roles and responsibilities of marshals along with the citizens groups. going further, we could see a lot of change in the waste management activity in the ward. The citizens, most of them were aware of it, how it should be, how the collection should be, how it is getting transported, and how the processing is happening. So there were students coming and visiting this ward to understand the decentralized process of collection and transportation. So there was students who visited from the University of Washington, and also there were waste pickers from Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers Association who came and visited. So going further, there was, as I told you, we have given, there is a constant awareness which was given to the sanitation workers, be it on any subject, PPE, there is, personal protective equipment, financial literacy, and social security. So this whole event was organized by the elected representative, that is then MLA. Even now she is there, Ms. Omya Reddy. She had organized this whole program. So it is very important for us to get connected to the elected representative, make them a part of this project. So the next thing was the awareness at schools. So we identified 7 schools in 177. So, and we gave just during the assembly, we just requested the authorities of the school, and we requested just 5 to 10 minutes of their time. And just for 10 minutes, we gave that awareness on segregation. The students, they are the actually ambassadors. They become the ambassador. They go back home and teach their parents, they teach their neighbors. So we have to focus on the schools, so where they learn this waste management at a very young age, and advocate the same to their neighbors as well. And we also went further, and we did this trashonomics session for all the teachers of Ward 177. And again, this again was organized by the MLA madam herself. And this was like half a day program. So trashonomics is a book which was written by Archana Kashyap and Claire Rao, which has been extensively used as a, as we are actually pushing the education system to make it as one separate subject also, which basically talks about segregation, about the waste management at the school level, in a very simplified way of waste management activity. So in the month of February, this year February, we helped this group of women whom we were supporting to install this lane composter. So they were basically working with this 70 houses where the segregation was actually happening. So we further encouraged them by installing this lane composter. So what this lane composter you did was, it composted the wet waste coming out of the 70 houses. So basically, there was 25 kgs to 30 kgs of organic waste which was coming out, and this was composted at this lane composter. And till today, they have harvested 4 times. Fourth harvest they have actually done, and they have been able to sell this compost also, and they have been able to utilize this compost for their household use also, for their garden as well. So the next what we did was, the earlier one was the composting of the food waste. The next one, they came, these women's group, this WOW group came back and said, we would like to do composting of the flower waste that generated from the nearby temples. They said, why not? So we supported them by donating this mesh composter. So this they would there are actually some 30 to 60 kilos of the flower waste is getting composted per week. They are putting in this composter, and it is composted. This is a very new one. Just in August we have installed it, and we have not yet harvested. So these are some of the pictures of the installation of the flower compost or the leaf litter compost. So this is a mesh. So kind of layering is done where the microbial coco peat is put in layers, and the composting process happens. And of course, some of the food waste is also mixed with that to add the moisture content to it. And this is again maintained by the citizens themselves. But is it a sustainable option? That is a question. Like, you all will be wondering, like, if you install such compost, who will be taking care of that? Who will be maintaining that? So eventually, we brought a system where, eventually same happened in Kalika Kendra also. They involved the BBMP karmikas to maintain the composters or maintain the to do the composting part. So similarly here also we requested the authorities to put one person here, employee from the BBMP, who will be taking care of all the composting activities. So I think they appointed one person, and with the citizens monitoring, the citizens worked out first. They try to understand how the composting happens. Now they are giving training to the they themselves are giving training to the karmikas, and they are taking the karmikas are now taking care of the composting part. So we worked on the sustainability part also. So the next thing is, this is one of the 13th, one of the blocks of 177. This is block 13, which mostly comprised of high-level officials, bureaucrats, technocrats, software engineers. But unfortunately, the roads were very dirty. There were a lot of black spots, and each lane was a dumping spot. Wherever there were trees, it had become a dumping area. So we were not understanding why it is happening here. Whereas in compared to other areas, this was the most dirtiest area. But the people living here are the high society people. So this we were not understanding. So we did a survey again and again. We went again to understand. So one is, there were a lot of trees in this area. So as you can see, this comes near the mini forest, and it is a border to the commercial area as well as the residential area, where there are a lot of shops, eateries around in and around the mini forest area. So people happen to eat everything and dispose their waste in the nearby residential area also. So unfortunately, there were a lot of black spots, and as it is, people were not educated how to dispose their waste, and the kind of relationship between the residents and the Paura Karmikas were not very good. So most of the residents used to think, okay, their job is just to come and take the waste. So we try to make them understand how difficult it is for the Paura Karmikas to work on this, and we try to bridge that gap between the Paura Karmikas as well as the residents, saying that though it's their duty and their dignity is also very much essential whenever they're working. So we try to bring the dignity in their work through our awareness. So they also understood and try to talk very nicely with these karmikas, try to work with the karmikas essentially. And now they have more cleaner roads as compared to earlier. So they came forward, only this 13 block people residents came with the kids. So they themselves see, so there is so much enthusiasm in whole project. So they themselves were trying to understand what is the next event, what is the next campaign that we are able to do, where we can change our the surrounding areas, the roads, make it more cleaner space for the people to live in. So this was a very effective campaign, I would say, teaching children, and the children holding this flashcards and coming, reduce, reuse. You can see the flashcards on the this thing. So soon after this campaign, the interesting thing what happened was, every child used to go back home and tell their mom, the 17th, the 35th cross auntie is kept her mixed waste outside. So they were actually coming and pointing out and telling them, you should not keep the mixed waste, you should be giving the segregated waste. So we literally saw this happening. So educating children makes a larger difference. They become the brand ambassadors, and they in turn teach the elders how to dispose their waste. So teaching them at a very young age will be definitely useful on this. So nextly, we invited the community people along with the children to the drivers center. So drivers center is the first level of processing, where the dry waste comes in. It is sorted, graded, and piled up to be sent to the next set of recyclers. So we told them, so once you segregate, see, once you mix the waste, the value of the dry waste is gone. So it has to happen at the source. The segregation has to happen at the source. So once the dry waste comes out, we showed them how it is segregated, and we are also having this recycling units also, how the recycling happens, and how it is gone to the next set of recyclers. So they were all very much impressed, and they were all thinking about the contribution they are doing as a citizen and as a duty, how they are doing it. And they were all impressed with the work of our operator Kumuda. So Kumuda herself, you can see in one of the picture, Kumuda herself is educating the people about how she operates the whole drivers collection center. So she is in the center of the image here, where she's, where the picture has been taken. Who's one lady in the pink sari. So she is the operator of 177. She is a wonderful operator, though she's uneducated. She is a business-minded lady, and she's very smart. So Hasrudalal, so essentially that is what Hasrudalal does. So most of our waste speakers are uneducated, so it is very difficult for them to have these papers, make these papers with the BBMP, like MOA or MOU. It is very difficult for them, so we facilitate all that. We help them to do all the MOA, MOU, and we help them in the everyday operation by the maintaining the data. So going further, we had lot of meetings in the park and everywhere, and we introduced one more person, bioman, who essentially used to take the organic waste from the houses, you compost it, and give back the compost to these residents. So we pushed some of this. So it's like there is no one solution for the organic waste. We there are several solutions at the micro level. We can do home composting. The secondly, then community composting wherever it's possible. We have to find out the different composting methods. So since we didn't had space here, we couldn't propose the biogas units. So the biogas units which can take 5 tons of waste. So we have different solution. We have to look up to different solutions here. So again, coming back to Kumuda, so at that point of time when COVID started, people were actually disposing their masks. So this was essentially they were giving to the wet waste, dry waste, everywhere it was disposed. So she herself made a video and sent out saying that you have to dispose it sensibly because it is coming to our dry waste center and we are handling it. So they were supposed to give it to the reject waste, but they were giving it to the dry waste as well as the wet waste. And this video was extensively shared by the commissioner, by the minister himself, the health minister himself. So during the COVID waste management, how we did manage the waste. So I may not go in detail, just briefly I'll tell you. So we had given this organic disinfectant, which they would spray initially as soon as the dry waste comes in, and they used to sort the dry waste. And of course, we used to insist right from the beginning that they have to wear this PPE, but they were not listening at that time. Now because of COVID, they started understanding about these microorganisms. So we worked a lot on the workers' safety, and also at that point, we also distributed ration kits to around 50,000 people during the months of from April to in the span of 2-3 months, we distributed on 50,000 kits to the informal people, including our waste pickers. So the drivers collection center, so as compared to earlier, so this is the state of the drivers collection center now. So it used to be a small center, but they were only collecting 500 kgs of waste when we started, but now it has increased to 1.6 TPD, that is tons per day. So now they are getting around 1.6 tons per day of dry waste. So we had to encounter a lot of challenges. It was not super smooth. We had to, really go through all these challenges. So engaging more and more citizens was very difficult actually, because most of them were not showing interest. Like a lane wise, we wanted at least 2 people per lane, to come on the WhatsApp group and tell us what actually is happening in their lane, for us to get an exactly the correct picture of their lane. And secondly, the land for processing dry waste and wet waste. So usually the elected representative don't let go of this land area. We were trying to identify the land area with the government, with the BBMP, but this was the most challenging part. We were not getting any area to actually for the community composting of the organic waste. So this was another challenge, and elimination of black spots. So, as I told you, the black spots used to be created during the odd hours, during the late hours in the evening or the early hours in the morning. So, we were not able to, find out that person who is actually, it happens in a fraction of a second, the person coming and disposing in the black spot. So, it was very difficult to monitor in spite of the health inspector or marshal being there. So, this was one of the major challenges. Even today, this happens to be a major challenge for us. And mixture of commercial and residential waste. Of course, all this time I've been talking only about the residential waste and not the commercial waste. So the commercial waste is a different ball game, which is kind of handled by the empaneled vendor, which is listed by the BBMP. So the Paura Karmikas or the drivers of the tipper, or it's not handled by them. That is a different set of stream which is collected by this empaneled vendors. So the residential waste, the municipal solid waste used to get mixed up with the commercial waste and used to go to the landfill, thereby creating that environmental impact. So that was the most challenging part. Even today, it is going on. It's very difficult to stop the karmikas doing it because they're able to get that extra chunk of money by doing this. And managing waste from low income group, that is from the slum area, still poses to be a problem. It's the most challenging issue of managing the waste in the low income group sector, because one reason is they are mostly domestic workers, domestic help, or doing odd jobs, who leave the houses early in the hours in the morning. So what they usually do is they just dispose their waste on the roads and go. So we're trying to educate them. We try twice thrice, but still this is posing a problem for us. And lack of enforcement of law on small and big commercial establishment. So that's the BBMP has been diligently working on this right now. And a separate stream of reject waste. So all this while I've been talking about only dry waste and wet waste, but they say we ask them to segregate in three streams, but the reject waste collection is not yet happening. So that with the new implementation which is ongoing right now, so the reject waste is also coming into practice. So at the close of the year, I think I'll be able to finish. Yeah. So there's a kind of impact that they was able to make was there were actually 15 active citizens and 80 members on WhatsApp group. Actually, it was more than 80. At that point of time when I wrote it was 80. It was like 200 people who are there in the WhatsApp groups who were kind of informing us with how the collection is happening, giving a complete picture of the collection system. And mapping of the every household of the ward had been completed by this time. And segregation compliance rate had increased from 45% to 85% at the household level. And there was a huge diversion of wet waste from 2 TPD, that is tons per day, to 10 tons per day for composting, which used to go to KCDC. And diversion of 600 kgs of dry waste up to 1.5 to today we are getting around 1.7 TPD of recycling waste. And diversion of 30 kilos, actually it's more than that, because they have, yeah, of course, and 30 to 40 kilos of flower waste, which is kind of diverted in the ward itself. And introduction of bioman at block 13 and diversion of wet waste of 40 households. Elimination of black spot in block 5, it is comprised of block spots. The government had appointed contractor for organic and domestic hazardous waste collection vehicles. Yeah. So this was another positive thing with new auto tippers on board. And conversion of block 13 lanes filled with leaf litter and dump site into cleaner lanes. Collection of dry waste twice a week was happening religiously, because we made a timetable and gave them. And integration of waste pickers with the SWM programs, and more jobs for them in the dry waste collection center also happened. So this is all about the work what we did in Ward 177.
Nirmala, thank you so much for that presentation. It's
Yeah,
staggering to me that
most
if
welcome.
you take 1 minute to throw something, and you really have shown us
Yes,
how much coordination it takes to make sure that that really moves along the line sustainably, right?
right, right. So we are mostly people who are working on the ground. We cannot sit at home and in front of the laptops, and we cannot do. We do that coordination to some parts, some extent. So mostly we work on the ground. So that is how the actual work gets done. And also the behavioral change of the people. That is a big role which they have to pay as residents, who kind of should be responsible for the kind of waste disposal they do. So this is a very important thing to
But do you
mention.
think awareness is the only thing that will lead to behavior change, or do you think there are other things that people can do,
No,
we can do?
law enforcement. So initially we work with the awareness, we do the reinforcement. So then it's the authorities who has to take the next step and penalize the defaulters. So, for example, without wearing helmet, and if you ride a two wheeler, you're penalized for that, right? So similarly in waste management also, you have to go 1 foot forward and penalize them. Otherwise, this is huge. This waste management in the city is in Bangalore. People think that BBMP is not doing their job, but people don't think it is also their responsibility how they dispose their waste. So pretty much it's the responsibility of each and every individual living in the city. They have to give it in a proper way, and it is the BBMP responsibility which has to transport and send it to proper destinations. So what we are trying to do as a zero waste, the diversion of waste going to the landfill. So we are trying to work a lot on
I
that
have
part.
some more questions, but we also have some questions from the audience. So let me just read them out and you can respond. So we have two questions from Aditya Vimal. And he says, is the goal to get more and more informal workers to become formal waste workers, or to ensure that the informal workers are aware of various risks, perks, harms, etc.?
The second part is the goal, okay, or ensure that informal are aware of various. See, we have already empowered. So at this, we have to, as I told you, we have been working since 2013, 2010. We have empowered our waste pickers, and we have already, in 2016, they have been integrated into the formal system already. So now it is more legalized with the existence of bylaws. This is made more, legitimized. The whole process is legitimized is one thing. So where Hasrudala comes into picture is we are facilitating the whole thing. We help this not the Paura Karmikas, but the informal workers, the waste pickers, and ensure that they run this, they operate this. They are the entrepreneurs, basically. They operate this smoothly for the smooth operation of their driver centers. We facilitate them. We manage the data for them. We move the papers, proposals, everything we do it for them. So this is how we, going further, how we empower them. And of course, they're aware of the risk. So life was not very smooth for them even earlier. They were succumbed to a lot of risk. Even today there is a risk in work, as I said, but it is like coordination with more of the officials which they are not understanding, where we again come into picture and help them in the coordination part. So yeah.
So there's another connected question actually from Aditya itself, who's asked, how does Hasrudallah ensure that the Parakarmikas develop a sense of entrepreneurship during the course of their jobs?
Yeah, I think there is some confusion here. Paurav Karmikas are basically linked with the urban local body. They are directly recruited by the urban local body who does the street sweeping. So there are drivers and helpers who collect the wet waste, and they come in the contract system of the BBMP. So we work with the waste pickers. That is the most informal sector. We usually don't with the Paura Karmikas, since we are in this project of zero waste project. So we were working with the Paura Karmikas. Otherwise, we are only working with the waste pickers. So as I told, lot of empowerment, lot of continuous trainings, reinforcements, you know. So these trainings religiously happens every month. So all these operators meeting happen every month. So all the issues are discussed and how it can be resolved. So all of this happens on a regular basis. This is how we empower them. And with the new system, actually the new implementation is happening by BBMP. Presently, it is an ongoing thing where that new system has come it is happening in phase wise. The first 38 wards are happening. The next 105 wards are also will be in the next phase. Even BBMP is doing great job, I can tell you right now, in the new implementation process. That is where the Inda is also busy. So all of our staff is quite busy now,
I'm
because
sure.
we pretty much work with the BBMP. Yeah.
And one more question from I actually just one question because it's related. When you talked about your ID cards that you were giving the informal
Yes.
workers, how difficult was that process, and why do they need ID cards?
ID cards was very essential, because just think about these informal people walking on the roads and picking waste. The normal public used to think they are thieves. Many of them were accused, actually they are the thieves, and they were taken to the police station, beaten up, and all that has happened to them. So there is some word for the waste speakers, actually chapper. They in Kannada we call, people used to call them chapper. We didn't understand initially what is chapper. Chapper is actually a thief. So they were, by default they were considered as thieves. So that is the reason we made them the ID cards, where the BBMP actually identified these people. See, they are, otherwise they are the most non-existent people on the face of the earth. So they are the most vulnerable people in the waste management system. So we try to work with a lot of them and try to get them this ID cards, and help them to avail certain benefits also from that. And first thing is the identification part. Just like how we have this voter ID, at least they got identified. Yeah,
Right. Okay, I'll just ask one more question from Abhay.
sure.
Raj Naik, what needs to be done to develop a solid long term strategy involving citizens, students, educators, waste pickers, non-profits all together so as to pressure the government to change policy?
I mean, we all have been. I mean, this cannot happen overnight. This has been a long work. It's a huge work that we have been doing from so many years. See, 10 years of work is actually, getting fulfilled now. Can you imagine? We are
I
trying
can,
to
given the
legally.
complexity that you described, I can imagine.
Yesterday was the day, is a big day for us, where in 18 vehicles were given by the BBMP to this Paura Karmika, to the waste pickers, for the operators, dry waste collection centers. So yesterday was one of the biggest day where the 10 years of work actually materialized. So this has to happen step by step, because as we all know, this corruption is deep rooted here in the urban local body. Everybody knows about it. It's not that nothing that I need to mention. But having said that, even the officials are trying their level best, to work on the waste management issues of the city. We have a very good commissioner on board right now, very good special commissioners, and the active citizens. So there is another active citizens group called as SWMRT. I'm sure you must have heard about it.
Yeah.
Solid Waste Management Roundtables. This is a big group which works on the policy level. So all of this together. So this is not something, okay, I'm going to go and achieve this today. It is not like this work can be done by a single entity. As the question itself says, that all of us together have to, together work and bring the pressure. We have already done pressurize the BBMP, we have already pressurized the ULB, and government has also changed the policy, and they have further went for further, and actually they have come up with these bylaws. So bylaws is the most legitimate thing. Even, at the lane, at your micro level, if the segregation is not happening, and if you complain, you can sue that particular karmika, you can sue that health inspector. So that is coming very shortly. So we have already done our part, even the citizens have done our part, and it is the next the authorities to take it further, and work on the implementation. See, the most gap what was there was implementation. We have the best rules in the world, actually, rules, regulations, policies, everything, but that was not implemented. So we all work for the implementation part. We just take their rules and regulation, take their work, micro plan, and we work on the implementation part. So that is what our role is.
How hard then is it to get elected representatives involved? I know Soumya Reddy was absolutely crucial, right, in the JP Nagar ward.
Absolutely, absolutely. She was an activist herself before becoming a politician. So her role was huge because they essentially don't want us to come inside the ward because of a lot of gaps that are there in the whole system. I mean, everybody. I don't want to talk about it openly, but there is a lot of gaps. So it's very difficult for the elected representatives also sometimes. So it is very difficult to get inside the ward also to work on these projects. So that has been really
Right.
useful from this Soumya Reddy, or how she invited us. So once we explained the project, she invited us and introduced the people there. It was a big thing for us.
And last question, even though I have tons more to ask you, but I am actually fascinated by your journey into waste. And if you had to tell young people today, I know there are lots of challenges, but there must be so much that you're learning every day and so much excitement around the kind of work that
Absolutely.
you do.
Mhm.
So tell us a little bit about your journey, and also what perhaps would you tell young people wanting to get into this sector today?
So I think they need to understand, not essentially I mean, they are by default they are all stakeholders. So long as they are living in a particular entity, be it a city or a rural area, they all become the stakeholder in the sense that they are also generating that waste. So how they can contribute it? They can, one way of contributing is reduce the waste. Or the second thing is, if they're generated, so they should be able to facilitate the recycling process. How do they facilitate? They have to segregate the waste. So those basic things these youngsters need to understand, that we are trying to implement it at the school level itself. Like what I said, we are also concentrating on the schools wherever we work. So we get back and give this awareness program, and then extensive training program we do to the teachers. And also at the school level, we are trying to make this as a subject. Academically we want to introduce this as a subject, which has not happened till now. It has happened in Tamil Nadu. They have introduced this as a separate subject. So we want to introduce as a separate subject in all of the schools, probably 4 hours per month, having a actual practical session on the waste management. So these kind of things will inculcate the best practices what they can put going further as responsible citizens, I would say. I think I answered your question, or is it something different? Uh,
No, that was the question, but also about your journey as well.
oh
How
yeah.
did you get into this, and what are the
Yeah.
joys and challenges, I guess?
Yeah, yeah. Cool. I love working with Hasrudala. To tell you very frankly, this comes from my heart actually. I come from a very different background. I come from an accounts background, and I have been a graphic designer from past 10 years. And not past 10 years, for 10 years I was a graphic designer, and I took a break from that, and somebody introduced me into Hasrudala, and that is it. And it is unstoppable. I have been enjoying every minute of that. I have been closely working with this informal people since then in several projects. I have worked in gardening. It was a very interesting session, the gardening, what she was. What the Tejaswini and all were talking. So we were trying to create jobs in the gardening vertical as well, but we found it difficult to scale it up there because the skilled workers that we require. So that was also a very enjoying part. The next project I took up was research on the PPE. See, what we found out was most of the waste workers were not using the PPE. How much ever trainings done, how much ever we try to reinforce, they were not wearing it. They had several reasons to say for not wearing, not even one reason to wear it. So that kind of mentality was there during that time. And I
What were the
started,
reasons? Sorry, why didn't they want to wear it?
it was very uncomfortable. Productivity will come down, you know, various reasons. I have left it at home. It is damaged. You name it, there is a reason, okay, for not wearing. That's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
There are several reasons for not wearing. They never felt comfortable. Of course, for the current generation base speakers, we can reinforce, but the older people, it is very difficult. Like 40, 45 years of women, or men telling them to wear this PPE was very difficult. So at one point of time during my research work, I also felt, okay, this is not going to be possible. But we never stopped at that. We tried and tried, and we did this training programs regularly with the research work as well. And we try to, it's very difficult for us to explain them about the microorganisms which are not visible to the naked eyes. Now with COVID, they are understanding actually. So I wouldn't say COVID is a blessing now, but they're able to understand what is a microorganism, how it is going to affect your health. So as it is COVID or non-COVID, there are a lot of microorganisms in the waste. Like HIV. Recently, one of our workers died of HIV because she got injected from a needle and she contracted the HIV. In 4 months, she was no more. So a lot of things happen which they were not realizing it earlier. So constant trainings and all that made them realize now we have reached at a position where they are asking for a PPE. Madam, ನಂದು ಗ್ಲೌಸ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ ಬೇರೆ ತಂದ್ಕೊಡಿ. Give me one more gloves now. My gloves is gone. So we have reached that stage now, which is a kind of it gives that sense of satisfaction for us. So these are the journeys which kind of made transform their lives also, and it helps us also change to become a better person. So this was a wonderful journey from past 5 years which I've gone through, and yeah, I still, and this is kind of unstoppable, I would say. Like to do some more for the community.
Thank you so much. I mean, unstoppable for
thank
you,
you.
and absolutely crucial that you are out there doing this work, and all of us are benefiting from it. I'm really sorry Indu couldn't be here, but I really enjoyed your
She
presentation.
was actually looking forward to it because she is the alumni there, and I
I
happened
know.
to be in her position and
I
talking, and
know.
she is absent. Anyway, sorry for that apology again, and thank you
No
so
problem.
much for giving me an opportunity to talk to you people. Yeah,
Thank you very much for being here.
yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I think up next we have Abhay Raj Nayak. And Abhay is, if I may call him Abhay, he's also part of our anchoring team. He is a man of all seasons, I would say. And he is a justice consultant. He teaches a course in APU as well. He's the co-founder of the Initiative for Climate Action. And yeah, I'm just going to hand it over to Abhay because I think he has a lot to say.
Thanks very much, Sunena, and thank you for holding this space this morning. I've been tuning in for most of it, and really appreciate both Nalini's very, very ground level, lived reality perspective on things that I think most of us sort of lose out on when we speak about these large macro structures and norms and rules, etc. Just the point that stayed with me was waste, because they can't see these microorganisms, they can't really change their behaviors or appreciate a strategic response to that. I think that sort of just brought me back in connection with uh, how our laws, our policies, our rules, even our knowledge production has so much to learn from the way in which people experience reality and their stories. So lots of thoughts in my head, both from the way speakers uh, uh, presentation and I think what started off our show for today on organic terrace gardening, which I too, I must say, am a fan of. I have a mini organic terrace garden, and I occasionally have to defend it against chemicals from other members of my family who want to protect it from insects, so on and so forth. But what I'd like to speak about today, and actually share, both for folks who are watching this live and others who might chance upon the video, is my perspective as a educator with regards to a course on climate justice that involved students involved in real world transformative projects, right? And this is, I think Tejaswini, who was on today, was also one of the star participants of that course. She had an excellent project in that course, which was a course titled Climate Justice in India. And that was an experimental course. I was offering it for the first time in my teaching career. I sort of piloted the course at Azim Premji University and at the National Law School of India University for a mixed group of undergraduate and postgraduate law students. One course was called Climate Justice in India, the other was called Climate Justice Practice. And my motivation in both of these courses was to encourage, support, and guide students in sort of cutting their teeth on what I called transformative action projects, right? Projects that were more than uh, reading material and then writing a bunch of words on uh, an electronic document, but were projects that in some modest way contributed to a change in the world that was above and beyond uh, mm, promoting the research knowledge in that area. So what I was emphasizing through my projects was action research in that sense, participatory research, um, learning inquiries, right? New perspectives on teaching and learning that I am particularly enamored by at this stage in my life. And it was an interesting effort to sort of see what could be done with these perspectives uh, within the constraints of a formal education program, such as a master's level program on public policy or a master's level program on law, or the 5-year integrated Bachelor in Arts and Bachelor of Law program that I had a chance to have some students from at the National Law School. So what I want to do today is, in a sense, give you a picture of how the course was designed so as to promote student learning and to promote student projects, right? And uh, it of course caused initially a lot of anxiety. Students were like, hey, I have so many things going on, I have an exam coming up, I have to write 3 other projects, I can't really change the world, I'm just a student, I don't have money, I don't have contacts. Lots of anxiety surfaced initially, and uh, addressing those anxieties and creating a space in the classroom for those anxieties to be expressed and for other peers to step in and respond to those anxieties, offer support, collectively address problems, became, in a sense, my main task as a teacher and educator. So I wasn't the usual expert in the area who was sharing a lot of uh, sort of distilled gyan on the topic, as much as a facilitator and a coach, a guide, a connector, a gardener, who was allowing, in one course it was 16 students, in the other course it was 10 students, allowing these small communities, these small emergent communities of learners, but also climate practitioners, to uh, do a bunch of things that most of them, not all of them, had not been exposed to at any stage earlier in their educational journey, all the way from designing a project, identifying supporters for that project, coming up with a timeline for the execution of that project, moving from a design phase to an actual prototype, which in some sense demonstrated how their model actually worked or didn't work, presenting that prototype, almost pitching it to others to elicit feedback, which give them a sense of whether it would work or not. And finally, to uh, promoting their project in the world, right? Actually creating a product in that sense, or a service, and making it available to the world. So most of these abilities and competences would normally belong in a program on entrepreneurship, right? Or in a program on leadership, that is design thinking, journey mapping, prototyping, effective presentation, identifying a business strategy, for a product or a service. And it was simply amazing to see law students and public policy students sort of rise up to this challenge and start thinking like entrepreneurs and like business people, right? And I continue to believe that there is a lot of uh, value to be achieved from folks who are working in, let's say, the environment or sustainability or climate change space, to embrace interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary learning knowledge from a number of other areas, including anthropology, including sociology, but also some counterintuitive disciplines which people often sort of pit against environmental thinking, such as business or entrepreneurship or psychology, right? So I'm just going to share my screen, and maybe someone can let me know if my screen is actually visible. So let me see.
Yeah, you'll have to just share it from the bottom.
Yeah, is it visible now?
Not yet. Not yet. You'll have to share it and then application.
Share it as an application. Okay, so
Yeah,
is
it's
it
coming.
visible now? Okay.
Just
Can you see transformative learning and transformative action projects, Mr. Shashwat? Is that what is appearing?
no. You have right now shared your screen, which is the YouTube stream link. You'll have to open the PPT.
Ah, okay. The PPT is open, but let me figure out how to.
The application. First, open the PPT and then.
So let's try this again. How about now? Okay, sorry, folks. I'm just taking a bit of time to figure out how this works, but hopefully, y'all should be able to see it now. Mr. Shashwat, are you able to see my screen? Could you just confirm for me? Or Sunena, anyone who's able to see it? Okay, so I think it's coming through. Yeah, I'm not able to hear you, Shashwat. I think you're on mute, so your audio is not coming through.
Yeah, it's live right now.
Awesome, fantastic. So I'm going to run through this presentation. It has some heavy-duty concepts and ideas, and it's in a sense pitched at students who are interested in attempting transformative action projects in the environment or climate space. But it's also pitched at teachers, at educators, at researchers who might be interested in promoting such learning experiments in their own contexts, be those schools or universities, right? And to start with, something that most people are familiar with, just a recognition of the kind of problem that climate change is in the world of problems. Climate change is a problem that is called typically a wicked problem, right? Which you see at the bottom right corner of this matrix. And it's a wicked problem because self is disputed. It's controversial. It's undefined. There's no agreement on it. and because the nature of the solution is also contested. It's unknown, undefined, not agreed upon, or requires a system structure transformation, right? So unlike a straightforward problem where the problem is clear and the solution is clear, or a manageable problem where the problem is maybe a bit unclear, but at least the solutions or the broad direction of the solutions are agreed to, or a formidable problem where the problem is clear, but the solutions are underdefined or not agreed on. Climate change has both problem and solution, underdefined, unclear, or not agreed on. Excuse me. And what that means basically is uh, problems that are climate problems cannot be tamed like these other kinds of problems can be, right? You can't tame them, you can't neatly structure your response to them. As the famous systems thinker Donella Meadows has advised, you need to really dance with these wicked problems, right? They are resistant to taming. They must be danced or coped with, and therefore one has to work with a mindset of uh, uncertainty, with being comfortable with that uncertainty, with evolving constantly in your design and in your response, right? And these are, as we're discovering in the context of COVID as well, these are abilities, skill sets, and competences that are so useful for negotiating the complex world that we live in. Unfortunately, these are not abilities, competences, and skill sets that we're all very good at, right? Most of us stress out or hit the panic button or throw our hands up and say, I give up. It's too difficult. I can't do this. I'm going to stick with my plan. I can't keep changing every few minutes. What kind of nonsense is this? But uh, thinking about action in the area of climate change requires you to appreciate the wicked nature of the problem, and requires you to get ready to dance with the system in response to the problem and how it mutates. Now, when I spoke about transformative climate action, and this was the slide which really caused a lot of raised eyebrows in my classes, right? When I spoke about transformative climate change, I was interested in the third column here. I wasn't interested in incremental projects. I wasn't interested in reformative projects, but I was interested in transformative projects, right? And it's useful very briefly to appreciate the difference between the three types of change. And uh, let it not be misunderstood that incremental and reformative change are bad. They are very happening, right? But in this course and in these courses, I was focusing on a particular kind of smaller space, the space of transformative change, the space of radical imagination, the space of radical ambition, right? And so, unlike asking incremental questions, how can we do more of the same? How can we, going back to the earlier presentation, how can we get more people to segregate their waste at home, right? Or even a reformative question. What rules shall we create to implement mandatory segregation of waste at source? A transformative lens asks meta questions of how do I make sense of this? What is the purpose? How do we know what is best, right? So you're really involved in a sense making inquiry here. And again, speaking in the grounded situation of waste, how do I make sense of a world where the apples that I go and buy at my local shop, my local grocery, have been actually grown in an orchard thousands of kilometers away, have been transported on a diesel consuming, smoke belching truck 4,000 kilometers, and then have been stored in really electricity intensive storage units for weeks before I found them on my supermarket shelf. All of this wrapped in plastic, no less. All of this while 10 minutes from where I live, the climate, the soil, the weather, the context is perfect for having apples, right? How do I make sense of this situation? How do I make sense of the fact that all that transport uh, results in a lot of carbon, and the nature of the uh, industrial scale centralized distribution systems today generate a lot of plastic? How do I make sense of that in the context of what it means for me as a resident of Bangalore to be a bit conscious about the waste I generate, right? So that's just a rough sense of how these approaches might differ. An incremental approach is focused on improving performance. A reformative approach is focused on understanding and changing the system and its parts, whereas a transformative approach is focused on innovating and creating previously unimagined possibilities. Right? So it is really a radical, audacious approach and perspective. Incremental and a reformative approach is usually thinking of working within the existing rules, maybe changing the rules a bit, whereas a transformative approach is opening up new fields of thinking about power itself, right? What is my power as someone who lives in Bangalore city when it comes to, excuse me, what cereal is used in our midday meal scheme, right? How come I don't have any say in the fact that ragi is not used, but wheat that is being transported again from Jharkhand or Orissa is instead fed to school kids in Karnataka? Uh, why does that happen? Why does the system not let me say I want ragi for kids in the state today? Uh, what does this mean for me as a citizen of India and as a resident of Bangalore? Do I have a right to questions about city planning? All of these are thinking about power in different ways, right? So an incremental logic or a reformative logic will will usually be a negotiation or a mediation logic, and the actions will usually be replicating, duplicating, adjusting, or adapting. Whereas a transformative logic is actually an envisioning logic. And what that means is you actually think of what would a beautiful system look like where minimal waste was generated in the first place? What would a truly circular city or a truly regenerative city look like, right? What would it feel like? What sounds would I hear? What would happen if I were stepped out on my road and I lived in a truly circular city where people were growing food on the streets? Hmm? Where people were consuming what was available in their immediate neighborhood. So one is actually envisioning and one is experimenting rather than carrying out sort of status quoist actions. Now, these are, and this is a heavy slide, but these are some of the competences that are required for good sustainability education practitioners in the transformative vein, right? One, of course, as I mentioned, you're focusing on transformations. Two, you're focusing on solution processes. Three, you're moving away consciously from the theoretical fetish or the why, let me describe, let me put more footnotes in, but you're interested in the how to practical knowledge. Four, you're approaching research as occurring from within. So, as a researcher interested in transformative action, I am not uh, an objective, autonomous, unbiased person. Excuse me. I see my role as being part of the sort of field that I'm studying, right? And I'm very conscious of my research relationship as including also an embodied, action oriented relationship with the people or the context that I'm studying, right? So I'm very interested in mobility, for example. And when I go out and carry out research on mobility, I am also telling people who think it's okay to take their gas guzzling SUV and just go on a spin round and round and round the city, single occupancy drive, that there is a climate crisis afoot, that air pollution indicators in Bangalore are really bad, and that cycling has manifold health benefits. So I am actually interested in uh, shifting them to something, right? And so it involves me being a researcher within the space I'm researching. I also do work with normative aspects. Is this good? Is this bad? It's not just a question of is this efficient? Uh, the transformative approach seeks to transcend current thinking and approaches, right? It's not just about firefighting. How can we do something good for the garbage problem in Bangalore or the traffic problem in Bangalore? But it is uh, uh, thinking with hope almost. How can I make Bangalore a poster child for regenerative waste practices, right? How can I imagine a city where every home, every commercial building is actually growing food and flowers, promoting bees and birds and all other insects? What might that look like? This necessarily involves a multifaceted approach to change. So it's not just law, it's not just policy, it's not just science, it's not just art, but it's all of these, right? Which is both challenging and exciting at the same time for students and teachers involved with this. Um, I've mentioned this point already. It acknowledges the value of alternative roles of researchers. It involves being reflexive. Okay, so I need to constantly think about uh, what am I doing? Am I doing it right? So on and so forth. And it finally coming back to it focuses on transformations, right? What would a new world look like? And for people who might already be thinking, all this sounds good, but this chap is not pragmatic, the world is not going to change. I mean, my stock response is what the anthropologist Margaret Mead said, which has become a very uh, uh, popular little quote now: never doubt that a small group of committed people can change the world. In fact, that's the only thing that has. And I think I'm a firm believer in that approach to the world. So each of these, there's some detail. If you are interested in the deck, please write me an email and I'll be happy to share it with you. Uh, Again, slightly complex terrain here, but just so both students and educators understand uh, what kind of competences and what kind of pedagogies are being assembled as part of such courses. There is a systems thinking approach and an appreciation of interconnectedness. Okay, so COVID is connected to climate. What poor karmikas do is connected to what bureaucrats do, is and what bureaucrats do is connected to what politicians do, and what politicians do is connected to what the media and what citizenry does, and what the media and what citizenry does is connected to what teachers and students do, and what teachers and students do is connected to what capital and community, which are often in conflict, enable them to do or restrain them from doing. So it's not a reductionist view. It's a systems view, and the interconnections are very important. Uh, there's a long-term foresighted thinking, right? The nonprofit I'm affiliated with, the Initiative for Climate Action, we have a radical imagination of flipping Bangalore into a sort of globally recognized example of climate just city life, right? And I don't think we can do it tomorrow. I don't think we can do it in 1 year. I don't know if we can even do it in 10 years. And I certainly know that we can't do it alone. We're going to need thousands of other participants, hundreds of other universities and schools in Bangalore, lots of visionary leaders, right? But excuse me again, but there is a long-term foresight and thinking that is an essential part of transformative learning and transformative teaching. right? It's key to involve stakeholder engagement and group collaboration, right? One of my students at APU, I think she was mentioned earlier today, Surabhi, did a fantastic project. She actually made an app to track and manage and promote awareness on waste management in Dharwad, right? And to do this, she had to speak to municipal officials in Dharwad. She had to speak to Resident Welfare Association. She had to get them to contribute to her app building project. She had to even speak to a friend. She, unfortunately, APU and mostly Abhay couldn't move fast enough to provide financial support to the students who are doing these great projects. But she convinced her friend to help her make this app, right? Another student in the same course, Divya, created a brilliant climate tracking tool. She also roped in a programming friend to create this for her, right? And so this really requires collaboration, it requires stakeholder engagement, it requires working with other people, right? And finally, you stop thinking of the learner as a someone with just knowledge in the head, but you start focusing more on action. You start carrying out experiments. You start thinking of yourself as a change agent, perhaps, right? So, Shashwat, feel free to just jump in because I can't see the chat or see you. Feel free to jump in and tell me when I should stop, okay? Otherwise, as I warned you, I have a Porsche for going on and on. Uh, the
We will.
order. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so I assume Shashwat will jump in when needed. Three orders of learning as well. The first order of learning is a cognition-based learning. It leads to effectiveness or efficiency. Here, you try to do things better. The second order of learning is a metacognition level. You try to do better things, right? It's not just you segregate your waste, but you stop buying products with plastic, right? And third is an epistemic learning. You see things differently. You suddenly realize that maybe you're over dependent on materialist satisfaction. You suddenly see that how you spend your money every month is actually very carefully controlled by corporations with a lot of money who are constantly bombarding you with advertisements on social media, on television, even when you take a walk outside. And you just realize that I don't need so much stuff, right? I have everything I need, or I need very little to live. So one moves to maybe a frugal lifestyle or a Gandhian lifestyle. But those are moments of epistemic learning, where you just see things differently. You're no longer being controlled by a system that is generating waste or is leading to climate vulnerability, so on and so forth. So, all of these projects required students to get beyond the events and actually look at patterns, look at systemic structures, and look finally at mental models that were resulting in certain kinds of behaviors, right? One of my students, Kushang, carried out a brilliant project on how actually watching streaming video leads to a lot of carbon emissions, right? Right now, this activity is not just a trivial activity. You are able to watch the streaming video because uh, hundreds and hundreds of data centers are instantaneously almost transmitting the information, right? And it's not just me sitting in Bangalore to you sitting in Bangalore. The information is going to servers across the world, coming back, right? Uh, those data centers are powered by lots and lots of power plants, and many of those power plants are using dirty fuel, right? So it's not just an event, but understanding each of these projects required students to go below the visible part of the iceberg to understand patterns and trends. We all love watching streaming video. We think it's cool. We don't think it's harmful. It's not the same as going and throwing something on the road. And then below that, systemic structures, right? Uh, who's really benefiting from more streaming? Did you know that watching something in high density or HD mode consumes even more energy, right? Why is Reliance investing so much in data centers in India all of a sudden? Uh, and right at the bottom of it, a mental model. So this is an even more complicated way of understanding the interconnectedness of things. Uh, you might just see something like there is plastic on the roads in Bangalore, or not enough people have green plants around them. But that is just the top or the tip of things. There are all kinds of ideas, theories, norms, assumptions, beliefs, values, to the very high level worldviews, and cosmologies. As a person living in Bangalore, maybe I think I have a worldview that it's not my job to care about the environment, right? It's the government's job. It's an environmentalist job. It's not my job. I'm already working hard enough. I go to work, earn money, I have to feed my family. That's my worldview. That's my paradigm. Or my paradigm might be, I can't do anything. What can one person do? Right? And at a deeply spiritual level, almost, there is finally a metaphysics and a cosmology. Right? What is my role as a human being? What is my relationship to nature? What is possible? What is not? So I'm going to skip this slide, but those of y'all who are watching, here's a hardcore integrated perspective of transformative learning for a sustainable future. As a student and as a teacher, you need to be working at all levels, not just the knowledge content and understanding, but also the future skills, okay, including systems thinking, critical thinking, problem solving, innovation, communication, but also the intuitions and emotions, right? A lot of unlearning definitely in the Indian context needs to happen. People who come to our universities are wired in a way that they need to be told what to do, right? They panic and get flustered and start to sink if someone tells them figure it out. You're free to do whatever you want to. Everything is allowed, right? Uh, some emotional intelligence, it's not working. People are not coming for my YouTube broadcast. Timelines are not working. It's too difficult, right? And finally, the character qualities, ethics, resiliency, leadership, a sense of planetary responsibility, very important, courage, mindfulness. And as a teacher, one needs a problem-based learning approach. One needs to be contextual. One needs to keep amplifying the importance of transformative learning, right? And on the right side, you'll see what will happen. First, people will change things, right? Like Tejaswini mentioned how she's and her family are engaged in organic terrace gardening. Then people become change agents themselves. They tell others, you should do it. It's great, right? And we saw some of that earlier today as well. This leads to sustainable organizations, which leads to sustainable ecosystems, which lead to the transformation of society. Okay, this is too much for this session. I'll end, I think, here, or maybe one more slide after this. The basic design principle in all of the projects, I've mentioned just a few to you, but let me use another example or two perhaps. One of my students from the National Law School came up with a brilliant YouTube video to inspire young people in Gorakhpur, where he lives, to be mindful of the climate crisis, right? And Gorakhpur periodically gets flooded, like Hyderabad was recently flooded. And uh, the design principle that allowed him to make this awesome video, and he was in this video, he had a great sense of humor. He really appealed to what young people find interesting these days, including dating culture. And he spoke in the local dialect that is prevalent in Gorakhpur. But he was able to do this so well because he, to a certain extent, had transcended the dichotomies that most of us are afflicted with, right? where our mind and our body are separate, our emotional and our rational sides are separate. Nature is seen as one thing and culture is seen as one thing. The local and the global are seen as separate, right? The key objective of climate education is to bring back the interconnectedness, to point out that mind and body are indeed part of one whole, to point out that Bangalore is connected to the globe, and the globe and what happens across the world is very impactful on Bangalore. To connect the emotional to the rational, right? To be unafraid to bring in how you're feeling into what you're doing. And let me sort of end with what I saw happening to my students. They became increasingly self-directed learners. They were not dependent on me. Uh, they were able to do things. Student Aishwarya, just in my climate justice course at APU, she connected with a local non-profit or a think tank. She organized webinars. She became a interesting voice when it came to the decision on should we have children or not, given that not having a child actually saves you from a lot of carbon emissions. Very controversial, potentially complex philosophical idea, but there is a movement around that, right? And the philosopher Benatar has written a few books on this as well. And my point is, through these action projects, I think slowly but surely, students who were dependent in some ways on Azim Premji University or National Law School, on the professor, became self-directed. They took charge of their learning. They brought in their own personality. They weren't so interested in, I'm doing a master's level program or a bachelor's level program, or my subject is law or public policy, but they were trying to solve a problem. And finally, they were motivated entirely by internal incentives and curiosity. One student, Anuja, for example, developed a fantastic toolkit for school teachers in Pune to use to promote climate education in schools, right? And she wasn't motivated by the fact that I was going to give her a good grade or bad grade. That might have been relevant to her. She was more motivated by the fact that she had met a lot of teachers who had told her, hey, we don't know what to do. We don't know how to bring climate change into our teaching. Right? And she became curious about that. So that's what the 21st century learner has to do. Bring together knowledge, skills, and character. A teacher in these times has to think of how he or she is allowing their learner to have the space to develop knowledge, skills, and character. These were the questions I encouraged my students to think about. Okay, is my learning transformative? Is my project approach towards others transformative? Is this course building on the key competences for sustainable education? Am I an andragogical learner? Am I developing 21st century learner knowledge skills? What is my approach to climate justice? I gave them a little bit of encouragement to drop their fixed planning assumption and set ideas. I told them to design, prototype, experiment, reflect, and go back to design, to be cool with uncertainty and iterative approaches. And I asked them to think in a very grounded way. How can we make this happen in so less time? Is my project local? What might the solutions be? What might the prototypes be? How can I actually get more ideas, support, and time for this, right? Let's not assume that we have to do everything by ourselves. Uh, Once we reach out and ask for help, you'll be amazed how the universe opens up with help in different kinds of ways. So that's me. I went on for way longer than I wanted to, partly because no one stepped in and stopped me. But I will end there and turn it back to Shaswat and Sunena, perhaps. We can't hear you, Sunena. I think you're on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Hi, Abhay. Sorry. We didn't stop you, I said, because as comments were coming in and saying what a pleasure it was to hear you, we didn't want to stop the runneth of knowledge. So we're going to come back because we're going to talk together in a while. But there is one question, and I think from Aishwarya, who you mentioned. I don't know if it's the same Aishwarya who was in your justice class. But she asks, how do we deal with oscillating between the contrasting thoughts of individual change doesn't matter in the face of a formidable issue like climate change versus small changes add up?
Thanks. That's a fabulous question, and it's one that I am thinking about all the time as well. And I mean, the timing is just perfect. So, uh, Oxford Climate Society, which is a student society at Oxford University, has just launched its Oxford Climate School and opened it up to the world for the first time. And I have joined as a participant. There are more than 500 participants, and the lecture yesterday, the second lecture in the series that I attended yesterday. The presenter there, sorry, I'm unable to recollect her name. I just have her first name, Kaya. She addressed this question head on, and uh, the answer is not. The answer is to not treat the possibilities in a binary or fashion, right? Is it me doing things at an individual level, or is it me actually uh, focusing on top-down change through policy or pressuring businesses, right? What happens if we bring in an and uh, approach to everything we do? Yes, and yes, I will do what I need to do, and I will see how I can press levers to even promote top down a good court decision or new kinds of policy, right? That's the first high level answer. The more I think direct answer based on my own experiences, uh, doing the right thing makes you feel good. It's as simple as that. You just feel so good and happy. And not that I am a saint feeling very virtuous about doing good things. I have so much to improve in my own life. But when I've done things that are good, and I use good in a very mindful way to tag it to sustainable or climate respectful things and actions, I feel very happy in my life. It translates into everything I do. I feel at one level, I mean, if I eat mindfully, I feel healthy. But even if I don't buy something that has plastic packaging, right? Uh, it just leads to a very good mental state where sometimes it makes me irritating. Where I ask my partner, "Please don't order from Swiggy. Please don't order from Swiggy. That will come in plastic." I become an irritating character, which I've been most of my life, so I can live with that. But most other times when I'm not irritating people, I'm just feeling like I'm in tune with nature. So I'm healing my own disconnect from nature by doing the right thing, and that has add-on effects. Other people slowly get persuaded. He's doing it. Why can't I do it? I mean, the only reason I try and make changes in my life is because I'm constantly meeting people who inspire me, who are doing brilliant things, right? Who are sort of caring for animals, uh, who have uh, deleted Facebook, WhatsApp, and even gotten rid of their phone, uh, who will not travel except by public transport or walking, including some colleagues at APU who do this. Uh, uh, who have gone off the grid and just use energy that is produced in their own house. Uh, so, as you meet these people, you get inspired, and therefore, you should realize that you can inspire others as well. So, not only do you feel good, but you lead to a radiating effect. And that said, and this is my final point here, at no level one should sort of allow the wicked predatory capitalists to offload their responsibility onto people and say that you do good things, right? idea of a carbon footprint was first promoted by British Petroleum, right? Who's responsible for the climate crisis in no small measure. And there's a very famous advertisement. This is all Kaya's points, huh? So credit to her. This, the medium, the crying Indian, very controversial advertisement where the Indian who was featured, this is an American Indian, wasn't even an American Indian, but was an Italian actor. So don't allow wicked corporations to transfer their responsibility onto individuals. Take down the bad guys, go to court, press for hard regulation, work with the policy lever. But that should certainly not uh, prevent you from doing each small thing, because the small things make you feel good. The small things have an impact on the environment, small impact, and the small things inspire others, and that's how sort of culture change occurs.
Thank you, Abhay, for that very transcendental view of climate education. And I think we'll make way now for our next presentation, and we'll come back to conversations with Abhay and Aravindan and myself in a while. Thanks, Abhay. Okay. Waiting for Meher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Meher. Such a pleasure to see you after a long time. I just want to introduce Meher. Meher is a former student of our School for Policy and Governance. She is interested in intersections of power and government, and she is just about to start a career in Kudumshri, which is a national natural resource organization, as a field coordinator. Natural. And she's going to be working on functions for the National Rural Livelihoods Mission. Sorry about that. Okay, Meher, over to you.
All right. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Is my voice coming all right?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Let me just start sharing my screen then. Okay. Can you see my screen? Ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, Meher.
All right. Sure.
The PPT. F5.
All right. Should I begin then?
Please, the stage is yours.
I can't hear a response. Can I start? Am I good to go?
Yes, the stage is yours, as they say.
All right. So I'm going to be speaking about the barriers that are experienced by women agriculturists in adapting to climate resilient agricultural practices, and basically what are the difficulties that women agriculturists face. Now, when we talk about women agriculturists, are we referring to farmers, cultivators, entrepreneurs, laborers? What exactly is the role of the woman agriculturist, and what are the barriers that a woman agriculturist has to face in with respect to adapting to a more resilient form of agricultural practice? Now, the reason I use the word agriculturist and not farmer is because there is a certain amount of contention, I believe, that exists with the word woman farmer, because although women farmers in the country today take on the role of 80 to 85% of all agricultural labor activity. They are not recognized as a farmer because they do not own land, or the title deeds of the land that they cultivate, work on, do not exist on their name. So that is why I'm using the word agriculturist with caution. And what are the various what are the and through my presentation I want to explore the various barriers that women agriculturists face in terms of adopting climate resilient forms of practices, and that inhibit them from achieving food security and nutrition security for themselves, their households, and the larger community at play. So what the current situation is what I'd like to call a feminist dystopia in motion, because there are myriad forms of structural violence that plague small landholding women agriculturists. Women agriculturists are generally, women in general are the first to lose their jobs in any given economy, especially in the Asian Pacific region and the Sub-Saharan region, because there is an overrepresentation of women in low skilled jobs. So they are hired, they are fired first in the eventuality of an economical crisis or an ecological crisis. So the position they occupy is quite precarious with respect to job security and financial security. Also, there is the differential cultural norms and inequitable distribution of roles, resources, and power between men and women has led to women receiving the shorter end of the stick with respect to acquiring the requisite resources to practice agriculture in a manner that enables them to achieve the food and nutrition goals for themselves, their family, and their community at large. I'd like to begin by mentioning the reason I call it a feminist dystopia in motion would be because of this one particular example. I'm sure there are plenty of examples that do exist already, but I am going to refer to this one particular example of hysterectomies that are done within the Beed district of Maharashtra. So this is an article that was done by News Laundry, where they interviewed up to about 100 women agriculturists in the district, and what their experiences have been with surgically removing their uteruses because of extreme pain in their uteruses on account of genital infections. Now, these genital infections arise because of unsanitary and unhygienic conditions that women agriculturists have to experience in the particular factories that they work in. So, in this district, the predominant activity is of sugarcane harvesting, and since women do not have access to sanitary public sanitary washrooms where they can relieve themselves during work, or they can attend to their needs while they're menstruating, leads to the generation of infections and diseases, because they do not have the requisite access to attend to their needs at the point of time when they have to. At the same time, they're also working in a sugarcane factory, harvesting up to a million to up to 1 ton to 2 tons of sugarcane in a day. So it's extremely hard labor that they engage in, and because of engaging in such harsh labor without attending to their physical needs, their biological needs, they develop these conditions wherein they develop nodes in their uteruses. And what has happened in this particular district is that women agriculturists have been pushed to surgically remove their uteruses, their wombs, and this has not led to their suffering decreasing or their pain in the pelvic region decreasing, but it just gets redistributed to all the other parts of the body, their wrists, their back, their neck, and this has led to them experiencing a far worse condition medically, uh, and it doesn't allow them to work with a lot of ease. But since they have signed up in contracts with with the sugarcane factory workers, the industry, and they have taken a certain amount of, they have signed a certain amount of money which has been credited to them before they start their work. They cannot back out of this contract, so they are typically engaged as bonded laborers. So the story of poverty, exploitation, and hysterectomies are not new to the Beed district of Maharashtra, and this is a reality that women have to live with, because they do not have the requisite addressal of their reproductive and health needs when it comes to policy. Also, in the sub-Saharan African region, women are considered to be owners of crops but not of land. However, while ensuring food security of their household, they are particularly vulnerable in the face of natural disasters as they engage in subsistence farming, which makes them dependent on natural resources, which are threatened in the eventuality of climate change and climate initiated crises. So this is just something that I want the viewers and whoever is listening in to keep in mind, that women are overrepresented in the global poor because they are not skilled, as they do not have access to requisite education or productive employment opportunities, and hence they get stuck in a vicious cycle of poverty and inequity, forcing them to engage in professions that have them to rely on natural resources, which are currently threatened because of the change in climate that we are witnessing. The photographs that I have here, that run throughout my presentation, have been taken by me while I was in Jharkhand last summer. That's the summer of 2019, while I was interning with the Jharkhand State Livelihood Promotion Society. So it will give you a glimpse into what meetings at farmer producer organizations typically look like in terms of their capacity building or their producer group meetings, and who attends those meetings, whether they attend it with their children, whether they attend it by themselves. So you can understand with greater nuance when I speak about themes such as time poverty, or the care burden that typically rests on the shoulders of women agriculturists. So these are a few adversarial conditions inhibiting women agriculturists from adapting climate resilient practices because of abysmal ownership and access to resources. Women agriculturists are not often recognized as farmers, although they perform 80% of agricultural labor, because only up to 13% of women in the country have ownership of title deeds. So they don't typically enjoy the benefits that would typically uh, be accrued to landowning farmers. So that is one. The second would be time poverty on account of the unpaid domestic care burden, which completely falls on the shoulders of women of households within the country, especially with respect to the rural sphere of our country. So they are required to fetch water, fuel, food, take care of children, the sick, the elderly, and engage in domestic chores like cleaning, cooking, all in addition to um, uh, food gathering, cultivating, processing, harvesting, marketing. So with the absence in the absence of access to agricultural extension services, financial credit, and technological inputs. The third would be inadequate representation in political decision making. Although women are engaged in 80% of the agricultural labor, there isn't enough representation when it comes to women taking decisions with respect to what is to be cultivated and what type of cropping is to be conducted, or how or what kind of technological inputs are to be used, if they are to be used at all. So though women undertake the lion's share of the labor, the agricultural labor, there is very little decision making that they are attuned to. Then the fourth would be a hindrance in their access to information on account of cultural restrictions on mobility. So, if they are menstruating, women cannot go to school, or if it's late at night, women cannot travel, or women cannot travel too far from their village. They typically need to travel in about a 5 to 10 kilometer radius because of safety reasons. So, they do not know. If at all there is going to be uh, a climate related exigency that takes place. So if there is a flood that is on its way, the fisher folk would typically know about it, and again there is an overrepresentation of men within that community, whereas this information is not relayed to women who typically um, take care of um, take care of farm related activities in and around the household or at the household level. So if women did have access to this information, they'd be better prepared to take on the climate exigency in terms of a flood, because they'd have access to this information beforehand and thereby prioritize their budgets accordingly. And the fifth would be increased susceptibility to illnesses such as malaria during pregnancy due to inadequate access to basic healthcare facilities. So this is just one example as to what are one amongst many health conditions that women end up experiencing because of lack of access to safe and quality public health facilities. This is a picture of the cluster level federation at the block that I was placed in. And this is typically a picture of what a self help group looks like when they are meeting to understand how much loan they have taken from the banks, and how they are going about achieving their targets in terms of repaying the loans on a timely basis. This is just a snippet of what the domestic climate policy looks like. This is actually, a lot of it is borrowed from Abhiraj sir's paper, Abhiraj sir and Parul ma'am's paper in the PW, and it talks about what the current situation is with respect to the domestic climate policy. So it talks about how it is outdated, it lacks clarity on foundational values, and relies on disjointed institutional architectures for the implementation of its response to climate change. There is a need to visit the National Action Plan on Climate Change that was released in 2008, because a more comprehensive vision is required to respond to the exigencies that climate change is about to pose to us. The government of India has mentioned that there is a need for a legislative framework that has separable objectives, dedicated implementation, and adequate funding. Yet the country waits to see a law that does pay heed to the vision of international climate agreements, such as the goals enlisted in the Paris Agreement. Also, although the NAPCC provides a co-benefits approach which focuses on synergizing the broad visions of climate justice and development commitments, an evaluation of the report indicates that the NAPCC approach is too broad and lacks specificities. Also, India's second BUR report that was submitted to the UNFCCC mentioned legal interjections that would be actionable, but they haven't been specified. Sufficient light has not been thrown on the matter, and so that too occupies slightly gray territory in terms of actionable items. Also, the focus on the conversation around climate change must shift towards the gaps in the equity dimension, since the narrative of urban elites' contribution towards macro per capita emissions has been conveniently ignored, as this has been mentioned in the previous session as well, that it is very important to hold big corporations and big players accountable. And uh, although climate adaptive and climate resilient practices need to be introduced, climate mitigation practices are of equal importance, and the conversation around that needs to begin in a much more robust way, where checks and balances are held to hold the necessary players accountable so that they do not escape scot free. Because as we live in a global uh, we have we live in a world where the impact on the environment in one part of it is going to be heard and felt in the other parts. So it is our joint duty to safeguard the interest of the environment, and to maintain the longevity of this planet, so we can we can pass on the gift of all that we have received to the generations that are to come. So we are experiencing a feminization of agriculture on account of the migration of male labor. This has been indicated in reports published by the World Bank, FAO, IFAD in 2009, where 80% of rural smallholder farmers where women have come to constitute up to 80% of the rural smallholder farmers worldwide. Also, the Economic Survey of 2017-18 mentions that there has been a feminization of agriculture with the participation of nearly 85% of rural women engaged in agricultural activities within the capacities of cultivators, entrepreneurs, and laborers. Yet there is a huge disparity in terms of how many women own land. That is just about at abysmal 13%. Also, here are a couple of more factoids for you, that despite 60 to 80% of the total food that we consume are produced by rural women, both the state and society refuses to formally acknowledge women as farmers on account of gender-based legal and socio-cultural constraints. So you will see as I move ahead that although the Hindu Succession Act and other religious personal laws do have certain entitlements for women to inherit property from their family, on account of socio-cultural customs and traditions, what generally ends up happening is that women do not receive this land and property, and it is generally passed on to male heirs because of deep-seated ideas as to um, deep-seated ideas of furthering uh, practices of patrilineal and keeping the wealth and property with the male heir of the family. So these are with respect to the limitations in the ownership and access to land. So on the basis of the Economic Survey of 2017 and 18, the Ministry of Finance acknowledged that there has been a feminization of agriculture in the country. And though it pitches for an inclusive, transformative agricultural policy which seeks to include gender-specific interventions, very little has been said with respect to a redistribution of land where there is a promotion of ownership of land title deeds by women. Um, Also, women's access to direct and secure land rights helps diminish the dual threats of eviction and poverty, and it also increases their bargaining power in the house, community, and larger forms of political participation. Although women are overrepresented within the category of agricultural cultivators and laborers, the decisions related to crop selection, cultivation, and consumption are exclusively the prerogative of their male counterparts. As per a representative of Swayam Shiksha Prayog, that's an organization that works with women in agriculture. Um, Okay, this is an example to elucidate what I just mentioned in terms of women not receiving the benefits accrued to farmers because they are not recognized as farmers since they don't own title deeds. So here, a widow is not eligible to um, accept or receive the insurance amount that her husband had acquired for himself, because after his death the title deed got transferred to his father. So the insurance sum ended up with the widow's father-in-law, despite her engaging in all the land related activities and cultivation. So although so it can be speculated that government schemes could accrue benefits upon the widow of the farmer, but since the revenue department of the government defines a farmer on the basis of the possession of land title records, the women's access to government schemes and other facilities is curtailed when the land they till is not on their name. Also, women's access to institutional credit is largely curtailed on the basis of their ownership of land. So, if women do not own land, they cannot provide the collateral and hence have to resort to other more inadequate funding options such as self help groups that provide limited finances. And when the money from these groups do not manage to satisfy their requirements, they're forced to go to money lenders who again charge them exorbitant sums of interest, which can be regarded as borderline inhumane in terms of its recovery process. So this is with respect to time poverty. Women engage in subsistence farming without adequate access to agricultural extension services, financial credit, and technological inputs, as I mentioned earlier. And at the same time, they undertake unpaid domestic care. So these pressures generally don't allow women to either receive the education that can enable them to increase their awareness and thereby receive more more productive forms of employment, and thereby making them more vulnerable in the face of climate related exigencies. So time poverty typically occurs on account of two factors. One is the inequitable distribution of labor within the care economy, and that is in terms of what I'd earlier mentioned, that women end up doing a lot of the domestic chores in addition to engaging in a number of agricultural activities. So while a huge amount of the care work falls on the women's shoulder and the girls' shoulder, they get trapped in this vicious cycle, and and thereby are at the receiving end of a much more harsh reality. The second factor would be insufficient development of infrastructural services. So I also mentioned that it is a woman's duty to fetch the food, fuel, and firewood. But what generally ends up happening is that the reason they have to go out to fetch water is because there isn't boring done in the villages. Or if they have to go and fetch firewood from a certain distance, they have to go on foot on bad roads because transport won't go there. So on account of insufficient development of infrastructural services, women again experience experience difficulty, as this increases the amount of time they spend on these activities, which could have been avoided had there been more robust development and infrastructural services in place. Also, when climate related exigencies do take place, the amount of productive resources in terms of the produce goes down, which threatens the food and nutrition security of the house. But in addition to this, so as women get occupied with traveling longer distances to fetch their fuel, food, firewood, water, and basically just firefight the situation. They aren't able to engage in the care work that is required of them on account of their gender role, and thus their daughters of the house end up dropping out of school and have to aid their mothers in providing this care service. And so this perpetuates a vicious cycle of poverty and inequity. Also, on account of insufficient literacy, women farmers experience a difficult time in accessing critical information and thereby enhancing their awareness. In addition to being unable to navigate technologies employed in improving in employed in navigating their work with respect to agriculture and livestock. So here is a small diagram. You could take a few seconds to read it. I'll just go by this. Um, so this is with respect to political participation and decision making. So it has generally been observed that women who do participate in local units of governance, especially in the capacity of political representatives, end up taking decisions which are beneficial to women, especially with respect to the spheres that they do operate in. So whether it is sanitation, or it is setting up a creche facility or a hostel facility, so that their basic needs are tended to, it has shown very positive results. Um, and this women engage in political participation through traditional local women's organizations, which are referred to as Mahila Mandals. Um, and these Mahila Mandals, women deliberate upon practical problems with respect to the access to water, education, health facilities, and sometimes to curb violence on account of alcoholism at the behest of their fathers or brothers and husbands, and so on. Um, also, yeah. So typically, even with respect to the reservation of women's seats in the Panchayati Raj institutions, has boosted women's status and overall decision making prowess, because on account of having these seats reserved for women, there has been an increase in political participation, and thereby it has led to a virtuous cycle of gaining more bargaining power in the home and the community level. Um, there has been there has been an early feminist discourse that did speak about whether Mahila Mandals are subversive to strategic gender interests, since they are typically interested in satisfying the practical needs of women, but while satisfying the practical needs of women, they may tend to consolidate patriarchal norms and the established gender ideology. However, though this has been a point of caution, there has been a certain amount of evidence which does contradict, or rather calm this fear, because it has been observed that women engaged in Mahila Mandals have assumed a renewed sense of purpose in with respect to their representation in Panchayati Raj institutions. This has been a great space for women to realize their political acumen and engage in varied citizenship activities, and basically engage with a system that has inadvertently marginalized them. So it has been effective in dispelling the fears of early feminist discourse on whether Mahila Mandals would be subversive to strategic gender interests. So this is with respect to women and their reproductive rights in health policy. So with respect to the bead example, just need to again highlight that this leads to a loss of autonomy of women over their own bodies, as they're unethically nudged towards conducting hysterectomies without even acquiring the correct information and what the consequences of engaging in it would be. Because when they visit hospitals, private hospitals, they're told that they have a node in their uterus and this could be cancerous. And on account of the fear of developing malignancy, they simply go ahead with the surgery without understanding what the aftercare of it would be and whether at all it is a necessity altogether, or it could be simply avoided by consuming medicines. Also, after conducting a hysterectomy, typically women need to rest their bodies for 3 months. But given the vicious cycle of poverty that these women come from, they are expected to get back to work the very next day. There have also been cases where the men in the factory or the people in the factory um, have have held the workers hostage in their own land, in their own spaces, if they do not return the sum that they were loaned right at the beginning of their contract, in case they refuse to come to work on account of health conditions or whatever. Also, according to a study within women amongst the rural sectors of Haryana, UP, and Bihar have expressed the desire to limit the size of their families, but they do not. They've expressed helplessness on not having adequate information on the concerned matter and manner in which they must go about in broaching the issue of contraception and how to avail the same and who they must speak to with respect to the same. Also, gram sevikas and pradhans have that is women in leadership positions within the local units of governance have advocated for sterilization, but there have been negative attitudes towards family planning in the rural sector on account of confusion stemming from incomplete information, and myths that are related to it. And oftentimes the myths that do exist within members of certain communities is on account of their economic status as well as their education status. So it again comes back to the two major factors that we've been grappling with. um, Also, on account of economic instability, women have become acutely sensitive to food insecurity, leading to micronutrient deficiencies that cause conditions such as cognitive impairment, poor attention span, diminishes the working memory, and impairs the individual's sensory perception. So these are a few solutions. We have agricultural solutions. These are climate resilient solutions. We have agricultural solutions, market based solutions, and knowledge based solutions. So within agricultural solutions, we talk about cultivating crops that can withstand extreme climate and harsh weathers. Agricultural planning includes climate models and the development of new crop varieties. Climate smart villages have multiple approaches with respect to, say, watershed management approach, futuristic multi-model approach, climate and crop modeling approach. Then there have been activities to improve crop health and soil management by developing seed multiplication models, and yeah. Uh, there is polycrop cropping, sorry, there's polycropping, which again helps in conservation of agricultural density, and most farmers in Karnataka have adapted to drought by shifting to natural farming. So, with respect to knowledge based solutions, we have gender informed decision making, where experts on matters of gender are consulted in terms of developing policies that are gender sensitive in nature. Then the second would be climate information through awareness campaigns. So, information for women farmers regarding climate related risks, potential solutions, would be readily available and accessible. And also, you have the use of ICT, that's information communication technology, which helps in the robust building of capacities of women agriculturists. Then you have the market-based solutions, incentives and subsidies, promotion of farmer-producer organizations, and marketing support and agricultural insurance schemes. So these are a few recommendations for action. Eliminate legal discrimination related to ownership and access to assets. Integrate gender analysis and gender sensitive tools. This could be gender sensitive planning, monitoring, evaluation, and assessment and design. Again, are two steps that do come within the ambit of PME. Then gathering sex disaggregated data in terms of how many women have ownership of land, access to financial credit, access to extension services. This would be very helpful in understanding what are the gaps and which gaps need to be bridged and how they could be most effectively bridged once we have the right data in place. Then the fourth point would be to actually make sure that women benefit from the access to agricultural extension services, and this does not get passed on to to others or gets sold off, but is actually used by the beneficiary, and the beneficiary and stakeholders benefit from the same. Um, then ensure that women's voices are heard at all levels of governance and in all policy and decision making processes. It has been observed that through participatory models within Mahila Mandals at the Panchayati Raj institutions, women experience a higher degree of um, a higher degree of enjoying decision making powers, and there's an increase in bargaining rights at the family level as well as the community level. And the last would be to develop technologies and environments that address women's needs. Yeah, that would be it.
Thank you, Meher. That was a super insightful and very detailed presentation. I really enjoyed it. There are lots of comments urging you to publish it, and I will add my voice to that as well. Please do.
Okay.
I hope that you will work more on this and really get it out there, because these kind of topics are really not discussed as much and in so much detail. There are a couple of questions from the audience, so I'm just going to go through them. The
Meher, can
first
you
is
stop sharing your screen? Just stop sharing.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
so the first question is from Avani Garg. How can individuals, organizations, groups work towards improving the sanitation needs at the Beed district for or other areas? Is there any example of someone who has done something for this issue?
So this was taken to court, the bead issue, because it became a really big deal last year. Considering there was a lot of media coverage around this. I actually presented this um, in December 2019 to two other professors at APU. I presented to Vishnupad sir and one more professor, and yeah, they kind of alerted me to it, saying that this is really strange and you should look up this and see whether this is actually this has been investigated enough. And I simply mentioned this as one of my key points in my presentation. And yeah, I for this presentation I went and looked up the same online, and turns out that the sugarcane industry within Maharashtra has been taken to task with respect to providing public health, sorry, not public health, providing toilets and uh, more sanitary conditions for their workers to work in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Nikita Babu. Can you please tell us more on ownership of land by women? Because this can be in principle, but not in practice. Example, matrilineal mode of land transfer, which is sadly controlled by the men in the house.
Um, yeah, so I don't think I can go into detail on this particular topic, since I'm not an authority on it. I do not know about it in great detail. But the matrilineal mode of transfer has not worked, because I mean, typically it is again, I mean, the whole idea of matrilineal in our country, where it does exist in certain parts of the south and certain parts of the east, again, the decision making powers are largely in the hands of men. So matrilineal, I don't think, will be a solution to the problem. I think we need to think more on the lines of land distribution, but that is something I cannot comment on because I know very little about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, third public question from Vani again. Does feminization and access to ownership of land ensure that women are not thrown over, I guess, dominated by men? And the house, how do you empower women to take their own stand?
Uh, So this is a good question. Does feminization and access to ownership of land ensures that women are not overthrown, dominated by men of the house? So typically, what happens is that women don't have ownership of the land. They simply become a female-led household, since men end up traveling to the cities on account of acquiring better job opportunities within the informal sector in say metropolitan cities like Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, and yeah, I mean, women again don't take decisions over what kind of crop needs to be cultivated and what cropping pattern they must engage in, and what sort of access they might have in terms of technological inputs, or access to even agricultural extension services, or or inputs in terms of fertilizers or basic agricultural inputs. So there is no question of overthrown, because they don't own, and the power in terms of decision making still lies with the man of the house, or with an elderly man of the house. Though all the activities are implemented by the women, the decision making powers typically don't lie with them. And in terms of how they can go about empowering themselves, self-help groups, though they have come under a lot of fire, it has been helpful in terms of, from my personal experience, again, when I was in Jharkhand, I was at this block called Kolebira over there in the Simdega district. And I had very many conversations with the members of the self-help groups and all the women associated with the Jharkhand um, state rural livelihood mission. And they told me that not only has it increased their economic status by working with the SHG and by engaging with them, but it has also improved their social status. So by engaging in community activities and political activities, uh, you raise your awareness, and when you raise your awareness and engage in economical activities, you further improve your bargaining status at the level of the home and at the community level. But one more thing that we need to be wary of is what is referred to as a triple burden, because women have the burden of engaging in domestic work in their own homes, in engaging in political work at the community level, as well as engaging with communities, say in the form of self-help groups. So they are extremely overburdened, and there are stories of how women now have a say in decisions, but there is also a situation where these women work tirelessly day and night, and over maybe a year they've saved like maybe 1 lakh rupees, and they want to buy a bike for themselves so that they can ply from village to village within the block to conduct the social mobilization and institution building activities. But what ends up happening is their husbands ask them to buy a bike for them, so that it improves their social status. So one must be wary that in spite of improving one's economic status and social status, there is still a very long way to traverse in terms of empowerment. So I think this conversation is happening, and it's in full swing in the country right now. So I think it's just an exciting time to see how these decisions, what place these decisions lead us to. Yeah.
So I'm glad you said that. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this question from the prism of the new farm bills. I know we have spoken briefly about it, but do you think that will help the position of women in farming? Do you think it is not a good thing?
Um, I'm yet to do a more detailed reading of the farm bills. I did read one article on your story, though. I mean, it's very preliminary, and it speaks about how corporations, not corporations, but medium-sized agri businesses have come in. Have basically work with bringing farmers crops, farmers the produce to to the last to your retailer, and it kills all the steps in between, right? And these agri businesses have come up in a huge way during COVID, where your middlemen have sort of disappeared given the situation, because they have access to tech and they have access to clients. So if there, given that farmer producer organizations which which enjoy a good participation of women, if they can organize themselves, which they are organizing themselves, um, are able to get in touch with these agri businesses and other players which help them connect farm to table. I think there is a lot to that is an exciting prospect for me. But my only fear is that, given the biases that we work with, which are very embedded, we might entirely, go in an undesirable direction. Especially, my faith in corporations is not at an all-time high, given what has happened with respect to, say, PepsiCo in Gujarat, and them filing a case against farmers for using a certain variant of potatoes for the Lay's chips, or with the vanilla bean farmers in Kerala, and how they suffered extreme losses once Cuba and the other players came back the next year. So, in with respect to the American Vanilla Federation, so yeah, uh, the idea of this is again, I read a very I read an article that sort of sold me on it, but it's something I really wish to explore a little more, because if, as individuals, we can overcome our biases, and these agri businesses, which are run by young individuals and startups, can get in touch with these women-led farmer producer organizations, I think that can be revolutionary. But I would like to just reserve my judgment over here, because there has been enough precedent that we must pay heed to caution, since things have not turned out the best with respect to farmers and their associations with corporations. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah.
One last question, then I promise I'll let you go. How did your interest in this grow? Like, what brought you to this now very detailed study of this entire question?
So I'm very fascinated by the subject of rural governance. And within the rural sphere of the country, agriculture is a predominant profession. It is the largest private profession. As the 50% of the country engages in agriculture related activities. So I think it is important to be tuned in to what the fate of 50% of our country, the working population, is going to look like. So I guess my interest in rural governance, livelihoods, and women sort of brought me to this intersection. And the conversations around climate are very interesting, and this is something I'm new to. I sadly couldn't take any course while I was at APU because other subjects drew me in. But this is an area of inquiry that I have begun for myself, and it's something I'd like to explore, given the momentum it is picking up in the country today. So I think it's an important conversation, and we have multiple spaces to have these conversations, which is very exciting for me. So I think that's why. Yeah.
So it was my last question, but Abhay has a question which I think you partly answered, which is how to make climate change a live issue for farmer groups.
Okay, I'm not sure how to answer this. I don't know if I know enough to answer this. So while I was doing this study, I think so. My basic task was to prepare an exhaustive questionnaire for understanding our agricultural practices in the country today climate resilient, and do they take into account gender sensitive food and nutrition security. So though the literature review I did was a small portion of it, the more urgent task that I was assigned to was preparing this questionnaire. And while preparing this questionnaire, um, we had to basically ask a whole bunch of questions on perceptions of farmers to climate change. So it is not as if farmers are not able to understand that there has been a change in the patterns that we are experiencing. There is, but there isn't enough of a vocabulary on the same. So I think within the knowledge the knowledge solutions. So you had agriculture, marketing, and knowledge solutions. So within knowledge solutions, we had awareness through ICT, capacity building. So capacity building is done for a whole number of activities at these farmer producer organizations. So the project I was working on was MKSP, that's the Mahila Kisan Sashактikaran Pariyojana, and that basically works on the empowerment of female farmers in the country. And they are trained on terrace farming, on kitchen garden farming, on using fertilizers that are natural as opposed to as opposed to chemical based fertilizers. So these trainings in terms of capacity building are already being conducted at the grassroots level, but there is a need, I believe, to enlargen the vocabulary of our colleagues at the ground. So maybe a vocabulary building exercise of sorts to help our farmers imagine climate change is what I think is the need, because there is they're very carefully attuned to what's happening at the ground in terms of the lady whose house I was staying in. She was a farmer, and she told me that today it's going to rain, and I was just like, how do you know? She's like, I just know, and I can sense it. And so so there is very careful observation that has gone in over over generations. So they are attuned to the changes that are taking place, but there is a need to enlarge the vocabulary. So that's where I believe that's what I believe can be done.
I think that's
Again,
a
I'm not
really
an expert.
fantastic point.
So
No,
yeah,
I think it's a
yeah,
fantastic
yeah.
point, the idea of vocabulary and really touching what you're seeing and also allowing them to kind of connect to larger questions, thoughts, because you're absolutely right. That is the first part of really understanding a phenomena in the way that maybe the outside world is pushing you to understand it, right? I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much. I learned a lot, Meher. So I think you should stop saying you're not an expert because you are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, limitations. All right, bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Kiran, who's from the 2019 batch of MA Development, and he is currently working at Technology Informatics Design Endeavor, TIDE, where he's part of the virtual reality program and he heads the virtual reality light project, which is based on behavior change driven energy conservation. So, floor is yours, Kiran. Looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Sunana. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone who's here. I'm Kiran. I'm working at Technology Informatics Design Endeavor, Bangalore, and I'm part of Energy and Environment team, which works around many of the projects. VR being one. VR abbreviates to Vidyut Rakshaka program, which is along energy efficiency and energy conservation among residents, consumers. And today I'll be briefly talking on VR program and projects under it. Um, Even though VR is a bit technical and data oriented, I'll try to focus less on the data and technical part of it and try to make it more fun and more interactive in terms of how is VR functioning in Bangalore itself. So, firstly, before starting, I believe that energy is the most invisibilized part of our daily life. From the moment we get up in the morning to the night we sleep, we are dependent on energy, electrical appliances for almost everything. And VR basically tries to focus by bridging the gap among the resident consumers on knowing the consumption and trying to save electrical consumption through awareness and recommendations. So I'll share the screen now and go through my presentation. Yeah, can you see my screen now? Yeah, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, we are able to see it. You just have to, yeah, F12.
Yeah. Yeah, so Vidyut Rakshaka is implemented by Tide and with support, technical support of WRA India. And we are working in three cities of Bangalore, Chennai, and Mysore. So this program is being implemented among them. So when we look at climate action, climate change, and SDGs in terms of energy, some of the important SDGs are SDG 7, which is renewable energy, SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 12, which is responsible consumption. VR tries to work along the SDG 12, which is building responsible consumption among resident consumers in urban spaces. So when we talk about why do we focus on spreading energy efficiency and energy conservation in urban residential spaces, we all know that you know urbanization is happening through fast pace, and residential electrical consumption has increased about 50 times since 1971, and now it constitutes almost a quarter of the total electrical consumption. There have been various studies among urban spaces trying to understand the share of residential electrical consumption. And with increasing urbanization, household incomes, migration, aspiration, reliable electrical supply, and erratic climatic conditions due to climate change, households tend to buy high electrical consuming appliances to have a comfortable lifestyles. And VR is trying to bridge the gap to make consumers understand how much they're consuming and is it required, and how they can save electrical consumption or reduce electrical consumption. So, yeah, so how does VR work and what we do in VR is we engage with the consumers in urban spaces, and we provide them house energy reports and customized reports, which basically contain sections on behavior change recommendations, driving awareness on energy efficient technology available in the market, energy consumptions patterns through historical trends, and simple housekeeping measures to make them understand and how they can save electrical consumption through simple ways. And looking at the history of Vidyut Rakshaka, Vidyut Rakshaka started in 2015 in three physical spaces: VR for office, VR for home, and VR for apartment. VR for office, we focused on 14 offices and one educational institute. We did baseline surveys of the electrical consumption across categories of lighting, various aspects, and we saw that around there's a potential saving of 2 to 14% through behavioral change practices. VR for apartments. We tied up with 11 apartment complexes having common areas, and did assessment of their common area lighting, water pumping details, DG usages, and provide them recommendations on how to optimize the usage of the common area equipments. And what we saw was 13 to 25% savings through nil or almost low cost interventions. VR for home has been a main concept of Vidyut Rakshaka, which has been running from past 5 years. With the pilot, which started with 500 households in Bangalore, now it is spread to 6,500 households in three cities of South India, that is Mysore, Chennai, and Bangalore. And what we have been seeing is that 41% of our participants who are signed up for Vidyut Rakshaka have been able to save 17% on their bills. So, what do we do and how does VR actually work? So, Vidyut Rakshaka, when it started in 2015, it started with a pilot study of 500 households in Bangalore, especially in the area of Malleshwaram. Based on so the initial surveys were basically around the asset ownership of consumers, their consumption patterns, their consumption data. And what we did was we took this data and built the standard BHK wise models to bring out an optimal model. Now, what happens is as the Viditra got launched on full-fledged across Bangalore, Chennai, and Mysore, we collect the asset information data from consumers who sign up and try, and then we have MOU with the utilities, especially in Bescom, with Bescom, where so we are also taking consent from consumers on collecting their consumption data from Bescom. So then we have an MOU with Bescom to collect the consumption data. We take the consumption data, the asset information, and then develop reports. These reports have been do contain three sections. First section is historical model, where we compare and show them their historical trend in terms of what has been their 3 years consumption and how they have been consuming now. Second section is the benchmarking model, where based on the optimal model in the neighborhood, we compare them and show them how do they stand in terms of their consumption of electricity in weightage to their neighborhoods. And then we bring out category wise appliance consumptions, where we show in each category of lighting, heating, kitchen appliances, how much they're consuming. And this is again based on the pilot study which we did. We build models of category-wise appliance usage, and we try to show based on the present consumption which category they might be consuming more. And one thing which I would like to say is, again, this is a very evolving model, where as and when the consumers sign up, their data is taken in, and the average or the optimal model keeps evolving in terms of the average across the whole city of Bangalore, Mysore, and Chennai. So BHK is a common classifier where we use to define 1 BHK, 2 BHK, and 3 BHK and above, and try to compare consumers and spread awareness. And then based upon where do they stand, we provide them appliance category wise recommendations in terms of if the lighting consumption has been more, they can switch to LED lightings or use daylight during day, heating use of geysers, or switching to solar geysers, various other recommendations. What we saw was what we thought initially at the start of the project was something which came out. If you see in Bangalore and Chennai, there is a huge difference between the consumption among the 3 and 4 BHKs compared to 1 and 2 BHKs. So VR also tries to spread awareness among the, if I'm supposed to say, to two economic classes, where 1 and 2 BHKs are tried to given we give information on the welfare schemes of Bescom, where the LED lights have been given on low subsidized rate, and ask them to shift to the LED lightings. For in case of 3 and 4 BHK, we try to show them that they have been consuming on the higher side, and since they have the financial capacity of shifting to energy efficient appliances, we give them tips and recommendations on shifting to energy efficient appliances. So we're trying to focus on these two socioeconomic classes and trying to bring the knowledge gap, bridge knowledge gap in terms of awareness. So at presently, when we're looking at VR Home, as I said before, we have 6,500 participants across three cities of South India, And we have also launched a VR website, which I'll be taking you through in the next slide. VR Lite is evolved version of VR Home in Bangalore. So VR Lite is winner of Bangalore Innovation Challenge, which was conceptualized by University of Chicago and Urban Development Department of Karnataka. So what VR Lite is a bit different from VR, where we're not doing any baseline surveys with consumers, but we are directly sending them reports targeting one particular subdivision in Bangalore, which is C6 subdivision in Bangalore. And so we have again formed an MOU with the BESCOM to procure the data or consumption data. And we maintain complete data privacy in terms of what data is being used. None of the personal information is being put outside anywhere. So we make sure that these things are taken care and consumers are kind of trusted in terms of that the data is quite safe and what they have been receiving is only comparing the consumption data. And then we also did a feedback study with VR participants in Bangalore to understand how the reports which have been going out through past 5 years have helped them. We try to understand who read the reports, who reads the report in the household, what section of the report do they concentrate on, what changes do they need, and trying to inculcate these suggestions in the present VR report. Um, VR apartments, we are planning to bring this aspect in the VR website in the later phases where people from residential complexes can sign up and put in their asset data in terms of common area usage and take in recommendations reports. VR office, so again, it's a future planning where we will be incorporating in the website where corporate offices and educational institute can sign up, provide their asset data, and take their customized reports and recommendations. So, what has been observation during the whole journey of Vidyut Rakshaka or VR has been that consumers need to understand the consumption and need to develop a responsible regulation of their electrical consumption. Even though we have been providing reports through feedback study of Vidyut Rakshaka, what we saw was people, even though they receive reports, there's still a lot of gap in terms of taking ownership of their electrical consumption. So, Vidyutrika website is a very good initiative, I feel, because here the consumers can log in. There are DIY tools where they can, play around the tools, understand the electrical consumption, and see the tips and tools of reducing electrical consumption. And one of the reasons why VR website also is important is with the data protection laws which are coming in, utilities have been a bit reluctant in terms of sharing the consumption data, even though the data privacy measures have been taken to make sure none of the personal information of consumers goes out. So this is a very important step where the whole program is driven by citizens. They log in, they use the tools, and they customize their own reports. They put in their consumption, monthly consumption data, and take away the reports, and they can track their own consumptions. So before go to the website, via web we are looking at multiple phases. In the beta version is basically contains the DIY tools where they can play around the tools, understand the benchmarking, their consumption patterns, how much they're consuming. And then we are looking at concept in later phases where the consumers can sign up, put their consumption data month wise, download the reports, and this will also help us to kind of build a model which is crowdsourcing of data for benchmarking and developing the optimal models. Then we are also planning to bring in blogs based on the various publications and research going around energy efficiency and behavior change, the products, market products which are available in the market on them. And then we are also bringing in a feature where consumers can pay their utility bills, and also once they sign up, we are tying them up with the external links of utility where they receive uh, maintenance messages or outage informations from Bescom on their mobile through SMS, push SMSs. So let me go to the website and show you around the website. Just give me a moment. I'll just go to the website. Oh yeah, it's open. So this is the Vidyut Rakshaka website. So it has various aspects like save electricity, where we have tips for saving, heating, cooling, and devices. We'll be adding more and more recommendations category wise in future, near future. And then we have self-help tools. This is one of the main sections of the beta version where we have electrical users benchmarking. What we do here is right now it's only to the Bangalore city. You can see the city of Bangalore. You can select Bescom as a utility. You can tell number of people living in your house, 1, 2, 3. Choose the house, BHK house, 2 BHK, 3 BHK, and put in your consumption data, which I can put it as right now as 150, and then compare and benchmark. So what it does is it takes you to um, the optimal model, compares based on your BHK occupancy to the BHK wise optimal model, and says whether you're saver. So the optimal model, your average neighborhood is around 256 kilowatts, which is units, and where you're consuming is 106. So you're a saver in terms of your neighborhood average. And then you can understand your bill. One of the main reasons which people try to neglect the electrical bills is it's quite difficult to understand. And again, we started with Bescom, where you can get the sample bill. You can understand different sections of it. We have tagged and put different sections. What does each section mean? What are the energy charges? What is tariffs? What are sanction loads? People usually don't understand what are sanction loads and how much do they consume, and consumption units. So the whole bill has been deciphered and primered in terms of each section, understanding what kind of sections are there in the bill. And then we have electric tariff calculator. So again, this is Bangalore. We have started with the Bangalore Bescom. We can You can look at your bill and put sanction load of 3 kilowatts. I'm just putting mine right now, and bill units of 200, and put a house 3 BHK, and then we give a rough estimate of what would be the bill and energy charges, and you can actually compare this to your actual bill, and look if it is actually predicting the exact amount or there's some differences. And then we have tariff slabs to make you understand how the tariffs have been calculated, the fixed costs, and then the energy charges. This model again is developing and evolving based on what kind of data we get from consumers, and this optimal model keeps evolving. And then we have the relocation tariff. So what we're trying to do here is if you're shifting from any city to Bangalore. So right now we're again only concentrating on Bangalore. For example, I put Pune, and I'm staying I was staying in 1 BHK, and now I'm shifting to 3 BHK or 2 BHK, and my house type is individual, and I try to show benchmark. Then it tries to give me a optimal what would be a new bill that I would receive once I shift to Bangalore. Again, these are based on many assumptions, many normalization, standardization of various models which have been running on the back end, and what with the bill. And then we also give a list of probable appliances which might contribute to your consumption. So you can go back to the tips and see how under each category you can save uh, the consumption and try to reduce the consumption. And then we have the pay electricity online bill, where right now again we are only to Bescom. I choose Bangalore Urban, and I go to Bescom, and I pay bill. It redirects me to a bank, external link where I can put my account ID and pay the bill. Mm, so this is overall, and then we have resources, publications, and what we have been publishing in under various energy conferences, trying to understand and research based on our models. And these resources also can be used by the consumers to understand what we have been doing. And so yeah, this is the website which is in beta version, has been launched, and we will be going phase wise to build, uh, improve this website in terms of providing reports to consumers in a way that consumers themselves enter their consumption data, regulate the see their consumption details, take the recommendations, and regulate their consumption. So will help in a great way in terms of understanding their own usage, which has been largely very invisibilized in the present scenario, because we really look at our electricity bills once in a month. I still remember there was a news during lockdown that people were outraged with high electricity bills across countries. And this is the one main reason that when work from home started during lockdown, our energy consumptions largely increased in terms of cooking. Um, there was nothing called a peak hour usage, which initially used to be 6 to 9 in the morning and then 6 to 9 in the night, where people used to use a lot of appliances. But during lockdown, this kind of peak hour kind of sublimed, and people used appliances whenever they found time and used it to a large extent. And there was no time gap in between, when the people are using appliances and people are not using appliances. So this tool or this website will largely help them to understand their own usage, track their own usage, and see the recommendations and try to understand if it is really helping them to save electricity. So that's and yeah, so that's all. If you have any questions regarding Vidyut Rakshaka, you can contact me at Kiran at my the email ID or my phone number. I'm always available, usually time, and I don't mind people contacting me on my personal phone numbers. It's okay. I can take away the questions and help them in terms of using this website. Yeah, that's
Thank
it
you,
from.
Kiran. That was for this glimpse into such an innovative product. I think it'll. I had a few questions actually. You mentioned the first set of participants that you've recruited, right? How
Yeah.
did you recruit those participants? Like, what was the?
So what we did was we through our social networking we went through few apartment complexes in Bangalore, and we volunteered certain college going students called stewards, whom we trained on what the program around and what the program will be doing, and they went around in Bangalore trying to spread the awareness and sign up people. So we initially had a right now also we have an VR app which is available on Play Store. So when the students are going around and doing volunteering, the awareness program, and asking people to sign up, this they ask the people to basically download the VR app, and once they sign up using the email IDs, there is a short survey about the appliance asset, where they can put in the asset information and in the end give consent for us to take their consumption data from Bescom. And once they do this, we get in touch with Bescom, give them the account IDs, and take the consumption data.
Oh,
And using the consumption data, we build the reports.
and when in this sample size, you have people from all kinds of age groups and life phases, because I guess the consumption will all depend on each.
Yeah. So that's the reason why we chose BHK as the classifier, because we were trying to look at different socioeconomic classes, and BHK was one proxy where we could. It was not fair for us to compare anywhere in the group, so we use BHK. So we have a lot of participants from across BHK, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we only compare them within the BHKs to show where do they fare in terms of the electricity consumption.
Okay. And so today, if I wanted this app, I can just go down and download
Yeah,
it from the Play.
you can go to Play Store, just type in Vidyut Rakshaka, and the symbol which I used in the starting of the PPT. You will have an app with a similar symbol, and then you can download, log in through your email ID, put in the password, and then the server comes in where you can put your asset information and basically sign up. And then we on the back end receive that you have signed up with VR, and we take your account ID. Since you are given the consent, we use your account ID to procure the information from consumption data from Bescom.
So I don't actually, as a consumer, because my consumption data might be invisible to me as well, right? I
Yeah.
might know that I'm consuming electricity energy, but it's not visible. So the app will do the work of kind of collating that kind of data, or do I have
Yeah.
to do?
So what we're doing is we also give option for people to either take digital reports or the physical reports. So in case of physical reports, what happens is once you sign up the survey where you put your personal details of info, of address also, we once we get data from Bescom, we analyze the reports, and every quarterly we send you reports regarding your quarterly consumption. So we are showing you a 3 months consumption, and which category of appliances you have been consuming more, where have been you placed in comparison with your neighbors. So we also do pin code analysis. So based on your pin code, we also try to see, we have built model pin code wise to make sure that your neighborhood is actually your neighborhood in terms of pin code, and trying to show where do you stand with in comparison with your neighborhood. Though these are physical reports, there are people who are signed up for digital reports, uh, for whom we do not send physical reports because we're saving again the cost of paper. So these people receive reports through emails, and also can go through the consumption via app, and categorize consumption and then recommendations.
And what has been the citizen response to this? Have you seen that there is behavior change, maybe through this peer kind of pressure?
Uh, there is a clear class difference between in terms of who. So when we did the VR feedback study in terms of understanding how these reports have been impactful, what we saw was among 1 BHK and 2 BHK, they are not really concerned about how their neighbors have been consuming, but they are mainly concerned about their own consumption, and how the recommendations help them in terms of basically behavior change practice, because they do not have really a lot of financial support to shift to energy efficient appliances. So in case of 1 and 2 BHK, the residents have been really interested about behavior change practices, their own consumptions, and they've been asking. And now the cognitive ability also varies across the socioeconomic class. In terms of 3 and 4 BHK, there has been interest among people who have actual prior knowledge about the environment, and their interest to change their consumption, or to contribute to the whole aspect of uh, in terms of reducing their electrical consumption. So what we see is the consumers who have prior interests, the VR reports that are for sure implementing, the recommendations. There are people, residents who have come back and asked us even solar PV recommendations. How do we? Can you do a solar audit of our residence, and tell us how can you shift to a grid solar model. Among other residents of 3 and 4 BHK who have been consuming really high, what we have observed was that there has to be a personal interest among people from the initial times to actually save, and this report kinds of give them a platform or a push, where they have the knowledge, or they have the tips and tools where they can reduce. So there's a clear cut base on which we have been seeing the interest. People who are really concerned about the environment do go on and implement the recommendations, but the people who are not really bothered uh, try to show that there have been people who have been saying us, how do we reduce without compromising on the comfort. Comfort is the most important thing coming in, but we are also trying to work on the recommendations which do not try to compromise on the comfort, because this is something which people might not take in that easily on the first shot, but slowly build on the awareness among people, so that their comfort is not affected to a large extent, but still they're able to save, since 3 and 4 BHK have the capacity.
Sorry, how would they do that without comfort being compromised? More energy efficient appliances?
So we really do not comment upon their usage of full appliances, but there have been cases where people switch off the TV, but do not switch on the main electrical supply. The geyser usage patterns have been that keep the geyser for longer times, but your usage is again only for 10-15 minutes. So where these recommendations go through a lot of revisions in terms of understanding how people can actually bring into the lives. For example, in terms of phantom power, which is phantom energy, which people usually leave it off and it's just being wasted, even though it might be a very small amount. Bringing in behavior change practices of switching on geysers, switching off geysers and electrical appliances when they're not in use, using daylight, using certain kind of paint in your houses, which can bring in cooling effects, using certain plants which can keep your house, cool. These are the things which we try to concentrate on, so that they do not involve much financial, much change in ethical appliance in terms of financial implications, but they can bring in small changes. But when you look on annual basis of the electrical consumption, it brings in a quite amount of change in the electrical consumption.
We have one question from Abhay. Is this a
Yeah.
paid product and service? Where can one access more details?
No, it's a completely free product. It's open access. The website itself is free. So the beta version which we launched, you can go around. I'll post a link in the chat box, and you can go around the website. Use all the DIY tools. It's not a paid version. Even the app is for free for download. You can download it, sign up, and then use the service for completely free of cost. As an NGO, we're not charging any service fee for any of the services.
And how are you marketing this product? And what is
So
the marketing plan?
So that has been a major challenge in terms of putting out this, because when it's not a paid product and we are trying to look, most of the funding has been towards data modeling and sending out reports. Marketing takes a back seat because as a organization, also branding is something which is not taken that importance, because it is a social product. But one of the important learnings through via feedback study has been that even branding is one of the important ways, instruments, because people have to know. Even though these tools and many other kind of tools like Bijli Bachao website has been there, people really do not know, because not enough branding or marketing has not been yet done. So one of our main feedbacks is also through to make sure that we keep sending WhatsApp messages, text messages, and also trying to push these kind of tools through peer networks, and climate change or energy conferences, where bring in, since it's a free tool, this will not cost anything for people to sign up and use.
And your messaging, I think you have a lot of insights for the kind of messaging that you can already do, because you know the kind of profile of people who will be the first movers in that sense, people who already are into the environment and things like that. So I think it will be quite an interesting journey for you in terms of the branding and uptake as well. Could you tell me a little bit? You said you're working with the government. What has the government response been? What has that been like on this?
Before the PDP Act came in, so 2015 when we did the pilot study and we were launching this tool. So I was not in the organization, but I came to know about it when I joined once, that government was quite open in terms of sharing data, since the consent is there in terms of consumers giving the consent. They're quite open sharing the data. But now, once the Personal Data Protection Act has come in, government has been very cautious in terms of sharing what kind of data, what kind of organization we are, what kind of funding goes behind the project. And even though it's a very, even though certain department of government, for example, utility DSM, demand side management, is quite interested in this project, they also have to be, in lines with the whole government, trying to look at the data sharing with private organizations or civil society. So that has been quite a challenge. For example, for VR Lite was VR Lite won the Bangalore Innovation Challenge in 2018, and just 1 month back we signed an MOU with BESCOM. So it took almost 1.5 years to actually convince BESCOM on the project, and the data models and type of funding which is involved. So it's a tough process, but yeah, uh, it takes a long time. But that's why VR website is one of the ways which we're trying to bring in participants itself to give in their own data, and so that we are not dependent on government agencies for procuring data, and this can go along without any hiccups.
I have a couple more questions from
Yeah, sure.
people, which is um, your organization is into a lot of interesting spaces: women, livelihood, water, environment management. So how does all that integrate into the way that you're thinking about this app?
So we have three domains in our organization called energy environment, gender, livelihoods, and biomass technologies. Biomass technologies basically concentrate on cooking stove technologies in rural India, where the LPG connection is not there. So we try to look at biomass sources to build up the cook stove, and this is again completely free of cost, where we go and set up the cook stoves in rural tribal areas, and basically bringing the concept of smokeless villages, where the whole concept of smoke is being removed, but still people are able to cook. Not you really can't ask them to shift to LPGs, because the reach of LPG or their lifestyle towards LPG is not dependent. So we try to work over the biomass sources available in the particular geographic region. Gender and livelihoods, again, we work with women in Tumkur, Shimoga districts, where there have been self-help groups who form various products. We have solar-based dryers and baking instruments, where we bake ragi biscuits, dry vegetable products, and these products are again sold under the tag. There's a separate organization, sister organization called Manini, which is selling these products, and then making sure this profit goes down to the self-help groups. And then we have energy and environment. Energy and environment, again, as I said, Vidyut Rakshaka is one program, and then we have model school program, where we reach out to school students, have sessions every Saturday on waste segregation, energy efficiency at very preliminary level, so that students can inculcate these practices from their childhood. And then we have interventions at school levels, where they can save water, rainwater harvesting, so renewable energy concepts are being put in. So in the whole bracket of these three domains, Vidyut Rakshaka falls in the place, because we are trying to, in the domain of energy efficiency and environment, we are trying to connect to people, to environment, looking at the concept that the urban spaces have been basically disconnected to the concept of environment conservation, because physically also we do not see much of the environment around, and we are only engaging through urban lifestyle. So how do we bring in the aspect of connecting them back to what is happening from where the energy is coming in, how their consumption is putting a lot of pressure on the environment, and how do they in the simple ways through lifestyle changes can contribute to conserving the environment.
Okay, and that's fascinating. And I guess I'm just going to ask you one last question and then let you go. How did you come into this space? What got you interested in this? And
So it has been a bit of background because of my engineering. So prior to joining Azim Premji, I've been working in energy and petroleum sector because of my engineering background. And then once I left the engineering and the corporate sector, I did. So I felt that APO was a very important transition phase, where I try to keep the basics of engineering and my interest in energy field, and try to look at the social aspects of it. And my projects at APU again have been on renewable energy and inequalities in urban spaces in terms of policies around renewable energy. And when I was trying to look at various opportunities after APU, this project quite interested me, because energy efficiency is always been a fancy term in terms of government policies, and behavior change aspects are not looked into much in terms of policy wise. So when you're trying to blend in energy efficiency and energy conservation, a lot of social aspects come in along with technical aspects. So this field kind of interested me a lot, and I wanted to see what it has a store in for me, and I signed up for the program. And from then, past 2 years, it's going to be in May 2021, 2 years, and it's been quite an interesting journey. I have learned a lot in terms of data, even though data has been really challenging in terms of building models. The team at Tide has worked for 5 years in building these models, and I try especially looking at the behavioral change and the social aspects. Also trying to bring in how do socioeconomic class looks at energy efficiency and energy conservation.
okay, thank you. That got cut very abruptly. I actually had one more question, but thank you. Thank you very much, Kiran, if you can still hear me. I think our next group is going to give you an insight into their working group on Kerala and floods. And I think Aravindan, my colleague, will be taking over on that group. So I invite him here first.
Hi, thanks,
Hi.
Sulan.
Thanks.
Yes. So I'm assuming that they're on board already. Uh,
I'm not sure actually.
They're coming on board. The actual event starts. So, just to give a perspective, while they're coming on board,
sure,
you know
sure.
this event has been going on, fabulously. It's a marathon event that started from 10 a.m. It's a live feed that has been going on, and a lot of action happening. So I just wanted your take, you Arvind and Abhay, who have been working behind the camera to get this thing all done. What have been the motivations, and what has been the genesis of this global climate change week?
So I mean,
You
in terms of the simple genesis, I think it was Sunaina's email. I think she
a wayward email, yeah.
yes. So she just sort of reached out to us, and of course, Sunena, Abhay, and even Harini have been people who've been working for a while at APU. I have joined very recently, and so the idea was because there's already this sort of an international platform available where academics, policymakers, researchers, and students sort of get together on the questions of climate change. And the idea really is not simply to just talk about climate change as it generally is, but also sort of give our take and positions on it based on various work which has already been done, say in the Indian context, as well as what you've seen throughout today. A wonderful set of students, alumni, and other researchers who have at some point or the other been associated at APU. So the idea really was to use this as a platform to showcase this work and sort of build momentum around it. Because even if climate change is not that important in the public discourse, it's nevertheless something which a lot of people have been working on. And it's an ongoing effort, and it's a body of work which has sort of corrected some sort of momentum over the past, at least the past decade, and at APU at least over the past 4 to 5 years. And of course, Sunena, Harni, and Abhay have consistently sort of worked on these different issues. And me joining in and also being somebody who works on this field, I thought it'd be great to sort of be part of this network. And in some sense, the idea was to get a mix of various things, student and alumni research work, the panel discussion which we're supposed to have at 5, as well as a more innovative sort of a workshop approach which we are planning for tomorrow. So just to get together all these different sort of stakeholders, I think that was our main idea, and to sort of really address this whole gap between the popular discourse on the subject, the existing research, and where do we as a university and our network of people who've been part of it and working along with us, where do we stand on this issue? So I think that's, I mean, Sunena, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the sort of idea with which we went about this.
Yeah, I think you've kind of covered everything really, Arvind. And I think the idea also was there are a lot of us working on, I wouldn't say I work on climate change, but I do work on environment, governance, and politics. And of course, that touches upon this umbrella aspect of climate. And I thought when I had sent the email, I didn't have any particular thought. I was actually urging Abhay to do something with his climate change initiative. But finally, what came together was like this group of people who are working on things that interest each other. And it was a nice point, a touch point for all of us working in different parts of the university to come together and kind of co create something. And we really wanted students to be on board because over the years, I've seen so much energy and output and really interesting work done by students. And I think, I don't know, we haven't articulated it to ourselves, but I think we wanted to also subvert this idea of hierarchy of student and teacher. In some ways, we're all students, we're always learning. Like, that is what research is, that is what teaching is, right? So I guess we wanted to give center stage, like I said in the morning, pay tribute to the great work that young people are doing. I know I'm constantly inspired by the work that my students do, and we want to give them this particular kind of platform and space as well, in addition to our own uh, ideas of what we wanted to do with these workshops and panels and things like that.
Tell me one thing, just and you see climate change discussion getting center stage in a lot of places abroad, right? Even in the election today, the debate between Joe Biden and Trump, there was a substantial amount of time that was spent on talking about climate change and its consequences. Do you why hasn't that happened in India, and how do you think we can mainstream this discussion about climate change consequences, sustainability, environment, within the Indian purview?
I think actually Meher put it very well with the idea of vocabulary. Now, these kind of concepts come and float into countries and have their own baggage and genesis, right? What we have to develop is an indigenous vocabulary of what climate change really means to us, to different communities, to the diversity, the diverse ways that people engage with the environment. Until we have that, what we do is constantly borrow a framework, and we keep applying that framework and banging our heads against this framework without really coming together and saying, okay, what does this framework really mean for us? And I think it's important that we start this dialogue in a serious way and in a way that includes as many people as possible, not just students and academics, but just general public and people who need to have their voices heard, because there is anxiety over the climate, but there's not been space really for that articulation. Do you want to add something, Arvindan? Sorry, I
No, no.
jumped
I
in.
mean, it's sort of also important to, I guess, also recognize that in comparison to the United States and the developed world, that we also have various developmental concerns of our own within a developing country, and it is to an extent that in terms of at least representing our interests in various international fora across different governments at the center and quite a few state governments, this is something which is being addressed. I'm sure this is not something which has the same level of, let's say, a presidential debate in the US elections. But I think one of the things that's also something that we need to sort of reconcile with is the fact that climate change is something which also sort of constrains and acts on our own developmental needs as a country. So that's also a debate which is sort of emerging, and I actually am a bit more hopeful because I do think that this is something which is coming out, and is it the foremost concern? Is it as important as it's mentioned, let's say, in the EU or the US? Not so, and there are reasons for it as well, because we also need to build a base of addressing some of the various other issues that we do have to take into account, given our particular trajectory of how we are today as a country and different sections within our population. So, just to add to what is already being said about developing a vocabulary for climate change, I think it's also taking its time because we have our own unique position, which we need to account for. So,
It
Very
should have some political currency. Sorry, I mean, like the Bihar elections are happening. There would not be a word about climate change in it.
uh, fair enough, but I'm assuming that there are those multiple concerns within Bihar of what needs to be addressed first. So, in that sense, it is a bit understandable, perhaps, that climate change would not be the foremost concern of the state election. That's all that I would say.
Yeah, just finally, just to get a sense of things, Arvindan, you as you said, you are a bit of an optimist. We have a complete, Abhay is a complete on the, he has a very strong views on a lot of subjects, and he's on the other polar kind of an end. Sunaina, you are there. How was it putting this event together? If you can, there are Anushka is there who has designed those posters. There are, initiative for climate action working in the background. Just give a sense of how this was put through, who are the people working behind it, Harini, everyone. Just
You want to go ahead, Arvind?
I mean, well, I think one of the good important things is that we all had different schedules and lectures because of our classroom teaching and Abhay's commitments for his own climate initiative. So one good thing is, I think for a long part, we were not all active at the exact same time. So it was kind of useful that somebody did some work and then 2 hours later, the next person would carry it forward. It sort of worked very seamlessly, but I think a lot of credits also due to a lot of our volunteers, include, and most importantly, Shashwat, for you in terms of the kind of coordination you've put in to make this event happen. And the three of us sort of got together, I mean, Sunaina and Abhay and me, to sort of plan some of the things. But it's really been an effort. So, for instance, the moment we sent out the calls for the showcasing event that has happened through the morning, I mean, there was an overwhelming response, and unfortunately, we couldn't accommodate many of them because of the paucity of time. And this also extends to people like Anushka and Anshika and others who are part of our team, Anjali, all of whom have like put in a lot of effort on every little detail, from whether it is the posters to the social media to just simply even coordinating between us, because many times we were just not available because we were held up in other meetings. I would also say that it's sort of a bit of a relief because as compared to the normal constant Zoom lecture, this was a different sort of way that we were constantly online and in touch with each other.
Yeah, I would agree. Like a big thank you to everyone, and you especially, Shashwat, for all this coordination, because I think it was I personally think this entire organization has happened very collaboratively. It has happened really with humor and good faith, and amongst all of us, and it's been a good work environment, and that has made it, I think, enjoyable to go through this process. So thank you. I think that's super important as well, that we enjoy what we do, and I did at least enjoy this process.
Yes, and now we have continuation of this marathon live feed that we are having today. We have a very interesting discussion coming up next. So I guess I'll hand over the proceedings to you, Arvindan, and we can go backseat again.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. So I'm just wondering if Sahana is there, or
Yeah,
right, the speakers
I'm
are
here.
okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let me just wait. I'm not sure how many of you will be here. So what I'll do is I'll just sort of introduce this particular panel discussion. So essentially, this next session is titled the 2018 and 19 Kerala floods, and it's an analysis of the reportage by media and the attribution to climate risk and climate change, which has taken place within popular media and discourse in Kerala. It's a research which has been conducted by researchers and students at the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability at the Azim Premji University, Bengaluru, as well as from the Kerala Agricultural University at Thrissur. It's a very interesting topic because they've spent time over the last 2.5 years looking at a sort of content analysis, field-based telephonic interviews, online surveys, as well as a general overall analysis of the discourse surrounding the Kerala floods and how it's been reported. Uh, I will sort of hand over to the speakers. I'm not sure who's going to be starting first.
Yeah.
So I'll sure, Sana. So I'll just leave it up to you,
Yeah.
and if you could just introduce all the authors, that would be great.
Yeah. I'll just start by sharing my screen. Um, Hold on. Just can someone tell me if it's working properly? I'm not sure. Is
Yes, we can see it now.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll start off by giving a small introduction to all of us who are working in this project. So the title of our project is the 2018 and 2019 Kerala floods, reportage by media and attribution to climate change. So as Arvindan introduced us, we are a group of researchers from the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability at APU and the Kerala Agriculture University as well. So to give a small introduction to our project and a motivation to why we're studying this. So climate change is no longer a purely environmental issue. It has emerged as one of the largest governance issues and development issues as well. So India is doubly burdened by climate change.
So, not only does India experience extreme and recurring weather events that are projected to increase in intensity and frequency in the future, but on the other hand, these extreme weather events have a huge impact on various development indicators, such as access to education, public healthcare, infrastructure, and so on. And as Arvindan also mentioned a few minutes before, these really put a constraint on the development needs of India as well. So, with the increasing frequency of such events and its impact on society, on livelihoods, on the economy, and the environment, it becomes really important for all stakeholders to play an informed role in addressing the challenges. And one of the important stakeholders has been the mass media. So, legacy media, which refers to historical media such as newspapers, televisions, and radio, have been very important in mediating this climate change discourse. So, historically, legacy media has been key in shaping the public's understanding of climate change and the era of extreme weather. Mass media also plays a crucial role in disseminating information to the public. And this further enables two things. One is in shaping public opinion and public importance on the topic of climate change, and formulating relevant public policies which help us in taking climate action. So, moving on to the problem statement, while going through the literature, we identified two main gaps. So, one is that studying the role of Indian mass media in climate change reporting of specific extreme and recurring weather events is not very common. And another gap is there's a lack of literature on the important role of vernacular media in the climate change discourse. So our study is really aimed at addressing these gaps by taking the 2018 and 2019 Kerala floods as an example. The larger objective of our study is to understand how reporting by journalists can be more informed to enable both citizens and the state to collaborate for better disaster mitigation, disaster management, and adaptation in the era of climate change. Another objective of ours is to understand the perspectives of people who were affected by the floods on the causes of the Kerala floods and the attribution of these causes to media reporting. Our third objective is to really reiterate the importance of good journalism on climate change. So, why do we need good journalism on climate change? On the one hand, a lot of climate science is really inaccessible. It's complex, it involves a lot of science, a lot of graphs and maps, which aren't really something that is easily understood. So we need journalism to really help us in translating this in a way that is accessible to everyone. Another reason why we need good journalism is really to reiterate how immediate our like climate action should be. So oftentimes concepts like climate change and weather can be really vague, but because it's not something we can really see every day. So good climate journalism should really convey to us the immediacy of this challenge. So our main research question is, why is media reporting of extreme and recurring weather events important in the context of India? So now I'll hand it over to Smriti, who will be continuing the presentation.
Okay. Now I'm going to discuss about the case study of Kerala flood. So we had taken 2018 and 2019 Kerala flood as a case study. Why we choose Kerala flood? Because in 2018 as well as in 2019 we had an extremely heavy rainfall. In earlier 1924 there was such a drastic and heavy rainfall which caused a huge impact on Kerala state. So after this 1924, it caused such a huge impact was caused in 2018. So in 1924 flood is also known as 99 flood. Here 99 means the Malayalam month of Kerala. Also this abnormal and the heavy rainfall caused a huge impact on the people's livelihood, environment, property and their lives. So about this drastic and massive events, both English and Malayalam newspapers were reported. The other reason for choosing the Kerala flood is that Kerala has a very vulnerable to climate change. and it has experienced such extreme weather events in the past years also. Now we are moving on to the methods. So our study has started on 4th March 2020. First, we had done the interviews of individuals affected by the flood. Here we had done this as two parts. That is, first we had done the face-to-face interview. When the COVID-19 lockdown occurs, we had shifted it into telephonic interview. After that, we had done the content analysis of articles regarding Kerala flood and climate change on both English and Malayalam newspapers. So then we had doing the interviews of journalists who reported on the cause of Kerala flood and quantitative online survey of individuals who were affected by the floods also. Next, we are moving on to each methods. So the first methods is in-person and telephonic interview of individuals who were affected by the flood. So considering the Kerala state, about 13 districts were drastically affected in the Kerala flood. So here we had taken two panchayat named Annamalada and Nandikara from Thrissur district. This Thrissur district is located in the central portion of the Kerala state. From Annamalada panchayat we had taken 10 face-to-face interviews, and from Nandikara we had taken 14 telephonic interviews. From these interviews we had certain result. So moving on to the result. So first question, what did the interviews feel were the cause of 2018 flood? So when we asked these questions to the people, the majority of them were answering sudden and untimely opening of the dams were the reason, followed by heavy rainfall. And some of them were also answering like land use change, destruction of rivers, and blocking of channels and canals. So next one. So, what are the causes were attributed to the flood of 2018 by media? As per media report, they were saying that heavy and continuous rainfall, opening of dams, and also they were also saying in some reports they were saying that climate change is also a reason. One of the persons says the newspaper reporting is very overrated. Next question. So, when specifically asked whether the interviews thought climate change was a cause of flood, we had asked this question separately to all of our interviews. So half of the people were saying they think climate change is not a reason for 2018 flood, because they are saying that similar heavy rainfall had witnessed in the past years also. At that time, there were no flood. At the same time, same number of the people were also saying climate change may be the reason, because heavy rainfall within a short span of time may be due to climate change, as well as when we comparing the past and present weather conditions, the pattern of monsoon as well as the rainfall pattern, even the weather parameters had changed a lot. So they are saying that climate change may be the reason. And some of the quarterly number of people were truly believe that climate change is the cause of 2018 flood, where some of the people were saying that they don't have such scientific knowledge to say that. And very few, that is one or two people say that they don't believe in climate change. While we took this interview, we understood that some people don't have much aware about climate change and their impact. Now I welcome Grishma to take other parts.
So we asked the interviewers that do they felt anything, any connection between the floods and climate change. So one of them said that he strongly felt that the climate change can be the reason, because nowadays we are feeling an abnormal rise in temperature that we don't experience in the older times. And another person said that he don't think it is the reason, because even in the past there were much intensified rainfalls. And he also said that back few years back he met with an accident and was bedridden for 9 months, and at that time there were heavy rain both during night and day for the whole 1 week, and there was no flood. So he is saying that this flood was caused by the mismanagement of dam and water in river. Another interviewee from Nandikara, he said that for the last few years rainfall is less, and there was a timing for monsoon. Usually it starts by June, then it rains for 5 months, but now what's happening is that it get delayed, and in August it rains heavily, as if we get all the rainfall for all these 5 months in August. So he's saying that this is the reason for the flood. Moving on, we asked interviewees about the changes in landscape. So both this Grama Panchayat, Annamanada and Nanikara, they have a lot of crop plants, especially paddy field and growing other crops. So one of the interviewees said that these plots in the field they are available for low cost, so people build houses there, and this causes disaster. Not only flood, but also this causes declining in agriculture. So we should not allow that. Another interview said that the area he's residing, it used to be a paddy field and he's residing there for more than 28 years, and this area was not flood prone earlier. Here you can see the picture of the paddy field, uh, a paddy field in Annamanada, and the canal used for irrigation to the field. Moving on, we another interviewer replied that the area she's living used to be barren land where there was no cultivation done, but the other area around her home it used to be agriculture field, which were later turned to be settlements. So then the concrete road came and the proper drainage system was blocked. So here you could see the canal, irrigation canal from the water which come from the river, and you could also see the encroachment of the canal along roadside. Moving on.
Okay, so next few slides we'll be discussing about the mental state of people during flood. So when we interviewed various people, each of them most of them had a depressing story to say, but there were a few who said about the positive side of the flood as well. So one such interviewee is one from the Annamanada, who actually resided in a camp during flood. What she said was that she really had a good time over there with all other fellow inmates, and because there were a lot of happiness, togetherness among the people, and she even expressed a disappointment of not being able to celebrate Onam, the festival of Kerala, with them. And so, yeah, that was the case of an interviewee from Annamanada. So this is a school of Annamanada which was converted to a camp during flood. Moving on. So this is a particular case of a person who was actually surprised to witness such heavy rain which turned out into flood. So what he said was that his major concern was the losses that occurred to him, as well as what is going to happen in future. That was his major concern because he wasn't prepared for it, and he also shared with us the concern of not being able to shift everything to a safer place and the losses that took place due to flood. And this particular picture shows the level up to which the water rose during flood. Moving on. And this particular interviewee from Nandikara had a very different perception about flood. This person was actually amazed as well as surprised to see the flooded condition. Rather than lamenting over what happened, he actually tried to figure out a positive aspect of it. What he said was that he had a really good time over there because he played in that water, which we were surprised to hear actually. And he was a person of the ideology that we are supposed to live with in the moment rather than thinking about the situation or what will happen in future. And this particular lady is of Annamanada, who's showing the level up to which the water rose during flood. Moving on. So now is regarding the challenges which we faced. So we started our interview on 7th of March 2020. We went to various houses of different economic background, like middle income or lower income families. So what we got to know was that it was the low income families or the poor ones who were the most affected during flood. And we also chose houses based on the landscape, that is, if they are close to any river sites or any landscape of fields, etc. We took interviews from various houses, and then the COVID-19 lockdown came, due to which we had to stop our in-person interviews, and then we moved on to telephonic interviews, which we carried out during July and August. So for getting the telephone numbers of these people, we actually chose Nandikara of Thrissur for carrying out the telephonic interview, because a group member of our team was from Nandikara, so it was easy for her to get the numbers of the people affected by flood. She went in person to each of these houses, got their number, stating the reason why she's collecting their number. We called them and then we took the interview. So one of the major problem which we faced while carrying out telephonic interview was that we weren't correctly able to figure out the severity of the flood that they had to face, severity of the flood that they had to face. So, because in Andaman we actually got to see the places which were severely affected, what was the condition, their mental state, because in-person interviews were more comfortable than the telephonic ones. But even then, people cooperated with us in a really good way. They tried to say everything they knew. Yeah, so that's it.
So moving on to the second methods that we are using for our study. So it's known as content analysis. So what is content analysis? It refers to a set of tools which researchers use to identify the presence of certain words, concepts, or themes that are present or absent in a text or a set of texts. Now, why are we using this in our study? As we mentioned before, our study is looking at how climate change has been mentioned, whether climate change has been mentioned as a cause of the 2018 and 2019 Kerala floods in mass media. So, the source of mass media that we have chosen to analyze are newspapers, specifically the Hindu, which is an English newspaper, and Mathrubhumi, which is a Malayalam newspaper. So, doing a content analysis really helps us to identify the presence of climate change and related themes such as climate resilience, climate adaptation, mitigation, and certain other relevant themes to our study. Now, why have we chosen these two newspapers? One is that both are widely circulated in Kerala. So, the reason we chose the Hindu is that we started doing the content analysis of English newspapers post the lockdown. So, thankfully, the Hindu has a vast archive available online, and we were able to access all the articles which we needed for our study there itself. And the Mathrubhumi, we got the articles before the lockdown, and we were able to get it at the Kerala Agriculture University archives. So, but we'll come to that a little later. So, what were the methods used to do the content analysis of articles from the Hindu? The first step was web scraping. So, I'll just now hand it over to Aishwarya, who will explain the process of web scraping in detail.
Hi, thanks, Anna. Can you please go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, you can.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Web scraping is automation of the process of searching articles. I mean, searching the whole archives for the relevant articles. We could collect all the media articles without manually reading through them. And For web scraping the archives or any particular website, the algorithm or the steps involved in web scraping would be different depending on the website design itself. And Particularly for media articles, web scraping, we could use archival search method where web archives of the newspaper are available. If the web archives of the newspaper are not available, like for example, the many other newspapers, if you want to take like Indian Express or many different country newspapers, archives may not be available. In such a case, we could use the website's search tool and extract the results published. Results shown in the search results of the newspaper website. The third method which you could use is site specific search on Google search engine itself. Once you have all the search results on Google, you can download them into a CSV file. And a lot of other some newspapers like New York Times and also Twitter, although like it's not a newspaper but still like a media source, provides with APIs to download the content. You could search using the API for the keywords which you're looking for in the articles and download them. Sahana, can you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so I'll just detail briefly, briefly the steps involved in archival search. Firstly, like any other, like just similar to manual process, I have to first go to the link of the year for which I I wanted the articles, and in the year there are dates, and so for each day there is a separate link. The website is linked, interlinked, and on the each day there are different articles listed which are published on that particular day. So I would request the content of that web site, and search for. So for this particular study of Kerala floods articles, I have so on each day I would open all the links. I mean, automate this process of opening all the links and extract the full text and search in the full text the keywords and only store the articles which have the keywords Kerala and floods, and ignore the remaining of the full text. Uh, uh, so to automate this process of extracting articles, I've used Python and Python libraries, which are request libraries and Beautiful Soup library of Python. So what Beautiful Soup does is it it passes the HTML site. So if I mean, this method is applicable only to HTML sites, and uh, so the scraper which I have built passes the HTML site into its components, where each site is divided into its elements, and a document object model tree is created. Uh, Sana, if you can
Yeah.
go to the next slide. Uh, So this is an example of a DOM tree. On the left side, you see an example of a HTML site, which is that's the HTML code. And when you parse the HTML site, it is converted into a DOM tree. And the right side is the example of a DOM tree. So we can each of these branches have a tag, and the tags are usually class names or ID names. So we first have to find the content which is relevant to us and in which tag it is located in, and request that tag and get the content from that tag. So that is the procedure I followed. In the next slide, Sarah, can you please move to the next slide?
I went to the next slide. Is this
Yeah.
it?
Oh, sorry. I think yeah. So this is an example again. As you can see, most of the links, I mean, the months which are relevant to us, are present in the A tag, and they are referred with href element. So, uh, can you move to the next slide?
Yeah.
I'm not able to see the next slide, but they're just snippets of the website.
Okay. Are you able to see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Similarly, all the day links again are in the A tag href. I have to find the class in which these links are stored or put in the website design. In the next slide,
Aishwarya, are you able to see it?
yeah, I'm able to see it now.
Okay.
So on each date, there are around like 200 to 300 articles published in different sections on the web. There are print archives separately, but we have scraped both web and print archives. And so I go through each of this link. I mean, extract the full text of each of this link and search for the keywords in it. and only store the relevant articles. Uh, in the next slide. Yeah. Uh, this is an example of the code. Sorry, the tags. Sana, can you move to the next
Yeah.
slide, please?
Aishwarya, are you able to see the next slide?
No. Yeah, right now, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is a snippet of the code. So as you can see in the black box, I have used the beautiful soup inbuilt function from the library and created a soup, I mean, which is a parser, which creates a DOM tree. And within the DOM tree, I'm finding the class in which the links or the content is stored, which is relevant to us. So it basically this involves inspection of the HTML website and figuring out in which class is the class or in what tag is the content present, and calling those tags and getting the content from those tags. Um, and rest of it all is organizing the content in the required form in the Excel sheet automatically. Uh, in the next slide, it's the same. So that's all about web scraping. Yeah.
Thanks, Aishwarya. So after we do the web
If there,
scraping, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
no. I mean that's yeah. Okay. If there are
Okay.
any like doubts or clarifications, I could answer them at the end. Thanks.
Um, Yeah, so the second step to this process is coding and assigning the themes. So once we get all the articles after web scraping, we put them on an Excel sheet and then we proceed to first code them and then assign each article themes. So the codes were pre-decided, but the themes were developed inductively. So this means that as and when we were reading each article, we identified certain themes which were relevant to the article and then proceeded to use that as a theme. So, the months taken for the study, we took all articles about the floods from 10 months. So, that is from August to December 2018 and August to December 2019. We chose these months because August were the months when the floods happened, and the following months were when reporting on the Kerala floods was the most. We then took only opinion pieces and editorials on the Kerala floods for 7 months, that is from Jan to July of 2019. So the total number of articles are 5,571 from the Hindu. And as you can see, I've split it into 5,560 from the 10 months and 11 editorials and opinion pieces from the 7 months. Now, moving on to the codes and the themes. So we have four codes, that is keep, junk, recheck, and duplicate. So keep is a code that is assigned to articles which are of relevance to us. So these are articles which talk about the 2018 or 2019 Kerala floods and are important to our study. We use the code junk for articles that are not relevant to our study at all. Maybe they have the word flood or Kerala rain mentioned, but used in different contexts that are not important to us. We then use the code recheck for articles that may or may not be of importance to us, and we are still not sure whether we want to keep it in our data set or not. So what we do is we code these as recheck and then read the article between ourselves and then come to a conclusion as to whether we want to keep it or junk it. We then have a fourth code that is duplicate. So this code is used for articles that appear more than once in our data set. So while coding all these articles, we have found out there are like maybe close to 1,000 or 1,500 duplicates which are there. The reason we have so many duplicates is that the same article is printed in different editions of the Hindu. So, for example, an article on the floods may be there in the Kochi edition, in the Thiruvananthapuram edition, and in the Bangalore edition. So, because of that, we have like so many duplicates that are there. And also because we have scraped from both the web and from the print articles, the same article may be published twice in both places. So now moving on to the themes, we have around, as of now, we have 24 themes. And because we're doing this process inductively, we may happen to come across more themes as we continue coding. As of now, we have finished coding all the articles in 2019. So that's from August to December 2019. And we have arrived at these 24 codes, these 24 themes. So I won't be going into detail explaining each theme right now, but I'll pause here for a few seconds so that all of you get a chance to read it. And if you have any questions on what these themes explain or are about, you can ask me at the end of the presentation. Okay, so moving on. So this is an example of how we do the coding and assigning a theme for each article. So right now I have taken an article from December 2019. So it's December 31st, 2019. If you can see here, I hope my pointer is visible to everyone. So the first row over here gives us the different categories. So we have the name of the newspaper, which is the Hindu, the year and month of publication. So now we've kept this separately because in case later on we want to do a content analysis to see the presence of certain words or themes across different months in a year, then it will be easy for us to do that later on. Then we have the places mentioned, the author, the article title, the URL, and the full text. And then we have the code and the theme. So right here, if you can see in the red box, I have coded this as keep because this article is relevant for our study. So it mentions the 2018, the August 2018 floods here. So the themes which we have given is cause of floods and climate change. So if you can see the first box over here that I've marked in red, it says the development of the site can aggravate the future flood impact of the already flood hit area. So it's a reference to a cause of the floods. And if you read above, it mentions that construction over wetland was one of the causes of the floods. The second theme which I have given for this is climate change. So if you can see in the second box over here, the removal of these trees can negatively influence the carbon balance of the already climate change challenged state. So because climate change has been mentioned in this article, we put it as a theme as well. So we also put the causes of the floods here so that it's easy for us later on to do an analysis of the causes of the floods that are mentioned. So at this point, I'll say that almost every article has more than one theme. Some articles have close to 5 to 6 themes. And it really goes to say how some articles can really cover a wide expanse of topics on the floods. Okay, moving on. So what are some things which we learned while doing this? And this I'm basing off of only the articles from August to December 2019. So the total number of articles was 1,359, and we coded 683 of these articles as key. Out of these 683 articles, 30 articles mention climate change, and 81 of them have the theme as cause of floods. So 81 of them mention some cause of the floods or the other. So causes of the floods, again, from the same set of articles from 2019. The most common one that was mentioned is heavy rain. The 28 articles mention heavy rain as a cause of the floods. This is followed by unscientific construction, land use change, dam mismanagement, clogging of drains, quarrying, and climate change is mentioned, but as you can see, it's mentioned only thrice. Then we have poor dam management, natural calamity, and deforestation as some of the other causes. So this is a word map which Aishwarya was able to do for us. I'll give it to her to explain the word map.
Hi, Sahana. Thank you. So, word cloud is a representation of all the words in the whole set of the articles and pooling them all together, and then representing the highest number, highest frequency of words. I mean, words with highest frequency. So, the bigger and the bolder ones are the most frequently mentioned words in the articles. So obviously, because we have put flood as a keyword, and all these articles definitely contain the word flood. So flood is there in it, but as you can see, the other ones, they're talking the government, and last year the district are the other words which are most frequent. Um, so this probably tells us, as Sahana had also agreed to this, that most of the articles are about what the government said or says or is doing about the floods, and comparing the 2019 floods to the 2018 floods. And there is climate change also, but it's in the left side. It's mentioned,
Yeah,
but not
so
as
it's
frequently.
mentioned here.
And yeah, and the other words, as you can see, I mean, you can just glimpse through it for a moment.
So we have climate change that is mentioned over here on the left bottom corner. And on the right bottom corner, we have heavy rain that is mentioned in larger font size than climate change. So this kind of shows how before, like the previous table also showed that heavy rain is mentioned more times than climate change.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Also, it could be that in an article, I think there are longer articles on climate change, although the number of articles on climate change are very few. Within the article, there are a lot of mentions of climate change, and that could be why it shows up in the word cloud. Otherwise, there are probably words which are I mean, like heavy rain. Most of the articles
Yeah.
could be talking about heavy rain, but they don't emphasize on it so much when they are
Mm-hmm.
mentioned. So, yeah, that's what. Yeah. Thank you.
So moving on to some of the challenges which we faced while doing this, one of the main challenge which we have is working with these duplicate articles which are there. Because we're doing this coding and theming manually, every article we read, we have to check whether it's a duplicate of a previously reported article or not. So we need to keep going back to all the articles that have previously been coded and check whether the article has been repeated. But because we've been doing it over a few months now, it has become less of a challenge to do it, and we kind of have gotten used to identifying these duplicate articles. So content analysis of articles from the Mathrubhumi. I'll hand it over to Ashwati, who will be explaining this. Ashwati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Content analysis of articles from Madhubhumi. So the total number of articles that we had covered was 483. Codes developed were 4. Months taken for study were 15 months, and themes generated 24. The methods, next moving on to methods. The newspapers, the Madhubhumi newspaper, we had collected the hard copy of the newspaper from Central Library, Kerala Agriculture University. And the next step was selecting and scanning of the articles related particularly to climate change and flood, then saving it as PDF files and uploading it to Drive, then translating and summarization of articles, and followed by entering those in Excel files with details of author, date, kind of the article selected, web link, and corresponding PDF file name. And then lastly, assigning themes to each article. So these are some of the pics of scanned articles from Madhubhumi that mentions about Western Ghats ecosystem, ecology expert panel head, also known as Madhav Gadgil Commission, headed by Madhav Gadgil. So it was Madhav Gadgil has stated in his earlier reports that the fragile lands are very exposed to landslides and may come out during floods, and so it happened. 10 to 11 of the 14 places in Wayanad district that he had stated might come down has come down as it. So these are some of the articles that have been scanned stating about mentioning WGEEP. Ma'am, can you please move to next?
Ashwati, can you see the next slide? Ashwati, are you able to see the next slide? Ashwati, can you see the next slide?
Ma'am, no.
Ashwati, are you able to see the
Yes,
next
ma'am.
slide?
Yes, ma'am. I'm able to see. So this slide speak. The first scanned article is about heavy crop loss that has been occurred due to untimely rainfall. The next article speaks about is about 1924 flood. That is the first flood that was experienced by Keralites, and the third one is about the two cyclones that have been occurred in the Arabian Sea for the first time at the same time.
Ashwati, are you able to see the next slide?
Or Sahana, just maybe go
Yeah.
ahead because we're also running out of time. So just wrap up
Okay.
with the conclusion.
Yeah. So, Seema, shall I move on?
Yeah, just go ahead and just conclude it now because we're already quite late.
So the next two methods which we're using are interview with journalists and a quantitative survey of individuals affected by the floods. So just to wrap up our presentation, as you would have seen, this is still a work in progress. The output of our study is also to develop teaching and training material for journalists to report on extreme weather events while making this connection to climate change and the climate crisis. We hope our project really reiterates the significant role that media has to play in the climate change discourse in India and really pushes for good journalism for climate change. So yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you for, I think, what was a very well-detailed presentation and the kind of effort that all of you put in, spread across two different universities and also facing various difficulties, as you said, changing course of your research due to the pandemic. So I think it really shows in the kind of effort that all of you put in. There are, in fact, a couple of questions which I had more in the nature of comments. And the first very important thing is about the kind of content analysis that you did and to link it with also the way in which people perceive this question of floods and the risk posed by floods. Now, Kerala, in fact, in terms of its development indicators, in terms of education and literacy, has always seen the importance of newspapers in local languages and in other languages as contributing a lot to understanding various important issues. So whether at an earlier time it was political struggles through various papers such as Deshabhimani, Mathrubhumi, as well as through Malayalam Manorama and the Hindu and others, it's always been an important aspect of public life and public participation. And even during the floods, one of the things which came out was that a lot of people from within and outside of Kerala use the media and social media to highlight questions of the flood and to look at relief. So I really wanted to know if you got any of that from when you interviewed people there, how they actively participated in talking about relief work for the floods and how they contributed.
Yeah, one of the interviewee, what I interviewed, he talked that at that time he went to one of his relatives' house, and he's a pregnant woman alone, and they rescued her in a big vessel. In a big
Okay.
vessel that you used to make food and all, and they also
Okay.
made boats with banana stem and all, and
Oh,
rescued
okay.
people. Almost 20 people he rescued. He and his friends rescued.
Okay. Okay. This is also something which caught a lot of the national headlines because you
Mm,
had such a population which was constantly also
mm,
much more sort of adept at using the media and social media, that they were able to perhaps contribute a lot more to relief
mm,
efforts than we have seen in
mm,
other instances. So
mm,
that's one thing
mm,
which I thought I would ask. The other question is that, as you guys mentioned, it's sort of a work in progress. So one of the things I wanted to ask is that, are you guys looking at a few other things, maybe say a lot of the controversies that you picked up on? What is the cause for the floods? So, more than 123% of the rainfall being recorded in those 3-4 days in August 2019, 96% in August 2018. Do you think you'll perhaps, let's say, speak also maybe to scientists and other experts to sort of look at what is the difference between how the media reports it and what are the scientific aspects of this debate? Just as a question as to what other things you need to do now.
So one thing which we are definitely planning to do is interview journalists who have reported on climate change as a cause of the floods, as well as journalists who have not but have attributed these causes to other issues. So that is one thing we're doing, and we have had discussions on whether we will be interviewing climate scientists to get their opinion on this as well. But right now, I'm not too sure whether we'll be doing that. But as you mentioned on controversies, there have been, like, from the articles that I have read, there have been certain controversies, especially like political issues when it comes to the causes of the floods. Like this, there's a lot of blame game that happens with the CPIM and the opposition, saying that the present state government was not able to handle the floods in a good way, and they blame it on dam mismanagement or even interstate dam mismanagement with the Tamil Nadu government, and regarding the opening of the Mulla Periyar Dam. So yeah, there are a lot of issues about this. There's also a bit of controversy regarding quarrying and mining as well, because they wanted to close all the mines and quarries in the eco-sensitive zones, especially in the Western Ghats. But there was a lot of lobbying against this as well. Interestingly, I've also come across certain causes of floods which said that because women were allowed into Sabrimala, the rains happened for the second time. So yeah, these are some of the different controversies and contexts in which the causes have been reported.
Sure.
So
And it would be great if you guys would also, I guess, I mean, the way in which, let's say, you've coded and themed these different responses, if you could also sort of explore how they have been spoken about. And
yeah.
so I also just wanted to ask about, I mean, it was a very detailed presentation also in terms of how the content analysis itself was done. I mean, it acted as a great video tutorial almost for anybody who wants to do a content analysis. So that's something that I think I can speak for most people that we really appreciate. But maybe if you could just tell us a bit more, in fact, some of the people who are involved in that content analysis, as to how do you what is the next step after the coding and the theming of different works? So you have a frame, you used it, you made themes out of it. But then after that, what is the next step in terms of the analysis? What is it that you guys are working on in that sense?
So I'm actually glad you asked this question because I forgot to mention like what we'll be doing after the content analysis. That is, once we have coded and themed all the articles, we want to do a qualitative analysis of the articles which mention climate change in it. Because even if climate change is mentioned, it's not very often that it is mentioned as a cause of the floods. It is often mentioned as something that is used, to get more votes, or is told by scientists in during workshops or lectures, or spoken about in the context of Kerala, but by some international agencies. So I think this is something which we will do after doing the content analysis, because it will help us answer our question as to why climate change reporting is important. So.
Okay, and I also really want to also understand that there are, I think, at least 7 or 8 of you from 2 different universities. So I mean, even just getting everyone on board to present is often difficult. So if you could just tell us as to how this sort of project came about, or how did you guys come up with this interaction, and how was it working across different universities? I mean, some of you are from the Climate Change Center here at Azim Premji, and some of you are at the Agricultural University. So, what sort of way is it that you guys sort of learn from each other? And I'm sure there were many frustrations as well. So, how did that process happen? Just if you could tell us.
Akshara, Smriti, Grishma, you have to say.
Yeah, actually, we started. We approached Azim Premji University as a part of our internship. So we were assigned Seema ma'am, and then actually this particular research work started initially with the content analysis as well as the interview part. So yeah, then after a few days, actually Sahana joined us, maybe 2 weeks back. Like we met through these online platforms. We discussed everything. We made the presentation, and so that's how we actually came to the final thing which we presented today.
There were no frustrations, so it was quite a
Oh,
smooth
wow.
process.
Well
Yeah.
All right. So, is there anything that you guys want to sort of add, carrying this work forward in terms of, you're also speaking to a larger audience over here? Is there something that you would want to say in terms of how you want to take this work forward, or what other things that you would encourage people to work on?
So I think one thing which I'd like to say is, like, in the introduction, I did mention that there's not a lot of reporting on climate change in India, but I want to say that that statement is relating to mass media, like popular newspapers and popular TV channels and radio channels, because like if I open today's edition of Deccan Herald, I'm probably not going to find anything about climate change and linking it to, say, the floods in Hyderabad or something. But there are a lot of independent online journals and newspapers that are doing great work on climate change reporting. I really want to say that Pari is doing excellent work. Their Instagram page, I think for the past few months, they have been reporting consistently on the impacts of climate change on rural populations. And then we have Wire, Down to Earth, that again report on such vast impacts that climate change has on Indian population. So, yeah, I think that's one thing. And I think that should translate to what mass media does as well. So, also support independent journalism that reports on climate change, like contribute to them if you can.
We'll use this as a platform to give that shot across. And so, thank you so much, all of you, for being here, for sort of showcasing your research. And we really look forward to the completed or finished product once you guys move around to it. And that's something that we'll really look forward to. And maybe there could be another sort of a discussion like this when you guys have your final sort of output ready. But thank you very much. And I think this was a very good session. And it was great to have all of you guys on board.
Thanks, Arvind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. With that session on the presentation on the reportage of the Kerala floods, we now sort of move in to our next session, which is actually more of a creative expression or two individuals who worked on these questions. So we have with us Srinidhi and Yamini. Srinidhi graduated in the 2016 batch at APU and is currently in the Development Studies program at the London School of Economics. She's a Bharatanatyam dancer and singer. And along with her, we have Yamini, who is in her third year of the BSc B.Ed program and is, I think, also specializing in biology. I hope I got that right. And both of them together have sort of come up with this idea of songs of the earth. So, without much ado, I'll just hand it over to the two of them and they could perhaps take you through this session.
Hi everyone. So I'm just gonna start off by talking a little bit about how we started doing songs to the earth we seek and
Just,
what
just
it's.
one minute, Srinidhi. Yamini,
Yeah.
can you come closer to the camera? Is that possible? Yeah.
Hi. Can you hear me also? The audio is a bit
Yes, we can
unclear.
hear you. Thank you.
So what I'll just talk briefly about what Songs to the Earth is about and how it started. So Songs to the Earth We Seek was what we wanted to do was have musicians and artists come together to have song and compile a book of artwork and songs about nature and resistance and climate change and anything within this whole gamut of the environment and movements to protect nature. And we were doing this around 2 weeks before the final set of emails could be sent for the EIA 2020 draft objections. So this idea was something that I'd been thinking about since January last year, and it kind of grew from two of the spaces that I really learned a lot from and value. One was group singing in college, where every week we'd have different people from different regions coming together and we'd learn songs from each other, and that was collected as a book, and it also was an archive later on for everything that we learned. And the other is Urban Folk Project, who are based out of Bangalore, and they sing about Yalla Manata, which is mostly folk traditions in northern Karnataka. But what is really like lovely about their initiative is that they sing in Carbon Park on the weekends, and this allows anyone to step in and learn songs. And drawing from both of these, the idea was that in public spaces we could have people coming together once in a fortnight, and they'd sing, and people would just walk in, and you can learn, and like you slowly just build you know, like it doesn't have to be a book, but just at least an archive of all the songs that people can use. And also, this seemed very relevant because it was around the time that anti-CAA protests were happening, and songs have just been a great tool of resistance. And also, I feel that when you come together to sing, and which I felt a lot in group singing at college, was that the sense of solidarity that comes with it. And having it in public spaces, I think, really is important because you don't limit it to only certain groups or certain groups of people, and it also allows for, I think, exchange of ideas. So Songs to the Earth We Seek was conceived during the pandemic, and we couldn't have it in a public space or outdoors, and we did it online. And there are obviously limitations with doing it online, so it wasn't as accessible as we would have liked it to be. So the book that we did compile together, we are in the process of translating it into various regional languages, so that hopefully, like that's at least one step that we can take to making it more accessible. So I'll just like ask Yamini to talk a little bit about what it means like to her.
So I guess connecting like songs and nature wasn't like a difficult thing for me to do, because like every time like you go out, a big part of being in a space where you're outside is being able to hear birds around you and frogs around you, and it just tells you a lot about like what is happening in a particular ecosystem at the time. um, and I really hope, like Srinidhi said, going to like these into public space, in spaces of maybe where there's like a tree to sit under, or like a pond to sit next to, or a lake to sit next to, because I feel like that's an environment that puts me at peace a lot, and like the solidarity that we feel in like group events with a shared idea is also something I feel in nature when I'm outside. So that's just a little bit about what like songs and nature together mean to me. And I think that there's also an enormous amount of knowledge that we haven't been able to access yet in terms of like folk songs and folk tales and how they relate to nature. And I think like in the context of climate change, there's a lot of this knowledge that like needs to be unlocked for us to be able to make a movement for climate justice that is also working towards social justice. Um, so should I share the Srinidhi, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to talk about a couple of questions that also that we were thinking about while doing this project, because I think it just seems very relevant in the time. So one of the things that we have to like think about when we are compiling this book is where are these songs coming from, and like we have like a huge responsibility not to appropriate or take over like certain traditions of like folk or like whatever like the originals of the song. So how do we do this responsibly? Who has the onus to these songs? And there were a lot of questions around that, which I don't think we still have answers to, but I think is really important for us to constantly keep asking ourselves. And the other question was about what kind of resistance practices can we have, especially when you don't have physical spaces to come together. Because I felt with a lot of the protests that you do attend, you have people around you, and you're like aware of the kind of solidarity and the people around you who are fighting for like things in the world. And I think especially during the pandemic, when you're at home and you're alone, there's constant flood of news that you feel extremely helpless about. And we thought that bringing art, because art has been a great tool of talking about issues, bringing awareness, and it also, I think, makes you reflect on a lot of things, and bring it, and we wanted illustrated lyrics because we felt that artists and like art and song are like they come together rather beautifully. So we thought we'll show you a little bit of the book, a couple of songs, and then Yamini and I will share the contributions that we made to the book. So Yamini will be reading out a poem and I'll be singing. I think Yamini's video is stuck. Yamini, are you there?
I'm here. I'm just. Can you see the songbook? I've tried to screen share it.
Can others? I can't see it yet. I don't know if others can.
Um,
Can someone let us know if they're able to see the songbook? Because okay, yeah, okay, we can see it now.
okay. So this was the cover of the songbook. So actually, one of my batchmates, Megha Ramachandra, she has her own studio called Wele Art Studio, and she was really, really incredible in compiling the songbook and putting it together and making it look like absolutely lovely. She did the illustration for the first book, for the first thing, and she also did the poster, which you can see a segment of here. So I'll be showing you Bitsrino Porore, which was shared with us by Bambi, who is a second year, and Niru Niru, which was shared with us by Priyanshu, who is graduated last year. Um, so one thing we were like really adamant about was having a little note from the artists themselves about what the song meant to them. So we didn't want to have it like everyone takes away their own meaning, of course, with what a song says, but the choices that the artists made also had like an immense amount of like personal connection. So I'll just read out this note. The Assamese song Britsanor Porore talks about the Brahmaputra, which is referred to as Luit in the song. The singer asks the river, why do you still flow silently and passively even when you hear anguished cries? Why do you still flow after you have seen humanity fall shamelessly? So the note from the singer says, hi. So I've grown up hearing it. It's a very popular song in Assam. I feel like the lyrics are very sensitive and capture the essence of the Brahmaputra. It's always flowing, making the land fertile and untouched. It is by human activity. The line, oh, all do it, why do you flow, always gets me in the vibe. It's definitely profound, and for me, it's almost an expression of how I see my relationship with nature. Um, so the page was designed by Navya, and she put the lyrics up in like phonetically in English of Assamese, and we are working on trying to translate the song into multiple like regional languages. So hopefully, like we'll have an edition for each song in like Tamil and Malayalam and Telugu and stuff. So if you're eager to help us translate, please email us. I'll put the email in the chat if I can. So the next song I'd like to show you is Niru Niru. This was shared with us by Priyanshu. I'll just read out the note. The Kannada song Niru Niru talks about how the careless use and exploitation of water has led to scarcity. It goes on to talk about how this not only affects the environment but humans as well. The last stanza talks about Bangalore, which during the time the song was written had a population of 70 lakh people. Quenching the thirst of this population, the water resources have dried up. It goes on to say how water has been commodified and for a large number of people. Note from the singer. Niru Niru is a song that I had first heard few activists from Mangalore sing. They all sang it on a really high pitch along with beautiful percussion. The simple lyrics written by Janardhan Kesargadde are so accessible and a catchy tune makes it even better. I have shared this song with my friends in school as well, and it's so nice that they all still remember it and associate the song with the issue of water scarcity and exploitation. So we wanted to put this particular song up in the Kannada script and in English as well. This artwork was done by Saraswati, and we transliterated it, and this was done by Vitika. So I guess I'll move on to Rage Love, which is what I wrote, and it was illustrated by Kriti, and then maybe Srinidhi can do Teyam Tare. Okay. So the poem Rage Love aptly voices the immense frustration and hopelessness that one feels while looking at what's happening in the world around us. While there is great anger to being handed this world filled with injustices, love is found everywhere. Feeling this love and being able to give it back while fighting for all that is good is the hope the poem gives us. The state of the world makes me angry all too often, but I remember I'm filled with rage because there are so many things worth loving and protecting. I am angry. So angry sometimes my rage bubbles under my skin and into tears which run away from me. I look at the sky and the clouds and their murky rage. We believed in Atlas, but Atlas dropped the sky and it falls tumbling. Down, 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 hands too young, trembling to hold up the sky in the world. I am angry because I have imagined thousands of lives for myself, and all of them fall in the face of the world which insists on falling to pieces before me. All of my fantasies, never realities, all pipe dreams that rumors took from us before we were even born. I condemn you for creating a world where the air tastes of soot and smoke, where the water does not carry tales of mountains, rains, and glaciers, but of half cooked chemicals and wastes from a factory which turns plastic into cold, hard cash. You forgot that every creature has a niche and broke the walls only for us to hastily throw them up again in desperation. Isolate. From the love that gives us comfort in this epidemic of breathlessness, we also loneliness, forcing us to shelter in our homes under parapets on unforgiving roads without the people we love the most. I condemn you. What is this world we have created of life for survival and not living? The whole point is love and compassion and kindness, and you simply haven't seen anything at all, and instead here we are. You are here. The world feels cold and harsh and impersonal. Like it could change, maybe it already has. That's life, you say. I wish it wasn't, I say. I wish I knew.
I'm sorry.
What?
I don't know. I think
There's a lot of there's a lot of disturbance coming. Audio, and you take over. I don't know which end the voice is coming. Heavy disturbance. This hammering noise. Yeah.
Is it? Can you better now?
No, now it's okay. Now it's okay. We can continue. We can continue. Yamini, please. Sorry.
No, I guess it might be on my end. Sorry about that. There's a bit of construction going on.
Yeah. So you were not being audible in between. So that's why I was suggesting that if possible, Srinidhi can take over in that sense. Really.
Yeah,
Now,
Srinidhi, do you want to?
Yamini, now it's okay. You can continue. I think so.
Okay. I wish I knew how to open my heart to everyone, so everyone felt it, but instead I only know fear, hopelessness, and dread. Was it worth it? I ask. It will be, you say. When I ask, when it is too late, we say. What do we live for? We work and bleed and cry to enjoy art and music and poetry and love. Art is a sunset in a smogless sky. Poetry is a songbird crying when lovelessness is nigh. Music is a rush of waves without a microplastic inside. And love lies in every little creature, every big one, the salt of the sea, the salt of the earth, the cry of the wolf to the moon, the prop root of a mighty banyan, the outstretched wing of a kite arcing through the starlit sky, the bee to the pollen of every flower in the meadow, the moon to the ocean, the plant to the soil, the warm soil to the sun, the owl to the rat to the person, lovingly creating a home in the kiss of the long waited rain to the earth. Love lies in every little thing. And I feel it enough to want to give it back. I feel it, a heart to my endless rage as I yell at an unforgiving world, fix it, fix us, fix everything. It all seems broken now. It used to be whole. My life will never be a fantasy, always a fight. But maybe the next ones can lay down the words and stories and policies, the heartbreak and trees, the tree stumps and fires. Maybe they will know what fresh air is. We will give them this love. Um, yeah. Trinity?
Okay, so just before I just talk about the song and sing it for you, we are also creating an archive of all of the songs that have been sent to us. So we have them as both video and audio files. So because we won't be able to teach it in public, we were hoping that people who do, we can like email it to you, or you can like find it on our Instagram page, and that like hopefully that once things get better, we will be able to come together and sing these songs. And as it seems, we have a long fight ahead of us with climate change and global warming. When we do protest and when we do get to the streets, we can sing these songs as anthems of resistance. So Teyam Tare, I'm going to just talk about it without reading it, and I hope that's okay. So Teyam Tare is a Malayalam song, and it talks about all the nature that's around us and how it's all extremely precious, how the trees are like gold. It talks about how the wind sustains us and the air takes care of us and the water and the birds and the trees and how everything is so beautiful. And like the last verse, it talks about how if you don't take care of the environment around us and that we do lose it, there's no way of getting it back, and we would deeply regret all our actions. So this song was written by Matthew, who was a postgraduate student at Azim Premji University. And he came and he taught it to us at group singing. So I thought it would be nice to share it. So a little bit of context to why this song was written and when this song was written. So this was in 2017 when the Narmada, along the Narmada River, the Sata Sarovar Dam was going to be expanded, and there were a lot of protests from students and student activists to stop this, because when you build the dam, all the areas that the river flows through gets flooded, and like for years, the Narmada Bachao Andolan has been fighting and protesting against this. So I'll sing Teyam Tare for you all now. So the tune's pretty simple, and if you want to join along at the chorus, please feel free to join. The lyrics are on the screen. Teyam tare teyare daka teyam teyare, teyam tare teyare daka teyam teyare. സ്വർണ്ണത്ത് കാൽവിളയാണ് കാണും ഭൂമിക്ക്, തങ്കത്ത് കാൽവിളയാണ് ഓരോ വൃക്ഷത്തിനും. ജീവൻ തരും വായു, നാളെ കാക്കും വെള്ളം, പക്ഷികളും പൂക്കളും എല്ലാം പൊന്നാണ്. പക്ഷികളും പൂക്കളും എല്ലാം പൊന്നാണ്. Teyam tare teyare daka teyam teyare, teyam tare teyare daka teyam teyare. Inne kanum bangiyallam pinne kanilla, ippol namal katinangil pinne dukkikum. Jeevan tarum vayu, nale kakum vellam, പക്ഷികളും പൂക്കളും എല്ലാം പൊന്നാണ്. പക്ഷികളും പൂക്കളും എല്ലാം പൊന്നാണ്. തെയ്യം തരേ തെയ്യാരെ ദക തെയ്യം തെയ്യാരെ, തെയ്യം തരേ തെയ്യാരെ ദക തെയ്യം തെയ്യാരെ. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for both the introduction to the kind of book and the compilation effort that has gone behind it, as well as on that very beautiful note of the song that you just performed. I am the only comments that we have are of appreciation. There aren't any questions as such. So what we would sort of suggest is maybe if through this platform and otherwise we could have you guys back again, perhaps at a later time. And Sunaina has just joined us. Sunaina, if you would like to add to this. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was hearing a lot of echoes. Yeah, thank you so much. Now I'm not, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. So I found it fascinating that you guys have used so many different kinds of expressions in this compilation. I want to thank you for sharing that with us. I'm still hearing echoes. I want to thank you for sharing that with us. I'm still hearing echoes. So I'm just going to stop because I can just hear my own voice.
That could be because the YouTube is open at one of the tab windows. Is that possible?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, that was me. I was listening because I had been kicked out of the studio. So, yeah, thank you guys. That was really lovely. And I think it was a really nice way also to close off this quite intense session of lots of words and talking. And sometimes you just need to go back into your body and feel things. And I think thank you for reminding us that that's important as well. And I think it was a wonderful way to round off this day. I don't know how many of the panelists are still here, but I want to thank everybody who stopped by to listen, everybody who commented, questioned, and of course to our presenters. So thank you all. This is not the end of the events. So please do join us for the panel. Please do continue this dialogue as it's happening. And yeah, I think Abhay is on as well. So let me give him the center stage. Abhay.
I got suddenly shocked by seeing that I was on. Nothing much to add. I think that was just a beautiful note on which to close our first major segment. And that tune is going to stay with me for a really long time. I have a lot of ideas for how each of the things that were presented could be, should be, might be taken forward, and I hope all the presenters and members of the audience will treat what we were witness to as the start of a dialogue and the start of possibilities. That's certainly how I'm feeling, both inspired and with my brain very active at multiple levels. So lots of gratitude for everyone who showed up, for folks who were fully present, for the commenters, for everybody involved with organizing at the back end, sometimes under chaotic conditions. It's been like the environment generally messy and beautiful. So thank you. And maybe Arvindan would like to say something.
Not much. I think that's a good note to conclude in. But just like to remind people that at 5 o'clock we have a panel discussion, which is the next segment of events that we have today. So with that, I think we'll just wrap up the session and hope to catch some of you who are tuning in for the 5 o'clock panel session as well.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think, Shashwat, would you like to say some last closing words? Thank you, especially for running this marathon event.
Thank you. We'll end this broadcast with marathon broadcast. Thank you, everyone. It was a great work done. Pleasure. And beautiful way to end the broadcast as well. I hope to catch you soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.